main god of Egypt. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176, Hunting Trap Potential Deprivation. Subscription request. At this time, the Purple Ring Star City, and even most of the Purple Ring Star, were completely ignited by the flames of war. Above the sky, at some point, a colorful 100-winged dragon beast appeared. Its huge body stretched out in the air, emitting a colorful light of the same color as its body to the earth, which evolved into a tide of light, like an ocean pouring back into the earth, surging, and even breaking and collapsing the mountain peaks, with an extremely astonishing power. All the places on the ground, covered and invaded by this colorful light tide, were desolate and lifeless. Most of the aura shields of the majestic cities had been broken at this time. Many of the Night Demon clan warriors who came on the 100-winged dragon beast had entered the city and were fighting with the cultivators in the city. The sunset in the sky was about to set, and it was dusk. The faint golden light shone down, reflecting the blood color of death. Fang Sui looked around, but saw that the sky and the earth were full of wars and lives were in turmoil. Fang Sui watched the attacking Night Demon warriors up close for the first time. They were much taller than ordinary people. Ordinary Night Demons were nearly 10 feet tall, and their bodies were full of the majestic power of lifting heavy mountains. Their skin was flashing with black light, which looked like flesh and blood, but also had a condensed texture of metal. It can be imagined that their physical defense must be far superior to human flesh and blood. Every Night Demon warrior had a pair of curved horns on his head. They were very small, but they emitted fierce fluctuations and contained strange power. They wore a kind of black light armor with exaggerated and tough shapes, exposing large areas of skin. Their combat power was fierce and could fight against 2 or 3 other races of the same level. Fang Sui turned his head and looked around. Before he could fully see the surrounding situation, a black curtain suddenly pressed towards him. It was a first-level warrior of the Night Demon. He found Fang Sui, smiled grimly, opened his 5 fingers, and evolved a black curtain, like a lock net, with heavy pressure, trying to kill Fang Sui. The war will begin. Clang. Fang Sui's black robe turned into a dark armor. He wanted to test the power of the Night Demon clan. He did not dodge or evade. He raised his hand and punched, rushing out violently and colliding directly. Boom. It was like thunder collapsing on the ground. The collision between the 2 sides was like 2 mountains smashing together. Even in the surrounding war, the sound shook the long street. After the collision, both shook their bodies and were surprised. It was the first time that the Night Demon clan warrior met a human of the same level who could compete with him in strength and win or lose. Fang Sui did not expect that an ordinary Night Demon clan warrior was as powerful as himself. It seems that the Night Demon clan is born with supernatural power and endless physical strength. Fang Sui's mind flashed a thought in an instant that he could not win against the Night Demon clan by force. The next moment he changed his tactics, and the dark spear in his hand was transformed into a fake body. He flashed to the side of the opponent, and the dark spear in his hand sprinkled thousands of cold stars, dazzling people's eyes, hanging in the void, gorgeous and beautiful. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 sides kept colliding, making a sound similar to the vibration of metal. Fang Sui soon discovered that the combat skills of this Night Demon warrior were also extraordinary. Although he was born tall and strong, he could be tough or soft when fighting. His movements were agile like a cheetah, without a trace of clumsiness, and he was extremely difficult to deal with. This was Fang Sui's first contact with the powerful tribe of the Shadow Creature Camp, so he was not anxious. He took this battle as an opportunity to understand his opponent. His moves were sometimes big and sometimes soft and delicate. He used different attack methods to test the strengths and weaknesses of his opponent. Until half a cup of tea. Suddenly, the dark spear in Fang Sui's hand trembled, and the spear tip once again split into thousands of star-like brilliant rays. In an instant, these countless bright rays were woven together and turned into a pool of cold light as cold as water. Suddenly, the cold light broke, and a dark moon rose from it. Fang Sui used the spear tip to derive the magical vision of the bright moon breaking through the water. Obviously, he had reached the legendary realm of using skills to get closer to the truth, and promoted the spear method to a magical power. As soon as the dark moon appeared, it flew and attacked the enemy with the trajectory of an antelope hanging its horns, with no beginning and no end, and at a speed that no one could detect. After a breath of time, the night demon warrior looked at him again. His eyes were wide open, and a crescent-shaped hole appeared on his forehead. It was actually the dark moon that flashed into his head and died instantly. Although he successfully killed his opponent, Fang Sui was not very happy. An ordinary night demon warrior was so powerful that it was really hard to be happy. Fang Sui sighed lightly, and black air filled his body. The corpses of the night demons on the ground were devoured by the undead under his seat. The war was still raging far and near. There were no less than 100 fights in the long street where he stood. Fang Sui raised his hand and pointed, and a hunting mirror appeared in his hand. He transmitted his thoughts into the mirror, and a strange scene immediately appeared on the mirror. The mirror was like a quiet lake, sparkling, and the secret power was spreading. It didn't take long before a majestic and imposing image of the night demon appeared. This night demon was also a first-class warrior, but he was terribly powerful. He was fighting with others, fighting for opponents alone, and still had an overwhelming advantage. In a blink of an eye, one of the four was beaten into a blood mist by him, and it exploded completely, showing his domineering and cruel power. Fang Sui offered the hunting mirror to activate its operation and show its ability to search and mark hunting targets. Obviously, the night demons projected in the mirror were the most powerful first-class night demons in the surrounding area after the treasure mirror searched. At this time, a wave of fluctuation surged in the mirror, and through the connection with Fang Sui's divine thoughts, a message wave was generated in his consciousness. Do you want to hunt and mark this night demon? Mark. Fang Sui replied without hesitation. The hunting fish of the weapon spirit appeared on the mirror and spit out a bubble, covering the night demons reflected on the mirror. The night demons were unaware and still fighting. The mirror surface fluctuated again. Should we set a hunting trap for this night demon clan? Fang Sui was quite interested and chose to set a hunting trap. In the Purple Ring City, more than 10 miles away from Fang Sui, an elite warrior of the night demon clan was laughing wildly. After killing several opponents in a row, he actually tore the bodies of his opponents and ate their blood like a demon. Then he roared to the sky, his voice like thunder. When he stopped laughing, it was as if he was inspired by a force in the dark. He naturally chose a direction and killed people along the way. Half an hour later, this extremely talented warrior of the Night Demon clan came to a secluded temple. He saw an ancient mirror hanging on the main gate of the temple, emitting clear waves. This ancient mirror was filled with an inexplicable force that attracted him, making him unconsciously reach out to take off the mirror and hold it in his hand to take a closer look. The accident happened at this moment. Without any sign, a black shadow suddenly flew out of the mirror. This change was extremely fast as a meteor, and too unexpected. Even though the Night Demon warrior was extremely powerful, he only had time to dodge before he was hit on the head by the black shadow and the mirror. With a cracking sound, the warrior, who had never expected it, fell down slowly with a look of disbelief in his eyes. The next moment, Fang Sui walked out of the temple with his hands behind his back, laughing. The killing trap set by this treasure mirror is simple to say, but it is very effective. It is to seal Bast in the space of the hunting mirror in advance, transform into the fighting body of Semi, suddenly attack, and smash the head of the Night Demon warrior with one claw. It is not surprising, but it has a miraculous effect of hunting and killing enemies, worthy of being a hunting trap. The traps of this hunting mirror are all kinds of strange, and this time, it was immediately successful. Fang Sui was pleased and pushed the treasure mirror again to show another power, which is to deprive the potential of the hunted and transfer it. After refining the treasure mirror, Fang Sui had figured it out. Because it was broken into many pieces, its power was greatly reduced. It no longer had the ability to deprive the luck, but it could still deprive the talent and potential of the hunted. At this time, Fang Sui sent his thoughts to activate the treasure mirror. The strange power on the mirror surface flowed, and a stream of light like water flowed into the forehead of the dead Night Demon, and then washed its body. there was a strange power that could only be sensed but not seen, which was washed and deprived by the divine light water of the treasure mirror. In a moment, the water flow released by the treasure mirror was recovered, and Fang Sui transformed it into the Book of Summoning. This divine light washing water that was deprived from the night demon warriors and contained their talent and potential was poured on the surface of the Book of Summoning, and the surface of the starry sky devouring moon demon snake egg placed on the undead altar was slowly absorbed. As time passed, the egg obviously underwent strange changes. It became more and more crystal clear, with a kind of divine light, and the power fluctuations it spread out also increased. This egg has obviously been infused with the potential taken from the night demons, and its own potential has been greatly increased. If this egg is hatched at this time, it will definitely be a young snake of a different species that is far superior to ordinary demon snakes. Fang Sui was greatly surprised, thinking that the hunter's mirror was indeed magical, and its power was mysterious and wonderful. Although Buster had known the power of the hunter's mirror for a long time, it was the first time he saw it in person, and he was also stunned. After that, Fang Sui enjoyed it, and used the hunter's mirror to set killing traps, and kill the night demons. But unfortunately, after killing the opponent for the second time, a message came from the hunter's mirror, indicating that the trap could be set normally, depriving the opponent of the potential talent, but it could only be activated once a day, and because the mirror was broken, it could not be deprived successfully every time. Fang Sui shook his head regretfully, and after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was reasonable. The power of this mirror is too terrifying. If there is no limit, the power is really terrifying. Fang Sui even felt that the reason why the mirror was broken was probably related to the operation of the heavenly way, the pursuit of balance in all things, and the dark not allowing such a heaven-defying treasure to exist. Although the deprivation power of the hunting mirror can only be used once a day, there is no limit on setting traps. Fang Sui gave the hunting mirror to Buster to use, and hunted the night demons to devour the undead mummies. Fang Sui himself began to fight around in the Purple Ring Star City and fight with the night demon warriors. The fierce battle in the Purple Ring City this time was the first time Fang Sui had experienced it in his life. This was a battlefield for the strong where blood and fire were intertwined. He participated in it, but felt that the blood in his body was boiling, and a fighting spirit was ignited in his chest, burning and surging more and more. He held the dark spear in his hand, bathed in blood, and killed to the most intensive battle place on the Purple Ring Star. This battle lasted until the next night, and finally a huge change occurred. Under the cover of the deep night, the cold wind raged, blowing the fireworks all over the city to sway and dance. In the center of the Purple Ring Star City, in the buildings belonging to the two most powerful forces, the Temple of the Gods and the Hunting Alliance of Civilizations of the Heavens, two rays of divine light suddenly rose up, turning into pillars of light that penetrated the sky and the earth. The scene was shocking and magnificent. A cultivator exclaimed, "Look! The two major forces have opened the gate of the Source Star transmission. There will be real strong men who will cross the ancient star and rush here from other sources of life. The day after tomorrow, Monday, I'm asking for recommendations for next week in advance. Thank you for your support. Happy reading." Chapter 177 Sacrifice. I heard that the last time a life source star was attacked, some strong men crossed the ancient life star to help, showing their fighting skills like gods and demons. After the two teleportation beams that penetrated the sky appeared, excited discussions continued to sound in the cities on the Purple Ring Star. At this moment, even the two huge starry sky-winged dragons in the sky stopped roaring. Their huge eyes closed, and they stared closely at the two teleportation beams. Suddenly, when the brilliance of the two beams reached its peak, they suddenly disappeared without any signs. It's just that there are two more figures in the sky. One of these two people is wearing a green gown, with only the body shape of an ordinary person, but with a graceful demeanor. He is a middle-aged man. The other is wearing golden armor, with long golden hair, like a burning flame draped over his shoulders. He is a handsome young man. The middle-aged man in a green shirt has a magnificent face, a square face, and eyes that seem as deep as the void. After he appeared, a surging river surrounded his body, like a water god in charge of the 9 states and the sea. His deep eyes were filled with majesty. He looked at the 200 winged dragons and said in a deep voice, "Every time the Night Demon clan appears, they come to attack the life source star of my 5-direction sky realm, killing thousands of people and causing great suffering to all living beings." After a pause, he said, "Leading demon general, come out." As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, a 3-meter tall and extremely strong giant of the Night Demon clan appeared out of thin air on the extremely ferocious head of the 100-winged dragon. He laughed wildly and said, "This time, my clan will select the elite and eliminate the weak in the clan. I will lead the battle to invade the life source star. I will show up. What can you do?" The voice of the Night Demon clan commander was like a thunderous explosion in the sky, which was transmitted to the earth, and even the ground was shaking slightly. The power was amazing. After he finished speaking, he glanced at the long river surrounding the middle-aged man's body, and then said thoughtfully, "You control the water of the Sky River to surround your body. Are you from the Eastern Immortal Realm?" The middle-aged man said lightly, "It is the ancient Yu family of the Eastern Immortal Realm." At this time, a strong man of the Night Demon clan appeared above the head of another 100-winged beast. He was wearing black and red armor, and his aura was unfathomable. He looked at the handsome young man with golden armor and hair like flying flames, and asked, "Who are you?" The young man in golden armor looked like a sculpture, and said calmly, "Galo, the seat of the Temple of the Gods." The next moment, a battle broke out in the sky. The two sides seemed to be attracted by a kind of aura, and they attacked at the same time without any difference in time. The 4 people faced each other. Boom. The middle-aged man of the Yu family in the Eastern Immortal Realm, the Sky River circling outside his body surged and rolled, and the waves turned into a water dragon, which was lifelike and magnificent. It was much larger than the 100-winged dragon. The water dragon opened its mouth to swallow the world in all directions. Waves of water gushed out of its huge mouth, tying up a 100-winged dragon like a rope and dragging it into its mouth, intending to swallow the 100-winged dragon alive. This scene was far beyond people's imagination and was rarely seen in the world. Someone blurted out, "The Yu family in the Eastern Immortal Realm is a legendary family that has only arisen for a few thousand years, but has already become a first-class force. It is said that the family has a giant tripod, which is a treasure of the Zen family, and is about to be promoted to a divine weapon. This family is extremely powerful. I have also heard of the Yu family. It is one of the most famous families in the Eastern Immortal Realm, and there are many masters in the family." There were all kinds of noisy sounds on the ground. Under the beautiful night sky, the young man named Gaeluo who came with the middle-aged man of the Yu family was also extraordinary. He was surrounded by a magnificent golden light, like the sun rising into the sky, illuminating the earth. A divine light descended from the sky, covering him, and in that divine light, a vague figure stood faintly like a god descending from heaven, raising his hand to press down on the other 100-winged dragon. At this moment, the sky and the earth of Zahuan Star were simultaneously ignited with increasingly fierce fighting and fighting. On the ground, Fang Sui was now walking into the central square of Zahuan City. He had experienced hundreds of battles along the way, and his body was covered in blood, but his eyes were bright, and the dark spear in his hand kept making bursts of light sounds, as if he was eager to kill. In a trance, Fang Sui's body seemed to be burning with an invisible flame, steaming with the surging fighting spirit that twisted the void. I heard on Earth that Dae relied on a totem of the Sky River to control the true mechanism of the waterway, and finally disappeared mysteriously. This middle-aged man in the sky is also controlling a sky river. What kind of connection is there between the 5-direction sky domain and the legends of gods and demons circulating on Earth? Fang Sui held the dark spear in his hand, looking up at the battle taking place in the sky as he walked forward, and his mind was filled with thoughts. Puff! A night demon took advantage of the opportunity to attack, but Fang Sui shook the spear in his hand lightly, urging the true meaning of the soldier, and broke into his chest with an indestructible force. A ray of scorching sun power passed along the spear tip into the opponent's body. In an instant, the night demon was burned to death by an unparalleled blazing power. In the square ahead, a more intense battle was taking place. There was a blue tower of heaven glowing, with ray patterns flowing, and releasing magic spells one after another. It was the Star Mage Alliance that activated the Star Picking Mage Tower to meet the enemy. There were many more places, with countless mana fluctuations intertwined, and the sky was full of brilliant light like rain. The central square in front of Fang Sui was scattered with the two sides fighting, divided into countless battle groups, with shouts and screams intertwined. Fang Sui suddenly shouted violently, and dodged into a new round of fighting. Time passed. This battle changed again, when it was approaching dawn and the morning light was just rising. A miserable howl sounded in the sky. Half of the body of a 100-winged dragon beast was torn apart by a torrent of water power. Wings and flesh as big as mountains broke apart, and blood fell from the sky like a torrential rain. The 100-winged dragon and the Night Demon clan warrior on it were defeated by the middle-aged man from the Yu clan. Half of the body of the 100-winged dragon beast was torn apart. It was seriously injured and dying. It flew obliquely to the distance, and was eventually caught up by the middle-aged man riding a long river. The gravity of the sea pressed on the seriously injured 100-winged dragon. It crashed into the depths of an ancient mountain range on the Purple Ring Star, causing countless mountains and rivers to collapse and fall. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Night Demon clan warrior on another 100-winged dragon wanted to withdraw, but was seized by Gallo, who was fighting against him. With a long roar, the phantom of the gods and demons behind him waved his hand and sacrificed a golden spear, piercing the Night Demon clan warrior who wanted to escape. The Night Demon did not die, but just screamed miserably and flew into the sky with the 100-winged dragon and fled with serious injuries. At the same moment, countless Night Demons ended the battle, and they all jumped into the sky with the 100-winged dragon and then fled out of the sky. Gallo, who was covered in golden light, did not give up and chased out of the sky and disappeared from people's sight. At this point, the remaining Night Demons on the ground had already been defeated, but they were still brave and fought to the death. This battle ended 2 days later with the death of all the remaining Night Demons. The 100-winged dragon and the Night Demon warriors who fell into the depths of the mountains were killed by the men of the Yu tribe, and their bodies were collected and disappeared. Gallo, who chased out of the sky, returned the next day. His golden armor was stained with blood, but he was in high spirits. It was obvious that he had the upper hand in the chase and returned victorious. Finally, Gallo and the middle-aged man of the Yu family walked into the depths of the buildings of the Temple of the Gods and the Hunting Alliance of the Civilizations of the Heavens, respectively, amid the cheers of countless people, and disappeared into the portal of the Source Star, like gods and demons who had disappeared from the mortal world, both without a trace. Fang Sui also stood in the crowd, his eyes shining. This was the first time he saw a real strong man take action. So powerful, and Gallo was obviously not much bigger than him. This battle made Fang Sui want to pursue a stronger power. He thought to himself, the Temple of the Gods and the Hunting Alliance of the Civilizations of the Heavens, the foundation of these two families is greater than that of other forces on the Purple Ring Star. In the following months, the Purple Ring Star was busy repairing and rebuilding the damage suffered during the battle. People quickly recovered from the mood of the war. The middle-aged man of the Yu family and the young Master Gallo became the topic of everyone's discussion. Inside the Knight's Hall, Fang Sui's residence, he stood out, with the Book of Summoning floating in front of him. At this time, the Book of Summoning appeared very huge, like a small piece of land. In the book, there was a bronze altar, filled with ancient charm, hazy clouds, and flowing spell patterns. Buster sat on Fang Sui's shoulder and asked with interest, "There are two ways to sacrifice at the altar of the dead. One is to transform the sacrifice into a pure power of death, to upgrade the level of the dead under the Lord's seat. The other is to rely on sacrifice, to try to communicate with gods and demons, and get a response. What kind of sacrifice is the Lord going to make?" Fang Sui had already thought about this question and said leisurely, "If the sacrifice method of communicating with gods and demons is successful, of course there will be unexpected benefits, but the Book of the Dead clearly records that the sacrifice method of communicating with gods and demons is more likely to fail, with no response, and the sacrifice is wasted in vain, so it is better not to choose it." Buster stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, and a strange color flashed in his cat's eyes, and he did not continue to ask. At this time, the altar of the dead had been activated by Fang Sui. A dark passage appeared above the altar, as if it was connected to the foreign land of gods and demons. From the other end of the passage, there came an ancient aura that seemed to be from the beginning of the world. The aura slowly flowed out, filling the round indentation on the top of the altar, which was shaped like a pool of black air. The next moment, the sacrificial object on the altar, that is, the egg of the starry sky devouring moon demon snake, fell into the black air pool, sank to the bottom and disappeared. It seemed that the snake egg had been swallowed and melted by the black air pool, turning into a kind of refined death aura. According to the normal sacrificial process, Fang Sui should summon the undead under his seat at this time, and water them with the refined death aura on the altar, so as to increase the level of the undead. But at this moment, before Fang Sui could make any move, Buster actually took the first step. It transformed into the body of a wise girl, and chanted a wonderful spell that Fang Sui had never heard of before. It was like a secret language for a sacrifice. The voice was sometimes high and sometimes low, and the syllables were incredibly filled with a mysterious fluctuation that spanned time and space, as if communicating with the gods far away in time and space, waiting for a response. Fang Sui was very surprised. What was Buster doing? As the secret language that Buster chanted rose and fell, something slowly rose from the black gas pool on the altar. It was a giant egg with dark color, but densely covered with bright golden lines, and it was exquisite like a perfect work of art. As soon as it appeared, all the black gas in the pool was like 100 rivers entering the sea, and it was absorbed in an instant without a drop left. The surface of the exquisite giant egg had large lines, and the golden light was blazing and dazzling. Crack. It cracked. Thank you all for your support. Happy reading. Chapter 178 The Strange Thing That Was Hatched. Please recommend on Monday. In an instant, a dazzling golden light burst out from the giant egg that had cracked open, shining brightly, illuminating the entire room. At this time, Buster stopped chanting the spell, looking breathless. Obviously, the previous process of chanting the spell consumed a lot of her mental energy. Fang Sui asked, "Buster, what are you doing?" Buster habitually squinted her cat eyes and said in a crisp voice, "I'm controlling the steps of the altar summoning. But I'm tired." Fang Sui frowned and said, "I'm asking you what you changed the steps of the sacrifice and made?" Buster laughed and said, "This can still be considered an egg. But I don't know what it can hatch." As he spoke, the giant egg rising from the altar, after cracking open a crack, showed new changes. It was covered with cracks on the surface amid the dense cracking sound, and finally completely split in the middle. In an instant, the egg seemed to have become the source of all light, shining brightly, and no one could look directly at it. At this moment, Fang Sui couldn't see anything with his eyesight. He could only see the dazzling golden light. Even his soul and consciousness seemed to be illuminated at this moment. After a long time, when the golden light gradually converged, Fang Sui looked at it expectantly. But around the scattered eggshells, there was a golden light that spun rapidly like lightning, flying around the eggshells, so fast that it was impossible to see what it was. But as it spun, the scattered eggshells gradually disappeared, obviously eaten by it. After a while, the golden light finally stopped spinning, floating in the air, and solidified. Fang Sui was stunned when he saw it. He thought that this thing could eat the eggshell, so it must be a living thing. But when it condensed, it was just a ray of golden light. Well, it is not accurate to describe it as a ray. It should be said that it was a ray of golden light. That's right. First, the starry sky devouring moon demon snake egg was sacrificed, and then after Buster's strange chanting of spells, a ray of golden light was hatched from the giant egg that rose from the altar. It was less than a foot long and as thin as a hair. It looked like a strange substance condensed from a ray of light. The only abnormality was that this thing was suspended in the void, but the breath it emitted was like a living thing, with a kind of spirituality. Suddenly, this golden light soared into the air and flew towards Buster. Buster responded immediately, transformed into a cat, and actually played and frolicked with this golden thread like foreign object, leaping or pouncing, showing a lively appearance that had never been seen before. Suddenly, the golden thread was wrapped around the end, and the golden light streaked through the sky. It was actually stretching and getting longer, and finally intertwined into a ball. Buster immediately pounced on it, fiddling with the ball with his claws, and then shaking his head, playing happily. Fang Sui watched in astonishment, his eyes lit up with the bright and blazing sunfire, and looked at the golden thread again, but unfortunately he still got nothing. It was just a golden light. under his eyes that penetrated all illusions. He still didn't find that the golden thread had other hidden forms. What on earth is this? The next moment, strange changes reappeared, but it was on the scepter in the Book of Summoning. The golden light was dazzling, and the Horus Condor was born, and instantly snatched the golden ball woven from the golden thread from Buster's hand. The foreign object in the shape of golden light seemed to be very angry, and immediately broke free from the Condor's grasp. This time, the two were not playing, but fighting fiercely. For a moment, the sound of metal clanging was loud, as if two mortal enemies were fighting each other. Then a golden light was seen, changing in many ways, stretching into a net, or turning into a sharp sword, attacking Horus Eagle by circling or stabbing. The two kept colliding, causing golden stars to burst out in the void, and fire to start out of thin air, which was extremely fierce. After a long while, neither of them could do anything to the other, and Horus Eagle finally cried softly, returned to the top of the scepter in the Book of Summoning, and remained motionless. This scene made Fang Sui even more curious about this golden thread-like foreign object, which was really strange and completely unpredictable. Suddenly, the golden thread finally came to Fang Sui, and it showed many changes around him with full spirituality. It suddenly wrapped around his neck, and turned into a necklace, and then appeared on his wrist again, turning into a slender bracelet. The next moment, it coiled for several weeks, and became a ring again. Finally, this golden thread seemed to be dissatisfied with all these forms. With a clang, Fang Sui's netherworld armor was also pulled by the energy of the golden thread flowing in the light and manifested. It swam into the armor. At this time, another phenomenon that surprised Fang Sui occurred. As soon as the golden thread entered the armor, the originally ferocious and intimidating scorpion in the armor shivered and ran away. It went to the back of the armor and gave up the chest. The golden thread was not polite at all and occupied the chest position of the netherworld armor. The change was not over. The golden thread emitted another wave of retraction and instantly extracted the curse power coefficient that Fang Sui had refined in the armor, turning it into a spell and absorbing it into its extremely slender body. Then, after these curse powers circulated in its body, they rolled back and spread in the armor again. This golden thread actually easily sacrificed itself to become the spirit of the armor. After that, it finally solidified, and the two ends were connected to become a golden ring, which looked very much like the legendary sun compass in ancient Egypt. It was motionless, emitting a faint golden light, and seemed to become a golden sun on the chest of the dark underworld armor. After this thing came into the world, it showed incredible surprises one after another, all of which were beyond Fang Sui's expectations, making him puzzled. Buster obviously knew what this golden thread was, but he was mysterious and had no intention of telling Fang Sui. Fang Sui thought about it for a while and didn't ask anymore. After a long time, he would figure out what this thing was. Fang Sui closed the altar and took back the Book of Summoning. Buster jumped onto his shoulder, fiddling with his ears out of boredom, and asked, "Lord, why didn't you use the hunting mirror to deprive your opponent of their potential and transfer it to yourself after you got it?" Fang Sui said, "I've thought about it carefully, and I feel that depriving others of their potential and transferring it to yourself is not something you can achieve through practice. Although it seems to have a lot of benefits, the human body is like an extremely sophisticated machine, slowly interlocking, and it may not be a good thing to increase potential recklessly." He added, "So although the hunting mirror's ability to deprive of potential is good, it's better to leave it to someone like you, Buster, who has a divine being in your body and will not suffer from indigestion, no matter how much potential you absorb from others. Otherwise, give it to the mummy. It's interesting to think about the potential of a mummy constantly growing. I don't know what it will eventually evolve into. I'd better rely on my own practice and steadily improve it." Buster tilted his head and thought about it and stopped dwelling on this issue and said, "What are your plans for the next stage, Lord?" Fang Sui said, "The aspects involved in the path of cultivation are extremely complicated. Just in terms of cultivation resources, unless you are a child of a family with deep background, you can have a worry-free supply. For other independent cultivators, unless their qualifications are too poor, it is inevitable that they will join large forces. Otherwise, it is difficult for independent cultivators to be self-sufficient in terms of cultivation resources. Even if they can, they have to find all the cultivation resources by themselves, which is a waste of time. Only by joining a large force can everything become much simpler. He paused and said, moreover, this vast starry sky is huge and boundless. If you cultivate alone, you are destined to be isolated from the news and miss many wonderful things. The most important thing is that you can see far if you stand high, and you will be exposed to different things in different environments. Therefore, after careful consideration, I plan to join another large force in addition to the Knights Hall to temporarily live. What do you think? Buster showed a serious thinking look and thought for a while before saying, if we talk about large forces, there are only a few. The ones that are suitable for your direction of cultivation in the Pantheon are naturally the Temple of the Gods, the Hunting Alliance of the Civilizations of the Heavens, the Black Wizard Association, and the Gods Priests Court. Buster continued, among these four, the Hunting Alliance of the Civilizations of the Heavens is the most suitable. Fang Sui was surprised and said, although the Black Wizard Association and the God Priest Academy are compatible with my practice, one focuses on spells and the other focuses on mental practice. They are not comprehensive enough. It is normal to exclude them, but I thought you would say that the Pantheon is more suitable for me. Buster shook his head like a wave drum and said, we can't have anything to do with the Pantheon for the time being. Their entry test requires opening up one's soul to detect which god system's practice method is suitable. Lord, your soul is connected to the Book of the Dead and the Golden Scripture of the Sun. If the people of the Pantheon see it, you will face unpredictable consequences, so we can't go to the Pantheon. Fang Sui's eyes flashed, and he looked at him differently and said, Buster, you know a lot. Buster said beautifully, my soul is connected to yours, Lord. I know most of what you know, but you may not know what I know. Fang Sui smiled and said, my original plan was to lean more towards the Alliance of the Heavens. According to the information I received, the various fields involved in the Alliance of the Heavens are the most extensive. We can explore the secrets of the universe and trace the source of various myths and legends. I like this very much. Moreover, the Alliance of the Heavens is all-encompassing in the direction of cultivation. I can get good guidance on the things I cultivate. When will the Lord officially join the Alliance of the Heavens? The Alliance of the Heavens recruits people in a very strange way. You can apply to join every day, but it will eventually be unified. Only one date a year will be held to collectively screen those who are allowed to join. Now there is still half a year before the annual selection date. After Fang Sui finished speaking, he ended the conversation, closed his eyes, and entered into the practice of nurturing the strength in his body. It was another bright starry night outside. There were 3 bright moons in the sky, 1 large and 2 small. The cold light shone close and reflected on Fang Sui's face, covering a small part of his face in the shadow, making his features more angular, revealing a kind of perseverance rarely seen in ordinary people. For a period of time thereafter, Fang Sui left Zihuan City for the first time, after coming to Zihuan Star for several months. He began to move around Zihuan Star, gaining experience and understanding the customs and people of the 5 Directions realm. Fang Sui carefully concealed his whereabouts. He was always careful to guard against Yun Xianji and Lai Yan, who disappeared after the invasion of the Night Demon Clan, or even UK King. After all, now that a fragment of the hunting mirror was in his hands, UK King and Yun Xianji might come to seize it at any time, so he had to be cautious. With Fang Sui's current speed, this trip would take several months, enough for him to travel tens of thousands of miles. It was not until nearly half a year later that he returned to the Purple Ring Star City. At this time, the annual recruitment time for the All Heavens Civilization Hunting Alliance was approaching. Thank you for your support. Happy reading. Chapter 179 starts, seeking this week's recommendation. The Hunting Alliance of the Civilizations of the Universe is a great power that spans the source of life stars, so the annual recruitment of members is a grand event. For a time, the entire Purple Ring Star City was bustling with excitement. Not only did those from the Purple Ring Star who were willing to join the alliance come from afar, but even people from other source of life stars came here at the cost of huge transportation. In the unprecedented bustle of the Purple Ring Star City, the annual recruitment of members of the Hunting Alliance of the Universe was getting closer and closer. At this time, the Purple Ring City was showing a prosperity far beyond any time before. Look, there is another ancient chariot in the sky, surrounded by clouds. I wonder how far away it came from. What kind of creature is pulling the chariot? 4 wings and 2 heads, so amazing. Hey, in the other direction, what kind of flying treasure is that ball of fire flying like a meteor? The streets of the Purple Ring Star City were crowded with people, all watching the excitement. In the sky, the chariot that caused people to exclaim was pulled by a 2-headed, 4-winged, dark blue rhino-shaped giant beast running and pulling, galloping from the sky. It is difficult to describe the power of such a huge beast running in the sky. Every time its wings flap and its hooves trample, a small storm will be generated in the void, and thunder will roll. This beast is called the Storm Thunder Beast. It is a rare and precious war beast. Now it is used to pull a cart. It can be seen that the people in the car who came to join the Alliance of All Heavens must be of extraordinary origin. In fact, many people who joined the Alliance of All Heavens are from a family of cultivators. They joined the Alliance of All Heavens to pursue a better cultivation qualification and integrate the strengths of their own family in the Alliance of All Heavens. This is the same as the modern times before Fang Sui traveled through time, when there were children of wealthy families entering famous schools or joining companies outside the family. The Knights Hall to which Fang Sui belonged was not demanding. It allowed its cultivators to join other forces at the same time. Therefore, when they learned that Fang Sui was going to join the Alliance of All Heavens, the Knights Hall had no intention of making things difficult for him. Instead, the Knights Hall's high-level officials made a jade slip based on Fang Sui's performance after joining the Knights Hall, his qualifications and cultivation, and his evaluation of his combat power, and gave it to Fang Sui. This is similar to a letter of recommendation, which can play a certain auxiliary role in Fang Sui's joining the All Heavens Alliance. The All Heavens Alliance will recruit people this year for a total of 3 days, day and night. When the sun rises, the first day officially begins. Fang Sui walked on the unprecedented streets of Purple Ring Star City, brushing shoulders with thousands of intelligent beings of various races, and his mood inexplicably improved. He walked forward slowly, not hurriedly or slowly. Today, the central square of Purple Ring Star City is occupied by the All Heavens Alliance. The other major forces have negotiated and given up their positions for the All Heavens Alliance. Such a scene only appears every year when the All Heavens Civilization Hunting Alliance and the Temple of the Gods recruit people, which further highlights the difference between the two families. As if they were secretly competing, the Temple of the Gods' holy ceremony for recruiting people this year just ended 2 days ago, and the All Heavens Alliance's recruitment immediately followed. When Fang Sui stepped into the central square, he saw a crowd as dense as a jungle. There were countless people of different races and heights scattered around the square. The building of the Alliance of All Heavens on the Purple Ring Star was a golden palace with upturned corners and eaves. It was exquisite and magnificent. The outer buildings were strange and ancient in shape, with a square shape and overwhelming pressure. The main hall in the center was greatly changed in shape, from square to round. It was a dome hall, towering like the sun, magnificent. At this time, under this hall, there were many receptionists of the Alliance of All Heavens. People who came to sign up, to join lined up in an orderly manner. When it was their turn, they went forward to register their identities, and waited for the review of the Alliance of All Heavens. Regardless of their status, everyone must line up at the end of the line. This is the rule of the Alliance of All Heavens. The line was very long. The end of Fang Sui's line had extended to the street outside the central square, showing the large number of people. Fang Sui estimated that it would take at least an hour for him to line up. He was somewhat bored and listened to the idle chatter of people around him to kill time. "Do you know how to recruit people this year?" someone asked. Someone answered, "The rules for entering are fixed, and they are the same every year. The test method that cannot be faked is to drop blood, to verify the physical potential, and then test the magic crystal and test the spiritual power. This is the most fair. If you are qualified, you are qualified, and if you are not qualified, you are not qualified. It doesn't matter whether you are high or low. It all depends on personal qualifications. Someone else interrupted, with a somewhat cynical tone. That is only relatively fair. Those children of aristocratic families have been well trained at the beginning of their practice. They have precious medicines and high-level energy crystals integrated into their bodies. The potential contained in their blood is naturally much better than those of us who are of ordinary origin. The people queuing beside him talked endlessly, which made Fang Sui know many details about joining the Alliance of the Heavens. Fang Sui queued for a while. As the line slowly moved forward, the number of people behind him gradually increased, and the line became longer, like a human dragon. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd in the distance. Fang Sui turned his head and looked over. It was another long queue of people waiting for the seat. There was a dispute. I was the first to get here. Why should I go to the back and give you the seat? A voice stammered, obviously timid and weak. Another voice sounded, arrogantly saying, nonsense, I was the first to take this seat. I left for a while and you took it, when I came back. Get out of here. The two parties were talking. The one who spoke later, and spoke arrogantly, was a tall and strong young man dressed in a rather luxurious manner. The one who spoke first was also a young man with a fair complexion, a tall and thin figure, and a light blue long gown. There was also a woman beside him, who was quite beautiful. The two looked somewhat similar. They were obviously brother and sister. They stood next to each other in the crowd, but there was a sense of disharmony, of being isolated and cautious. In this scene, anyone could see what was going on. It was clearly the arrogant young man dressed in luxurious clothes who saw that the brother and sister were weak and easy to bully and wanted to cut in line to grab the seat. There were many people around who were curious. Some of them said, the one who wanted to force his way into the queue is dressed gorgeously, but he is just an errand boy. Is he here to queue up for his master? He wants to occupy a front position to please his master, so he picked the brother and sister who were born in a common family and wanted to change their fate by joining the Alliance of All Heavens to bully. This kind of thing happened every day, and it was impossible to control it. Fang Sui was not surprised. If the brother and sister were not prepared to argue with reason in the face of a small obstacle, then being driven back, or even losing the opportunity to apply to join the Alliance of All Heavens would not necessarily be a bad thing. With their temperament, if they really embarked on the path of cultivation, it might harm them instead. Fang Sui turned around and continued to queue up. After a while, I heard that there was actually fighting over there. It was the rude young man who was queuing for his master, who started to drive away the brother and sister. Fang Sui was unmoved, but others couldn't stand it. A thunderous roar rang out, cursing, "Get lost, this position is this. I can testify that, if you continue to take their position, I will tell the team that maintains order in the Alliance of All Heavens to cancel your application for membership." Fang Sui turned around when he heard the voice. Xinjialo and Dujana, two big men, were standing in the crowd. The shout of injustice was made by Dujana. When things got out of hand, the rude young man who wanted to cut in line was worried that he would really attract the people who maintained order in the Alliance of All Heavens. Others were small, but if he really caused his master to be disqualified from joining, he couldn't afford it. Under the contemptuous gaze of the surrounding onlookers, the young man's face flushed, and after a slight hesitation, he had the intention to retreat. Just at this moment, his master had just arrived. After parting the crowd, he was a young man with an arrogant look, a white shirt, a stern face, and sparkling eyes. After he appeared, he gently waved his hand and called his servant over. At this time, an unexpected situation occurred. The stern young man had a calm expression on his face, but suddenly he made a lightning move and slapped the forehead of the arrogant servant who wanted to cut in line earlier. With a click, the servant's forehead bone was shattered, and he died tragically in an instant. The surroundings quickly became quiet, which was really unexpected. Fang Sui also frowned secretly. This stern young man naturally did not kill his servant because he wanted to uphold justice, but because he thought the servant had embarrassed himself in public and lost his face. It is rare to see such an extreme and cruel person, which made people nearby who saw this scene a little stunned. At this time, Xinjialo and Dujana had already seen Fang Sui and came over to greet him happily. The bullied brother and sister looked at the vicious young man who killed their servants and were a little frightened. They chased after the tall figures of Xinjialo and Ujana and came over to thank them. In fact, they were a little afraid of the indifferent aura of life that the vicious young man exuded and subconsciously wanted to rely on Xinjialo and the others. The vicious young man turned his eyes and glanced at Fang Sui and others coldly, with a slight curve at the corners of his mouth, showing a faint sneer. When Fang Sui felt something and looked back, the young man had already stretched out his hand and collected the body of the servant out of thin air, turned around and went to a later position to line up again. This was just a small incident during the queue. Fang Sui did not take it seriously, turned around to look at Xinjialo and Ujana, and said, "You are here too." Ujana laughed with a happy face and rushed to say, "The city is particularly lively on the day when the All Heavens Alliance recruits personnel every year, and we came to join in the fun." Fang Sui smiled and said, "You two guys have no intention of joining the All Heavens Alliance?" Xinjialo shook his head and said, "We are treated as treasures in the night hall. We entered the number 1 night team, and all resources are supplied to us first. Let's not talk about whether we can enter the All Heavens Alliance. Even if we enter, there are so many geniuses among them, and there is no chance for us to stand out, so we won't join in the fun. If you want to go, we will cheer for you." At this time, the brother and sister saw that the sinister young man had left, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. They thanked Xinjialo and Ujana repeatedly, looked at Fang Sui, nodded in a friendly manner, and then returned to their previous positions and continued to queue. As time passed, Fang Sui and Xinjialo kept talking and laughing, gradually approaching the front of the team, and it was Fang Sui's turn. At this moment, he turned his eyes and suddenly saw a figure in the crowd. His heart was moved and he thought, "She is here too. Thank you for your support." Happy reading. Chapter 180, Miracles from the Sky. Please recommend. The figure that Fang Sui was looking at was a little thin, but very sensitive. Even in the crowd, she was still able to quickly notice Fang Sui's gaze, turned her head and looked over, revealing a pretty, quiet, but somewhat pale face. She was the mysterious girl that Fang Sui had seen in the Mother of Life, who later disguised herself as a maid and went to the Knight's Hall with Lai Yan from the Black Warrior Palace. The weirdness of this woman always made Fang Sui alert. The eyes she looked at were unusually deep and calm. She glanced at Fang Sui lightly, without any change on her face, and turned back to continue queuing. The moment Fang Sui's eyes met hers, he felt a little scared. This woman's eyes were not only deep and dark, but also seemed to contain the magic power to absorb people's souls and fall into them, which was very intimidating. At this moment, there was a slight commotion in the crowd. It was a woman who was called in another line several feet away from Fang Sui. She was about to step out to test her bloodline strength. Fang Sui was surprised to see that this woman was Yan Xianji's sister, the owner of the big grey cat. Behind her was a personal maid whom Fang Sui had seen before, holding the grey cat curled up in a ball and sleeping soundly in her arms. Fang Sui's gaze was frank and direct, and his eyes were blazing, which also aroused the response of Yan Xianji's sister. She suddenly turned around and saw Fang Sui. A strange color flashed across her beautiful eyes, as if she was a little contemptuous and a little surprised. Someone in the crowd recognized her identity and talked about her. "Isn't this Yan Xiangxin, one of the jewels of the Yan family, a famous cultivation family in the Eastern Immortal Domain? How did she come to our Northern Domain and join the Alliance of the Heavens here? What's so strange about this? Many children of aristocratic families will join other major forces. This is called a strong alliance. It's the same if they join there. I heard that his brother Yan Xianji is extremely talented and joined the Eastern Immortal Palace not long ago. Ha. The children of these big families are spreading into various major forces, which is equivalent to another disguised form of alliance with the big forces, exchanging resources and connections, and making the family stronger." Amid the discussions of the surrounding people, the maid beside Yan Xiangxin turned her head to look at Fang Sui, curled her lips with disdain and said, "You want to join the Alliance of the Heavens too? Ha. You're good to stay in the Knight's Palace. It suits you very well." The meaning of these words is self-evident, with obvious sarcasm and contempt. Yan Xiangxin's lips curled up slightly, revealing a shallow but proud smile. She turned her head gracefully, no longer paying attention to Fang Sui, and slowly stepped onto the stage to prepare for the test of bloodline potential. Fang Sui naturally would not argue with a maid. He smiled calmly and chatted with Xinjialo and Duiana beside him. He couldn't help but think to himself, all these people have shown up. Joining the Alliance of the Heavens is getting more and more interesting. The Yun family of the Eastern Fairyland is indeed extraordinary. Yun Xiangxin's bloodline qualification is top grade. Top grade bloodline appeared so soon. The Temple of the Gods recruited personnel to join 2 days ago, and top grade bloodline also appeared. I thought that in this year's Purple Ring Star recruitment, the Alliance of the Heavens would be better than the Alliance of the Heavens, but I didn't expect that the Alliance of the Heavens also had a top grade bloodline. The crowd was noisy and low shouts continued. The blood test is just like the spiritual power that Fang Sui had tested in the Star Mage Alliance. It is also divided into multiple levels. Generally speaking, there are 6 levels from low to high, low, medium, high, upper grade, super grade, and holy grade. According to legend, there are also the peerless emperor level bloodlines, and even the illusory bloodlines of gods and demons in legends. Among these bloodline grades, even the lower grade bloodline is hard to find, which means that it has the qualifications for cultivation beyond ordinary people. The entry threshold of the All Heavens Alliance is higher than usual. The lower grade tested in the All Heavens Alliance is at least the middle grade in ordinary forces. Therefore, when Yun Xiangxin came on stage, she was tested to have the upper grade bloodline. Although it seems that there are still several grades above, it is not outrageously high, but in fact, if Yun Xiangxin tested the upper grade, in the usual annual recruitment, if one can appear, even a big force like the All Heavens Alliance will be overjoyed, regard it as a pearl, and work hard to cultivate it. Because of this, when the crowd of onlookers saw that Yun Xiangxin had tested a bloodline of the upper grade, they were immediately surprised and everyone was amazed. Yun Xiangxin raised her pretty face, proud like a swan with a beautiful neck, and looked straight ahead. She brought her maid, and followed a diligent waiter from the Alliance of All Heavens to a position behind the test table, where she was arranged to sit and wait. This was obviously because of her excellent qualifications, and she received a special treatment. Other people who had their qualifications tested were standing in another area. After Yun Xiangxin sat down, her maid searched the crowd, and after finding Fang Sui, she smiled lightly, as if she had some contempt for him. It was obvious that Yun Xiangxin had excellent qualifications, and the maid was also arrogant. The next moment, something unusual happened suddenly, attracting the attention of the whole audience. Then there were exclamations, like waves, erupting from all the onlookers. That was because another person climbed onto the test position, forced out his blood, and began to test the potential of his bloodline. At the moment when this person dripped blood on the test object, a beam of light shot up into the sky. This light was brilliant, gorgeous, dazzling, and magnificent beyond imagination. At this moment, the blue and clear sky even had the vision of falling ceilings. Auspicious sounds lingered in the ears, and clouds gathered and dispersed. This vision became more and more brilliant, illuminating the heavens. At this time, the crowd became quiet instead, and there was a dead silence, and you could hear a pin drop. The next moment, inside the building of the Alliance of All Heavens, an old man in a black and red robe suddenly walked out with his hands behind his back. His eyes flashed, and he looked at the vision in the sky, and then looked at the tester who caused the vision, and laughed loudly, saying 3 times. His voice was full of joy. The crowd started to discuss again. No one knew the identity of this old man, but anyone could sense his unfathomable depth from his breath. In the end, this bloodline that caused the shocking vision was rated as a holy grade, a grade rarely seen in the world. The tester with the holy bloodline, dressed in cloth, delicate and pale, is a girl. It's her. The mysterious girl who used to be a maid in the Black Warrior Palace. The bloodline of this girl is so high that Fang Sui is the only one in the audience who is not surprised. As early as when he first met this girl, Fang Sui had seen blood and tears fall from her eyes, melting through the protective wall of the Mother of Life, that no one can enter and exit, so that she can escape the killing after the hunt. Looking at the girl who was still standing quietly on the stage without joy or sadness, after being tested for the holy bloodline, Fang Sui suddenly had an idea that made him a little unbelievable. That is, the holy bloodline may not be the real bloodline level of this girl. Her bloodline level may be higher. This feeling came inexplicably, but it was very clear, which made Fang Sui frown secretly, thinking that could this girl have a way to deceive even the test of the Alliance of All Heavens and hide her true bloodline level? At this moment, the girl glanced at Fang Sui intentionally or unintentionally. The two looked at each other for a moment, and then looked away at the same time. Finally, under the attention of everyone, the girl came to the position next to Yun Xiangxin, and sat down quietly. Behind her, there was an expert from the Alliance of All Heavens, temporarily acting as her guard. Bloodlines of her level are the most precious treasures for any force, so once her bloodline level is determined, she will be protected immediately to prevent, for example, shadow creatures or other forces that are hostile to the Alliance of All Heavens from harming the girl. At this time, her name has been known to everyone. Her name is Wuling. Beside Fang Sui, Xin Jialuo and Ujina were also surprised and stared at Wuling on the stage. Xin Jialuo muttered, "This is the first time I've seen a bloodline qualification that can cause a strange phenomenon from the sky." One-eyed man continued, "We are not as good as you. We have never even heard of it before. We really can't go to the Alliance of All Heavens. They are all fucking monsters." He blinked his huge eyes at Fang Sui, as if he had sympathy. With Wuling in front, although several people with good qualifications were tested one after another later, under Wuling's dazzling light, these people no longer attracted much attention. Finally, it was Fang Sui's turn to be at the head of the line. He walked steadily towards the test bench set up by the Alliance of All Heavens. There were 4 people standing on the stage, 2 old men, watching the movements of each person on the stage with fiery eyes. Once any cheating was found, the tester's qualification to enter the Alliance of All Heavens would be revoked immediately. The other 2 people on the stage, one was a waiter, responsible for introducing the test steps, and the other was responsible for recording the tester's grade and other related information. There were 10 test benches like this in the central square of Zihuan Star, and tests were carried out at the same time. Fang Sui took a deep breath. This was not the time to hide his incompetence. It was related to his training arrangement. After entering the Alliance of All Heavens, the level of his bloodline would determine the level of resources he would receive in the future. The moment Fang Sui stood on the stage, the sun was shining brightly in the sky. The sun shone down thousands of feet of light, making everything covered with a layer of light golden color. Behind the test bench, Wuling's calm eyes flashed with a strange light, looking at the test bench. The wind blew slowly, and Fang Sui's long hair fluttered slightly. He calmly forced a drop of blood from his fingertips, and dropped it on the test bench, which looked like a compass, and was engraved with countless lines and symbols. A strange scene happened. The instrument that tested the potential of bloodline, all the lines flickered at the moment when Fang Sui's crystal clear blood with a scorching golden glow dripped. In the blink of an eye, Fang Sui's blood, drawn by a spiritual force, fell into the center of the test device, where there was a dent that was just big enough to hold a drop of blood. Suddenly, a crystal placed up right next to the test table began to light up. This crystal will show different brightness of light colors according to the different bloodline levels of the tester. Low grade, medium grade, high grade. The crowd gradually became noisy. It was already quite rare to reach the high grade bloodline level, and the bloodline level measurement light was still slowly growing, and had not completely stopped. This surprised the crowd again, and everyone thought, "This is strange." Excellent bloodlines that are rarely seen in ordinary years have appeared continuously on the first day of the All Heavens Alliance recruiting members. Everyone held their breath and watched. Thank you for your support. Happy reading. Chapter 181 Half a Year in a Flash. Please recommend. The crystal that showed the potential level of the bloodline became brighter and brighter, and the brightness approached the critical point between the upper grade and the upper grade in a blink of an eye. The next moment, the light continued to grow, and in an instant it was as bright as a brilliant star. The upper grade. A low cry rang out from the crowd. "Oh!" Yun Xiangxin's maid stared with eyes wide open, and also let out an unexpected cry. After the low cry, the crowd quickly quieted down, and continued to watch. At this time, the light of the crystal, that represented the potential of the bloodline began to emit a faint golden burning breath. This made some onlookers' eyes brighten, and they seemed to be thinking about something. Soon, Yun Xiangxin's maid opened her mouth wide, with a look of astonishment, and she just kept thinking about one thought in her mind. How could this person's bloodline talent be higher than that of the young lady? When the light on the crystal finally condensed, it stayed at the peak of the upper grade, just touching the bottom line of the super grade. The light representing the potential of the bloodline, although not as bright as Wu Ling's holy bloodline before, which caused auspicious signs from heaven, was as bright as a divine moon, with a crystal clear and bright light that lasted for a long time, shining in all directions, attracting the attention of all the people. This scene made the whole square boil again. Someone was moved and said, "Such a grand occasion has only appeared in legends from a long time ago. It is really rare to see multiple geniuses of the upper level, or above in one day." The Pantheon's recruitment on the Purple Ring Star this year was a complete failure compared to the Alliance of the Heavens. It was only the first day, and there was an upper level, a holy product, that was rarely seen in the world, and another. Is this young man's bloodline considered the upper level extreme, or has it reached the bottom line of the super level? Amid the chaotic and noisy discussions, the Alliance of the Heavens had announced that Fang Sui's bloodline potential was identified as the peak of the upper level. This assessment is a bit low. The brightness of the blood test crystal column is obviously enough to reach the level of the best. His blood potential is at the peak of the previous level, and just touched the level of the best. According to the standards of the major forces, this kind of situation should be judged at a lower level. The talent assessment of the peak of the previous level is rare in the world. The crowd of onlookers was noisy and discussed fiercely. Fang Sui stood on the test bench with a calm expression. He was still very satisfied with the test results. Blood potential does not represent everything. The higher the level of its measurement, the greater the possibility of becoming a strong man. However, in actual practice, what is more important is hard work and extraordinary understanding, as well as opportunities, luck, experience, acquired assistance, etc., all of which are indispensable. It is not that people with high blood potential will definitely become strong. It is just that compared with people with low blood level, the possibility is greater. Reaching the previous level of blood is equivalent to successfully opening the door to the future of the strong, and will be particularly valued by the Alliance of the Heavens. For Fang Sui, this is completely what he expected. According to the requirements, those whose blood tests show a level above the upper grade can temporarily skip the other mental test, and are directly recruited. Therefore, Fang Sui was also arranged to wait in the area where Yun Xiangxi and Wu Ling were. Yun Xiangxin looked a little embarrassed at this time. She thought she was a proud daughter of heaven, and would definitely be able to surpass others in terms of talent and win the crown of the recruitment of the Purple Ring Star of the Alliance of all Heavens. Who would have thought that Wu Ling, who was a demon level, would appear first, but now even Fang Sui, who she despised in her heart, had a much higher qualification than her. It was really hard for her to accept it. When Fang Sui came over, Yun Xiangxin looked at Fang Sui with disgust, and snorted coldly to show her dissatisfaction. However, the maid's arrogant face was slightly restrained, and she did not continue to treat her coldly. Fang Sui didn't pay any attention to the reactions of others, and didn't even look at them. After sitting down, he turned around, and smiled at Xinjiao and Ujina, who were also surprised by Fang Sui's test results. The two fools were immediately overjoyed, and made an exaggerated victory gesture to Fang Sui. At this moment, Fang Sui suddenly felt something, and turned around to see the mysterious old man who was startled by Wu Ling's test, and walked out of the building of the All Heavens Alliance, looking at him from a distance. It is obvious that this old man must be a person of high status in the All Heavens Alliance. After being attracted by Wu Ling's amazing qualifications, he stood at the main entrance of the All Heavens Alliance. When Fang Sui turned his eyes, he nodded lightly, then moved his eyes away, and scanned the crowd in the square. After a moment, he shook his head imperceptibly, and his behavior seemed a little weird. Then he turned around, and walked into the building of the All Heavens Alliance, and never appeared again. After that, the test returned to normal. There were no more accidents like Wu Ling. Only when a person with a high quality aptitude appeared, it caused a little agitation in the crowd. The person who was tested as a high quality aptitude was the ruthless young man who had killed his attendant with a palm in front of everyone. When Fang Sui was queuing, what was even more unexpected was that the brother and sister who were bullied by the attendant of the ruthless young man and had a cowardly personality when they were queuing were also tested as medium quality aptitude and thus successfully entered the All Heavens Alliance. The two of them were full of joy and looked proud. Time passed. In a blink of an eye, the 3-day deadline for the All Heavens Alliance to recruit people to join was over. On the 4th day, all the people who passed the test, a total of more than 30, of which more than half were low quality aptitude, 7 were medium quality aptitude, and the remaining 4 were high quality aptitude. Only Fang Sui and Yun Xiangxin had the upper quality aptitude, and the remaining 1 was naturally the Holy Wuling. These people were gathered in the central dome main hall of the All Heavens Alliance building complex and lined up. On the first day of recruitment, the old man who was shocked by Wuling's qualifications appeared again. Everyone knew at this time that the old man had crossed the ancient star and teleported to the Purple Ring Star specifically for the annual recruitment of talents. The old man's name is Zaire Mo, and he will be responsible for leading the recruitment of personnel this year in the future. After his slow and sonorous opening remarks, he changed the subject and said, "The personnel recruited this time, those over the age of 50 will remain on the Purple Ring Star and become the external staff of our Zushan Alliance. I hope you will forge ahead and become the pillars of the Alliance's talents as soon as possible." He continued with a cold expression. People under the age of 50 will be taken away from the Purple Ring Star and merged with the people recruited from other life source stars in the Northern Territory to participate in the next stage of the selection of the core personnel of the Alliance, about to leave the Purple Ring Star. At this moment, Fang Sui's heart was a little throbbing. The vast and boundless universe will gradually unveil more mysteries in front of him, and gorgeous changes will surely follow one after another, which makes him full of expectations. The next day, Fang Sui and others were organized together and finally left the Purple Ring Star through an extremely complicated ancient teleportation array deep in the Alliance of All Heavens, illuminated by the brilliant light of the sky. However, unexpectedly, after teleporting away, the place they found themselves in was not a good one. They came to an uninhabited ancient star with yellow sand all over the sky, bad climate, and thin air. This place was like an ancient battlefield, where a great war had taken place. Even the ancient star itself was incomplete, and a small part of the star body was destroyed by an unimaginable and majestic force. On the surface of the entire ancient star, there was only endless yellow sand and fierce storms that scraped the skin and eroded the bones, as well as gullies everywhere, a doomsday scene. Here, Fang Sui and others joined the people recruited by the Alliance of All Heavens and other source stars in the Northern Territory outside the Purple Ring Star, and the total number of people suddenly soared to more than 3,000. And so many creatures of various races, according to the old man Zaire Mo, are only a small part of the total number of people recruited in the vast Northern Territory. Based on the data provided by Zaire Mo, Fang Sui vaguely calculated the approximate number of people recruited in the Northern Territory this year, and then extended it to determine how many known life source stars there are in the entire Northern Territory. The number obtained is of course not accurate, but it has already made Fang Sui secretly shocked. The Northern Territory of the 5 heavenly territories alone is already vast and unimaginable, and there are countless life source stars. After the gathering, although the number of people has skyrocketed to more than 3,000, there is still only Wuling with a holy bloodline, and there is no one with a lower quality bloodline. The number of people with the upper quality bloodline has increased to 13, and the number of other levels below the upper quality has increased. Every time you go down a level, the number will increase by about 10 times or even more. Among these racial creatures, there are also creatures with ordinary bloodlines, but outstanding mental power, but there are also very few excellent ones. There are only a handful of people who have reached the upper quality, and there are almost no higher levels. At this time, the old man Zaire Mo announced that everyone would undergo a 6-month elimination selection on this broken ancient star that was about to be destroyed. Only those who succeeded would be arranged otherwise. Those who failed would not die, but would be eliminated and return to the ancient star, where they were recruited to become senior external staff members of the Alliance of the Heavens. The following selection process was really hard to the extent that it was far beyond the limit of what ordinary people could bear. Everyone was subjected to cruel training every day on this ancient and broken ancient star with poor living conditions. For example, in a stormy yellow sand land with a lack of air, surviving alone, fighting against monsters, or mastering the ability to survive and explore in other environments, etc. There were all kinds of related training and selection projects. It was only at this time that Fang Sui began to really come into contact with various relevant professional knowledge of the five directions heavenly domain. He absorbed all kinds of knowledge nutrients like a sponge. During this period, Wu Ling was worthy of the holy bloodline, showing the qualifications and progress of a demon. It took less than a month to complete all the training projects that were required to be completed in half a year. From then on, while others trained hard, she was idle there, sitting on a small chair, reading various ancient books provided by the Alliance of the Heavens. Fang Sui ranked second and completed all the training near the third month. So, there was another chair beside Wu Ling. The leisure of this man and woman, after finishing the selection project ahead of schedule, was a great stimulation to the other trainees. Everyone trained like crazy, but unfortunately the training project was really difficult, and few people completed the training project ahead of schedule. It is worth mentioning that the children of ancient families like Yun Xiangxin were treated differently. After she was teleported, she did not appear on this damaged ancient star, and obviously went to other places. Finally, after the 5th month, other people who completed the training began to appear one after another. When half a year passed, only more than 40 of the original more than 3,000 people on the entire battlefield ancient star successfully passed and stayed, with a pass rate of nearly 1%, which shows how cruel this training is. What surprised Fang Sui was that the cowardly brother and sister on the purple ring star, as well as the sinister young man, also passed the training requirements. In the end, these more than 40 people were organized again, and once again walked into an ancient teleportation formation, and disappeared together in the gorgeous and fantastic teleportation light. Please recommend and subscribe. Thank you for your support. Happy reading. Chapter 182 Rock Universe. When the teleportation light that enveloped the surroundings gradually disappeared, and the dizziness caused by the spatial fluctuations weakened, everyone had crossed time and space, and arrived at a new place. The place they came to this time was very unexpected. What they saw before their eyes made most of the more than 40 people who finally stayed after a 6-month selection let out a low cry. The scene they saw was indeed like a miracle in front of them. The place where everyone was located was actually located in the vast void. Under their feet was a crystal-like, crystal clear teleportation platform. Everyone stood in the center of the crystal teleportation platform, surrounded by arrayed patterns. Looking far away, outside the teleportation platform was the dark and boundless space. The surroundings were pitch black, empty, and there was only the endless darkness in the deep space. The crystal teleportation platform under everyone's feet was swaying with 5-colored divine light, and it was filled with mist, like a divine object overflowing in space. What is even more amazing is that this teleportation platform is not suspended in the air, but is supported by a tower-like building to penetrate into space. It is conceivable that the tower-like building below is incredibly high. The tower extends straight down and finally disappears in the distance below, in a rolling and boundless chaos. Below this void teleportation platform, it is supported by the Tower of Measuring Heaven. Look at the chaos that the tower body below extends into. Zyremo, who led the group to teleport, spoke with a calming effect, greatly reducing the surprise of the group who suddenly came to this platform outside the sky, and quickly calmed down. As Zyremo said, everyone looked down. Their eyes passed through the crystal clear teleportation platform below, and everyone saw the endless chaos spreading at the end of the tower body below, revealing the scene covered below. Under the chaos, a boundless and vast ancient land appeared. Faintly, it can be seen that there are countless buildings scattered on the land that are as magnificent as the palaces of gods and immortals. It turns out that the chaos below the teleportation platform is the atmosphere of an ancient star. The teleportation platform is built on the top of a tower on the ancient star below that leads directly to the sky. No wonder it is called the Measuring Tower. It's really amazing. This thought suddenly arose in Fang Sui's mind. Zaya Remo continued, the ancient star below is jointly occupied and controlled by several major forces, including our Alliance of the Heavens. It is located between the northern domain and the central domain, and is equidistant from the eastern and western domains. It is a very important geographical hub, and therefore it is extremely prosperous. Through the time and space array, this ancient star and the central domain, and even most of the main life source stars in the entire 5 directions domain, are connected and communicate with each other. There are countless wonders on the star, and you can experience it carefully after experiencing it yourself. He added with a slightly excited tone, the most important thing is that this ancient star is a real source star. It is not a stellar creation that can be lived in after being transformed, but a place of origin of life that can survive in its original state, and it is very suitable for practicing on it. This star is considered one of the famous places for practice in the entire 5 directions domain. For countless years, it has cultivated many talented people for our Alliance of the Heavens, and they have been influential in this vast universe. Zaya Remo's words conveyed a lot of information. After hearing this, Fang Sui thought to himself that the 5 heavenly regions could change the essential composition of stars and could plant mountains, rivers, grass, and vegetation on stars that were originally unsuitable for life, or even change the atmosphere and gravity to make them suitable for living. At this time, Zaya Remo triggered a patterned ring on his hand. In an instant, the teleportation platform under everyone's feet shone with strange light again, and everyone was wrapped in a pattern of light and began to descend rapidly. The ancient star below quickly enlarged in front of everyone's eyes. After passing through the dense atmosphere, the ground of the star was getting closer and closer, and its true appearance was presented to everyone. The first thing that came into view was a huge city located on the ground. They were falling into this city at this time. This city is even larger than the Purple Ring Star City. The city is filled with ancient charm, and a distant chaotic air spreads in the city. It feels like the whole city has a majestic destiny of the origin of all things. The architectural style in the city is even more amazing than that of the Purple Ring Star City. Not only is the shape incredible, magnificent, and fantastic, but more importantly, the majestic momentum it displays is like the legendary temple of the gods descending to the world. As far as the eye can see, there are huge pillars and sculptures thousands of feet high, reaching the clouds and the moon, and the momentum can reach the sky. There are also some buildings that just float in the air, and the mountains and rivers rotate in the air. The magic is far beyond anyone's imagination. The sky here is very similar to that of the Purple Ring Star. The atmosphere is dense, but there is an extra sun. There are 3 days in the day and 3 months at night. Soon, everyone fell directly from the sky to the ground in the central area of the city. Behind them is the base of the Xianlian Tower that they stepped on when they were in outer space before. There is no seam in the whole body. The tower body is as blue as the sky, with a faint strange light, which looks mysterious and magnificent. Where everyone stood was a square paved with blue stone that was thousands of feet wide. At the other end of the square sits a palace, tall like an endless mountain range, with a square and round shape, majestic and magnificent, and built with huge stones that emit a dark light like the void. The prosperous scene presented in the square in front of the palace where Fang Sui and others are located is also somewhat surprising. You can see a number of chariots, ancient ships, and even various flying equipment with flashing array patterns in the sky, large or small, taking off and landing. After these flying equipment lands steadily, intelligent creatures of different races will walk out of them, all entering and leaving the ancient palace at the other end of the square, and the flow of people is dense. Seeing that everyone is looking at the ancient palace in front of them, Zaya Remo said, that ancient palace is called Rock Universe, which is the headquarters of our All Heavens Hunting Alliance on this ancient source star. It has many functions, one of which is the most important place for the inheritance of knowledge in our All Heavens Alliance. Many strong people in the Alliance have been born after practicing here. He said again, let's go in. After a cup of tea, Fang Sui and others appeared inside the Rock Universe Palace. The interior of the hall is even more fantastic. The ground looks like the starry sky, and the whole body is paved with a black material. Some of them look like black crystals, but when you step on them, you will feel very soft. The amazing thing is that the ground also uses the power of the array pattern to transform into stars, which appear in turn, changing in size, distance, and nearness. The dome of the hall can move with the real climate of day and night, such as the sky. The walls of the hall are transformed into mountains, rivers, grass, and forests, which are so realistic that it is difficult to distinguish between true and false. Entering this rock universe hall is like walking into a miniature world. Everything in nature can be found here. It is really magical and amazing. Not long after, Fang Sui and others came to the back of the rock universe hall. This is also a huge square. This year, the entire Zushan Alliance, after layers of selection, came from all directions. Countless life source stars came and finally gathered here. The Rock Universe Hall and this ancient source star will become the place where all the selected candidates, including Fang Sui, will practice and live for a period of time. Fang Sui will truly understand the knowledge about the entire universe here, not only practice, but also many other related aspects, such as the various forms of civilization formed by the brilliant interweaving of billions of races in the boundless universe. This can also be understood as a training base for the core members of the All Heavens Alliance. At this moment, Fang Sui saw for the first time the intelligent life of various races gathered after selection on the life source stars of the All Heavens Alliance in the 5-star regions. All the new candidates this year, added together, actually numbered tens of thousands. Fang Sui was secretly shocked in his heart, knowing that these tens of thousands of selected candidates were only the sum of the number recruited this year. From this, it can be inferred that how many practitioners are stored in the practice base of the ancient source star and the Rock Universe Hall. When Fang Sui and tens of thousands of other candidates lined up, many powerful people in the All Heavens Alliance, including Zaire Mo, appeared. The leader was a very tall old man with a serious face, long black hair, and an awe-inspiring demeanor, like a demon god. The old man said in a loud voice and expressionless face, "I'm the Deputy Hall Master of the Rock Universe Hall. On behalf of the All Heavens Alliance, I welcome you. You will receive the inheritance of cultivation here for a period of time and the next period of time." He added, according to the cultivation qualifications and levels, you will be divided into 3 parts. The Apostle level who has just started cultivation, the first level of the Divine Fire Realm, and the second level, so that various knowledge can be imparted in a targeted manner in the future. After you reach the 3rd level of cultivation here, it is considered complete, and you can leave, and officially become a core member of my All Heavens Alliance. Then, without pausing, he waved his hand decisively and said, "Let's start the grouping now." After nearly half a year of brutal training, Fang Sui is currently at the peak of the 1st level middle grade. Naturally, he is divided into the level of 1st level cultivators. Fang Sui's spiritual potential was also tested in the past 6 months. It was still the Sun level when he was tested in the Star Mage Alliance. It matched his bloodline qualifications and was an outstanding level. Therefore, he was finally able to enter the 1st level of cultivators, the first group of 49 groups. Wu Ling was naturally assigned to the same group. There were a total of 300 people in this group, all of whom had qualifications beyond ordinary people. It could be said that they were a gathering of geniuses. Fang Sui was not outstanding in this group in terms of talent alone. In addition to Wu Ling's holy bloodline, there were 5 super bloodlines in this group. Only then did it come to Fang Sui's upper level talent. Among the hundreds of people, there were more than 60 upper level talents, and the rest were all top level qualifications. This shows how fierce the competition here will be in the future. After Fang Sui settled down, he also found out that there would be extremely strict assessments every once in a while. The form of the assessment is very special. It is not a common competition to determine the winner, but a terrifying method called death game to test the practice. It is said that the loser may die. Even if he barely survives, he will be eliminated from the group and replaced by the best people from other groups. The inheritance practice of the Rock Universe Hall is really a cruel one. Facing such a tense atmosphere, Fang Sui was not surprised but happy, and actually had some vague expectations. He stayed in the Rock Universe Hall and began to accept the guidance of various professional masters sent by the Alliance of the Heavens. He came into contact with the top level practice knowledge inheritance and the entire 5 directions heavenly domain. After he stayed there for a few days, he found that Yuan Xiangxin was also here. It turned out that she was a descendant of an ancient family and a second-level cultivator. Therefore, she did not need to go through the 6-month practice training of Fang Sui and others. After joining the Alliance of the Heavens, she came directly to the Rock Universe Hall and became a member of the second-level group. On this day, after Fang Sui finished his daytime practice, he came to the Ancient Book Exhibition Hall of the Rock Universe for the first time at dusk. This ancient book hall is like a library. Only the first 3 groups of practitioners in each stage are allowed to enter to read and browse the original ancient books. If they want to take the ancient books back to their own residence for a search, only the first group is eligible. It is said that the various ancient books here are extremely precious, and some are even authentic handwritten books passed down by gods. When Fang Sui showed his identity card and entered the ancient book hall, the names of the classics he saw suddenly made his heart surge like a storm. Thank you for your support. Happy reading. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Fellow Villager. The Classics Hall of the Rock Universe is divided into 6 floors. Each floor has an area of about 300 feet. This is not very conspicuous and magnificent among the countless giant buildings standing around, but the construction of the Classics Hall is exquisite, and both the exterior and the interior are well laid out. The ancient and quaint decoration in the hall blends into nature. In addition to various ancient books, everything is made of heavy wood, which naturally exudes a faint fragrance, including the entire building itself, which is made of a giant tree that has never been seen before, and is hollowed out and built. Such a huge and integrated wooden building, not to mention seeing it, Fang Sui has never even heard of it before. Imagine what a giant tree with a diameter of 300 feet is like. It is so amazing and towering, sitting like a god. Each floor of the Classics Hall is 30 feet high. Each floor is filled with orderly bookshelves, densely displaying various ancient books, which makes the hall spread a solemn, majestic, upright and majestic atmosphere. In the center of each floor, there is a huge round red copper ancient furnace, 9 feet high, with exquisite carvings on it, emitting curling green smoke, spreading throughout the Classics Hall, with a refreshing fragrance. There are not many people in the hall, and they can be seen sporadically. Noise is strictly prohibited, so it seems very quiet. Fang Sui was surprised when he came in, because he saw several ancient books on the bookshelf lined up at the door. Mahayana Buddhist Scriptures, 6 Gods Totem True Interpretation. The key is the names of the authors left on these 2 ancient books. The author of the Mahayana Buddhist Scriptures is Shutoden of the Sakya clan, and the author of the book 6 Gods Totem True Interpretation is Yaoxin Jiangxinian. Before Fang Sui traveled through time, his favorite thing was to travel around the world, so he knew a lot of myths and legends from all over the earth. He knew these 2 names at first sight, so he was greatly shocked. Legend has it that the Buddha Sakyamuni was born in the Sakya clan, and more importantly, his father was called Shutoden. The author of another ancient book, Yaoxin Jiangxinian, also has an amazing background. It is well known that Yaoxin clan is the tribe from which the ancestor of China, Huangdi, came. Jiangxinian is Huangdi's brother and the first Yandi of Yaoxin clan. These 2 names of famous figures in myths and legends appeared together in the Classics Room of the Five Heavens Alliance, which is billions of light years away from the Earth. Fang Sui's heart was surging, and he secretly wondered, what's going on? Fang Sui was about to go forward to look through the 2 classics, when he suddenly heard a pleasant voice coming from not far away, saying softly, Fang Sui, you are here too? Turning his head, he saw Yuan Xiangxin. She was wearing a white tight skirt, dressed in a classical style. In her already charming and attractive temperament, she added a touch of unworldly agility, with a well-proportioned figure and fair and transparent skin. She stood there with a coquettish voice, her pretty face flushed, and her beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at Fang Sui. This expression is very much like a woman who is overwhelmed with joy when she suddenly sees her beloved. When Fang Sui saw it, he immediately became alert. Yun Xiangxin and he have always had a bad relationship, and there is absolutely no possibility that she will fall in love with him. The so-called abnormal things are demons, which is the truth that Fang Sui always believes in. Therefore, when he saw Yun Xiangxin's deliberate performance, he knew that there must be something wrong. Fang Sui squinted his eyes slightly and looked at Yun Xiangxin with his eyes as sharp as lightning. There was indeed a faint mockery in her eyes. Fang Sui sneered in his heart, and he was more and more certain that his judgment was correct. The next moment, another voice was heard from behind a row of bookshelves not far from Yun Xiangxin, and he said in a deep voice, "Xiangxin, who is this person?" As the voice was spoken, a handsome young man walked out from behind the bookshelf. This man was wearing an ancient yellow robe and had a tall figure, but his eyes were a little too flexible, giving people the impression that his eyes were not right, and he was a little sinister and suspicious. When Fang Sui saw the man, he immediately realized what Yun Xiangxin was doing. With Yun Xiangxin's looks and family background, there would naturally be no lack of suitors, and this man should be one of them. At this time, Yun Xiangxin deliberately pretended to be attracted to Fang Sui, which was obviously ill-intentioned, and her purpose was to cause misunderstandings among her suitors, so as to create trouble for Fang Sui. Although this method is simple, it often works wonders. After Fang Sui saw through Yun Xiangxin's method at a glance, he looked at Yun Xiangxin leisurely, with a smug look on his face, and said in astonishment, "Miss, you must have recognized the wrong person. I don't know you." After that, he turned around and left, leaving cleanly and decisively. Fang Sui's quick reaction and strange way of dealing with it were both beyond Yun Xiangxin's expectations. Her expression at this moment was really wonderful. She was stunned at first, then her face was full of shame and anger, and then her hatred for Fang Sui increased, and she stared at Fang Sui who was leaving calmly. No matter how thick-skinned Yun Xiangxin was, she was still a young woman. It was really embarrassing to be told that no one knew her after she had taken the initiative to strike up a conversation with someone who was deeply in love. She stamped her feet and said in a hateful voice, "Hello, Fang Sui, let's wait and see." Then she walked away quickly. The young man with the wrong eyes looked at Fang Sui in confusion and followed Yun Xiangxin. Fang Sui didn't even look at the two of them. He went to the bookshelf and took out the Mahayana Buddhist scriptures signed by Shutu Tuna to read. The Mahayana Buddhist scriptures looked like an ancient book with a dark bottom surface. On it was engraved a golden Buddha standing on a lotus seat. His face was kind, but it contained an indescribable majesty. As soon as Fang Sui opened the Buddhist scriptures, a Buddhist voice sounded in his soul, chanting a mysterious Buddhist scripture. From this, we can see how strange and extraordinary this Buddhist scripture is. The pages of this Mahayana Buddhist scripture are also extremely mysterious. The pages seem to be condensed from the sun, and they are shining with golden light, just like a divine object. This page is made by picking the leaves of a sacred tree called the Eternal Life Tree, which is unique to the western region of the Five Directions heavenly region. It can withstand the invasion of time and remain intact. Moreover, if an accidental situation occurs, and the page is accidentally damaged, the vitality of the Eternal Life Tree remaining in the page can grow again, and repair the damaged part, which is very wonderful. Most of the precious ancient books in the Five Directions star region are made of this material. Fang Sui opened the first page of the book, and saw the relevant introduction of the author. It introduced Shututen, the father of Sakyamuni in the Buddhist legend on earth. It said that he was the Mahayana Saint Buddha of the Buddhist sect, a lineage of the Sakya clan of the Buddhist civilization in the universe, and a god with boundless magic power. Fang Sui was even more surprised after reading it, and thought, could it be that the legend of the Sakya clan in the Buddhist country that is circulated on earth really exists in this vast universe? I wonder if Shutudanana really has a son, Sakyamuni, who has boundless magical powers? Then he thought again, oh. This Five Directions heaven realm is indeed worthy of being called the origin of all civilizations. If I have a chance, I must go to the central realm, which is known as the hometown of the gods. This book says that the Sakya clan has set up Buddhist temples in the central realm and the western realm. I wonder what they look like. Fang Sui flipped through the contents of the Mahayana Buddhist scriptures again. Unfortunately, the book only describes profound Buddhist theories and does not involve the methods of cultivation. There are only a few magical powers of Buddhist hand seals, which seem to have the ability to pull the power of the heavens, the earth, and the mountains. After reading it, Fang Sui silently visualized and interpreted it several times in his mind, and he gained a little. He then put down the Mahayana Buddhist scriptures and took out another book on the true explanation of the six gods totem to read. He still looked at the author's introduction signed by Jiang Xinyan first, and it turned out to be quite similar to the life legend of Jiang Xinyan, the first generation of Yan Emperor in China. When Jiang Xinyan was born, he naturally had a totem of the true fire of heaven and earth in his palm. Later, as his cultivation gradually grew, this flame totem moved in the acupoints in his body, tempering his essence all over his body. Finally, when the flame totem moved to the source of his blood acupoints, that is, the position of his chest, Jiang Xinyan's cultivation was successful, and he controlled a force of heavenly fire, invincible, and had the ability to chase immortals. Jiang Xinyan could also control the power of fire, which was quite similar to Fang Sui, so he hurriedly opened the ancient book of the six gods written by Jiang Xinyan, and looked at it carefully. In the book, Jiang Xinyan introduced in detail the initial sacrifice and refining methods of the six inherited totems of the mythical clan Yaoxian clan in Chinese legend. The six gods totems of Yaoxian clan are bear, pai, xiu, hu, tiger, 6 kinds of mythical beast spirits. Fang Sui's own cultivation system is very complete. There are 2 cultivation scriptures in his Sea of Consciousness, both of which contain great secrets. It is naturally impossible for him to switch to the art of totem, but it does not prevent him from studying the essence of it, extracting the parts that suit him, absorbing them, and integrating them into his own cultivation. The book describes in detail the basic forms of 6 totems. Among them, the bear and the bear totem, one represents power, and the other controls the thick earth, both of which are mythical beasts. These 2 powers just happen to fit in with Fang Sui's own divine land, which makes him very happy. He observes them carefully, and tries to imagine the true appearance of these 2 totem beasts in his mind while watching. Soon, Fang Sui fell into a state of extreme tranquility and emptiness, with consciousness entering the body and wandering in the universe in his body. The divine land in his body gradually trembled. In Fang Sui's consciousness, he soon visualized the outline of an earth bear from nothing to something. At the same moment, Fang Sui's body also showed mysterious changes. There was a giant bear phantom, hazy and silent, standing up behind him and blurry. Although the bear was a hazy phantom, it clearly conveyed a violent sense of power, heavy pressure, and quite intimidating. After a while, a bear appeared beside Fang Sui. It looked very similar to the bear, but more fierce, with exposed fangs and bloodthirsty. It stood behind Fang Sui with the previous giant bear, making a silent roar and unruly posture. After a moment, Fang Sui's thoughts dissipated, and the phantoms of the bear and the bear became blurred, and were finally absorbed by the black air rolled out of Fang Sui's body and disappeared. Fang Sui sensed it, and immediately realized that the power of the divine soil in his body had slightly increased. He smiled and thought that the practice of totem art was really strange. By visualizing the spirit of the totem, he could absorb the true power between heaven and earth. I wonder if there is the true appearance of the spirit of the fire totem in this classics hall. Fang Sui finally put the book of the 6 totems back to its original place and walked around in the classics hall again. While walking, he thought to himself, all kinds of signs indicate that there seem to be many mythical figures on Earth in the 5 directions domain. He thought again, so, I may have a lot of fellow villagers in the 5 directions domain. This is really getting more and more interesting. Thank you for your support. Happy reading. Chapter 184, The Universe with Countless Strange Things. He walked around in the first floor of the classics hall and began to look for the true spirit totem related to the power of fire. After searching for a long time, he did not find anything surprising. His original purpose of coming here was to look up books about gods and demons to see if there were any records of the Egyptian gods. However, Fang Sui searched the first floor of the classics hall, but did not find any authentic ancient books related to the gods. He looked up at the entrance to the second floor, but unfortunately, with his current identity, he was not qualified to enter the higher level Classics Hall. Late at night, Fang Sui left the Classics Hall and returned to his residence in the Rock Universe. It was a 9-story square palace, shaped like a tower. Fang Sui had an independent residence on the 6th floor, which was quite large. It had everything for practice, living, and a study room filled with various conventional classics. Fang Sui entered the practice room, sat cross-legged in the center of a gathering array pattern, and began to warm up his internal aura. His internal aura was surging, and he was approaching the next level again, very close to the level of the first level upper grade. With his eyes closed, Fang Sui's body began to roar, as if a long river was flowing through his body, thundering loudly. The most wonderful thing was that after Fang Sui practiced his skills, his underworld armor appeared automatically. When Bast intervened in the sacrifice process, the strange golden light that emerged from the giant egg of the altar came out from the upper reaches of the armor, hovering in the air, bathed in the aura of the stars and the moon outside the window, and seemed to be absorbing the power of the stars and the moon. After a while, the golden thread returned to the chest of the armor and turned into a small sun, still and shining with golden light. Compared with when it was born more than a year ago, the only change was that the golden light flowing through its body was a little brighter. Time passed slowly as Fang Sui cultivated the power in his body. 2 hours later, the dawn broke through the darkness that had enveloped the earth all night, and the morning, that never failed to promise, came quietly. A new day began. At the same moment, when the dawn broke through, Fang Sui's eyes opened exactly as if there was a mysterious response to the dawn. He opened his eyes, but was not in a hurry to get up. Instead, he checked the strange things he had now one by one. The first was the Moon Goddess key that he got from the Moon Goddess temple deep in the Amazon jungle when he was on Earth. Buster used it to enter the Mother of Life and took Fang Sui away from Earth. In addition, there was a 3-eyed skull that was shrunk and hung on Buster's neck as a decoration. Both of these things are vaguely related to the Mother of Life. At present, they seem to be useless, but Fang Sui thought about it and kept them carefully. Another thing is a forbidden bottle that can capture creatures below the 2nd level, which was purchased from the All Things store. In addition, there is a tablet with the true appearance of the Ghost King obtained when he killed the Great Witch of Ghost Village on Earth. The material of this thing is unknown. It has been surrounded by an impenetrable fog for many years, and even the light color is constantly changing, which is mysterious and unusual. Finally, there is the fragment of the hunting mirror. After obtaining this lens, Buster used the Book of Summoning to open the interface channel, and brought it back to the Netherworld several times. And every time he came back from the Netherworld, Buster would become drowsy, but he would be full of energy after waking up, which was quite strange. The last time he entered the Netherworld, Buster also asked for the Scepter of Horus. He came back a few days ago and curled up in Fang Sui's lounge, sleeping soundly, unmoved by thunder. After Fang Sui examined the things in his hand one by one, he pondered for a while, then got up and walked out. The architectural complex of the Rock Universe is endless, as big as an independent small world without boundaries. Fang Sui faced the morning glow and walked through the layers of buildings and squares, occasionally crossing with other people. The wind blew, his long hair fluttered, and his body was covered with the color of the morning sun, as if he was about to merge into the golden light. Not long after, Fang Sui walked into a wide hall. There were already quite a few people in the hall, including humans and creatures of other intelligent races. This hall was the place of practice for Fang Sui's first level group of cultivators in the Rock Universe Hall. Every day, strong people arranged by the Alliance of All Heavens would come here to teach all kinds of strange knowledge. As soon as Fang Sui walked into the hall, he heard a delicate shout without any emotion from the hall. "Get out!" Fang Sui looked at the place where the voice came from, but it was Wu Ling's thin figure, sitting in a place in the hall. The shout was directed at a young man in a luxurious purple robe. Fang Sui remembered that the young man seemed to be called Bifu, who came from an ancient clan. He was one of the 5 super quality qualifications in their group. He was very talented and a proud person. He obviously saw Wu Ling sitting there alone, and he wanted to get close to her, so he leaned against Wu Ling. In fact, Wuling, with her air holy qualification, showed a dazzling brilliance that no one could match as soon as she entered the Alliance of All Heavens. Her progress in cultivation was rapid. Not only Bifu wanted to get close to her, but many people also wanted to get close to her. Unfortunately, Wuling rarely spoke. Although she looked pretty, she was usually expressionless. Therefore, so far, Bifu was the first person who had the courage to try to approach her. Unfortunately, as soon as he came to her side, he was scolded mercilessly, which immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. Bifu was also an outstanding person of super quality bloodline. He was extremely arrogant. How could he be willing to be scolded by Wuling in public? He was so angry that he said, "Why don't you allow people to sit here? I will sit here." Boom. Suddenly, there was a bright light in the hall, flashing like a meteor. It was Wuling who made a move without any warning. The white little hand without blood slammed into Bifu's chest. Although Bifu finally blocked the attack, he was swayed and took a step back in a hurry. He was obviously at a disadvantage. His face was shocked and angry, but he didn't dare to fight back like Wuling did when the Alliance of All Heavens clearly stipulated that private fights were not allowed. Bifu stood there, angry and embarrassed, his chest heaving violently. Wuling was so reckless, and his attack showed the power to suppress Bifu, a super-grade blood cultivator, which immediately attracted discussion from the whole audience. Wuling sat down calmly and saw Fang Sui walking in from outside. She suddenly said to Bifu, "If you want to sit next to me, I will beat you. Only Fang Sui can sit next to me, no one else can." The hall was quiet in an instant, and everyone turned their eyes to Fang Sui. Bifu snorted coldly and looked at Fang Sui with his eyes like two knives. "Oh my god, Wuling and I have a bad relationship. Her servant Mufu was killed by me in the Knight's Hall arena." She said this now, obviously using Yun Xiangxin's old tricks. She has bad intentions and wants to make me the target of public criticism. Her strategy is more clever than Yun Xiangxin's. Immediately, Bifu hated me. I can't explain it clearly. Fang Sui muttered in his heart, ignoring the attention of the crowd. He calmly found a place to sit down, naturally far away from Wuling, and resolutely didn't look at her. Not long after, more and more people gathered in the hall, and most of the hundreds of seats were filled. Bifu didn't dare to sit next to Wuling after all, and chose another seat. Fang Sui's ears moved, and he could clearly hear everyone in the hall whispering about what happened just now. Countless people's eyes turned to Fang Sui in turn, making him secretly complain. Fang Sui finally couldn't help but glance at Wuling. She sat there coldly, but the corners of her mouth curved slightly, as if there was a hint of joy after her cunning trick succeeded. Soon, a strong man from the All Heavens Alliance came in from outside. It was the old man Zyremo who led Fang Sui and others here. Everyone's face was brightened, and Zyremo came to the front of the crowd calmly and said calmly, "I will be responsible for teaching you the knowledge of space exploration for a period of time." Then he went straight to the point and began to talk about the relevant knowledge. Fang Sui's days in the Rock Universe Palace passed quickly and peacefully, at least in the short term. Although he was framed by some bad girls, so far, he has not seen any obvious harm. He was absorbing knowledge from all aspects every minute and second, and then transformed this knowledge into power to drive himself to move forward in practice. Time passed quickly, and Fang Sui had been here for several months. On this day, Fang Sui left his residence and prepared to walk around the ancient Source Star and the city of the universe where the Rock Universe was located in his spare time. The Rock Universe was 3,000 feet wide and magnificent. Fang Sui had never really entered the front hall because he was busy practicing after arriving. He walked out of the palace complex at the back and deliberately chose a position where he could pass through the front hall. The front hall inherited the overall architectural style of the Rock Universe. The ground and the top wall were like the starry sky and the sky, deep and beautiful, and the four walls transformed into realistic natural landscapes, with majestic mountains and rivers and vast rivers. What was special was that there were independent reception desks in the front hall, and countless array patterns turned into image crystal walls, on which lines of information and text were clearly projected. There were dense traces of people in the front hall, and people were flowing like weaving. Fang Sui stopped in the front hall for a while, and then a beautiful female attendant from the All Heavens Alliance came over. After looking at Fang Sui, she smiled and said, "Are you a cultivator in our alliance?" Fang Sui nodded, and the female attendant smiled and said, "It seems that this is your first time to come to the Universe Front Hall. Let me introduce it to you." Then she said, "This Panchi Universe Front Hall is a task information release center hosted by our All Heavens Alliance. There are also many other life source stars. All the creatures of various races coming and going in the hall are watching the information crystal wall here to accept tasks suitable for them. After completing the task, they come here to deliver the task in exchange for awards. This is a place that provides services for various professionals in the 5 directions. Of course, the service is charged." Fang Sui only then knew what Zyaremo meant when he first brought them to the square outside the Panchi universe, saying that there was information connection between this place and the central star region and even the other major star regions in the 5 directions. The content displayed on the crystal wall here comes from countless life source stars in the 5 directions. No wonder it is called the 5 directions information exchange. Fang Sui walked around in the hall. When he passed by the message crystal walls, he kept hearing people whispering, "Look, the crystal wall shows that there is a lost ancient civilization, the remains of the Maha clan, which appeared in a remote place in the northern region. There has been a war between the Lihuo dynasty in the southern region and the races under the command of the shadow creatures. They are recruiting strong people to help in the war. The rewards are generous. Unfortunately, the distance is too far. Even if you use the formation pattern to teleport throughout the journey, it will take years to reach the edge of the southern region. Look, an ancient immortal gate secret place has been discovered in the eastern immortal demon realm. There are suspected immortal treasures in it. It emits 5-colored divine light that soars into the sky all night, illuminating half of the starfield. People are recruiting people to explore. What's this? Look at the main crystal wall over there. A cemetery floating in the starry sky appeared in the central region. Someone looked at it from afar and saw the names of gods engraved on the tombstones. They suspected that there was a shocking secret in it. Now the ancient tomb has broken through the void and disappeared. Someone is recruiting night professionals who can enter the reverse void to trace the traces of the ancient tomb. This message flashed on the message crystal walls in the hall, brilliant and dazzling, like a meteor across the sky, and Fang Sui was overwhelmed. He exclaimed with interest, "This is a wonderful universe. There are thousands of categories and everything, and many wonderful things are happening every moment." Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the crowd. Everyone was attracted by the latest message displayed on the main crystal wall in the center of the hall. Fang Sui was no exception. He and everyone else turned their eyes over. "Thank you for your support." Happy reading. Chapter 185. Respond calmly. Under the gaze of the crowd, neatly arranged names appeared on the array image. Fang Sui was curious and didn't understand what these names meant. After hearing the noisy discussions of the people around him, he realized that these names were the names of the most outstanding young masters in the major domains in recent times. These names that appeared were probably equivalent to the stars among the masters in the 5 directions domain, a place where everyone practices and worships the masters. Naturally, they have great influence and shine. Therefore, as soon as these names appeared, they immediately attracted everyone's attention and they competed for discussion. Fang Sui then scanned the names that appeared on the central crystal wall with a burning gaze. Suddenly, his face froze slightly, and he saw the words Galo in the Temple of the Gods. Galo was the peerless young master who had rushed to the Purple Ring Star to help when the Night Demon clan under the command of the shadow creatures invaded with the 100-winged dragons through the teleportation array. His hair was like a burning golden flame. His name appeared among the young masters in the western domain. Someone in the hall said, "Hey, this Gaeluo is the leader of the new generation of the Pantheon. I heard that he has never lost since his debut. In the past 2 years, he has been selected as one of the young masters of the western region 4 times. Someone else said, "It's a pity that the young masters of each region, which are announced every 6 months, do not have a specific ranking. They only show that they are within the top 100. I don't know who is strong and who is weak. You say, if these young geniuses fight and clash, how exciting it will be. Yeah. This has happened before. Just as the people in the hall were discussing fiercely, Fang Sui left calmly. He is still some distance away from the category of young masters. What he needs to do is to practice steadily. Walking out of the Panshi front hall, there is a square in front of you. Crossing the square, you will officially enter the central area of the city called the Universal God City. It was afternoon, the sun was slanting, the sky was slightly dark, and there was a tendency for rain. The air was slightly moist and particularly cool. The Universal City was prosperous and magnificent. The buildings in the city were fantastic and magnificent, most of them soaring into the sky, extremely tall, and the streets were crowded with people, with thousands of races intermingling. A gentle breeze blew, and Fang Sui's robe fluttered as he happily walked around the city and looked around. The streets in the central area of the city were broad and wide. 100 feet above the ground, a suspended 5-color light channel was constructed with array patterns, hanging in the sky, like a fairy road with flowing clouds of light. There were many ancient ships flying in the sky, or gorgeous carriages and chariots dragged by strange beasts, galloping, entering, and falling in various places in the city, with dazzling lights, which were eye-catching and amazing. The existence of this ancient array pattern road in the sky made the flying objects such as the carriage frames and the intelligent creatures walking on the ground distinguished from each other, so the whole city seemed orderly, and even though there were a lot of people, it was not chaotic. Fang Sui strolled around the city for a while, and saw many strange things. He felt that the trip was worthwhile and his interest never diminished. Then he saw that there was also a store for everything here, which was larger than the one on Zihuan Star, covering a vast area and extremely prosperous. Fang Sui walked into it and looked at the various cosmic wonders collected and sold there. When Fang Sui came to an area where books in the form of totems were sold, he slowed down and looked carefully, trying to find the image of the true spirit related to his own scorching sunfire. At this moment, he suddenly heard a soft and pleasant voice coming from his side, saying, "I met you twice, both in the store for everything. It's really strange." Fang Sui didn't need to look back to know who was talking. He had entered the store for everything before, and had seen the other person with a glance. She was a woman with a charming figure and a charming face. It was Yuka King, who had not seen her for a while, since she left in Zihuan City. She wore a light green long skirt and embroidered shoes, revealing a white ankle. She also wore a crystal water drop pendant anklet, which made her skin look even whiter. She looked so pretty that she could kill people. Fang Sui was calm, still looking at the totem books, and said lightly, "It's a coincidence that we can meet in the Universal City." Yuka King smiled and said, "It's not a coincidence. In addition to your Alliance of the Heavens, on this ancient source star, the Temple of the Gods, the Black Wizard Association, the East Fairy Temple and other forces all have places for inheritance and practice. Anyone who joins these forces must receive knowledge inheritance and practice on this ancient source star, so I arrived at the ancient source star earlier than you." After a pause, he said, "Oh, I haven't told you yet, I have always been from the Temple of the Gods." Fang Sui finally retracted his gaze, glanced at Yuka King, and said nothing. Yuka King's eyes flickered, and she suddenly pursed her lips and smiled softly, saying to herself, "I actually like you very much. I always think of you, after we broke up. Hehe." Fang Sui thought to himself that he was a fool to believe you, and sneered, "You should like the piece of hunting mirror fragment I got more. You are crazy. The hunting mirror is a taboo item. How can you mention it here? How about we make a deal? You give me the mirror you got, and you can set the conditions." Yuka King lowered her voice when she saw that there was no one around. Fang Sui said easily, "I set the conditions?" While speaking, he looked up and down at Yuka King and secretly praised her in his heart. Yuka King's appearance was indeed the level of a stunning beauty. Among the women he had seen, she was only inferior to Ji Yao and Li Chan, who had briefly spoken to the Mother of Life through the array pattern. Yuka King saw Fang Sui looking at her, and she did not have the shyness of an ordinary woman, but instead straightened her round and perfect breasts, which added to her temptation. The next moment, Fang Sui said, "Then let's exchange at an equal value. You give me your lens, I'll give you mine, and we'll exchange." Fang Sui's words were like empty words. full of teasing, but UK King said with a smile on her face after hearing it, "So you are not going to give the things to me?" She pursed her lips and continued, "Then you better be careful. If you don't give it to me, you can't blame me for taking it myself." After that, she turned and left, walking towards a few young men and women waiting for her in the distance. Those people seemed to be practitioners of the Temple of the Gods. They gathered together, and UK King said something in a low voice. Some of them looked strange, and turned their heads, to glance at Fang Sui coldly. When they walked to the door of the Wanwu shop, UK King suddenly stopped, and turned back to Fang Sui and said, "I forgot to tell you, that Yun Xianji joined the Dunkson Temple and Lai Yan is in the Black Wizard Association. They are both in this city. They are not as easy to talk to as I am. Be careful and don't let anyone kill them." After saying that, he walked out of the Wanwu shop with a few people around him like a butterfly, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Fang Sui frowned. Yun Xianji was also here. This person was good at using some sneaky means in secret. It seems that he should be more careful. Fang Sui finally did not find the totem related to the flame spirit, so he left the Wanwu shop. He could not walk a few steps on the street. His face was slightly gloomy, and he felt that he was being followed. Fang Sui thought to himself that it was not, because Lai Yan and Yun Xianji had just appeared when he mentioned them being followed. Fang Sui was not surprised but happy. He deliberately chose a remote place to move forward, hoping to lure the follower out and try the results of his hard work for more than half a year. When he walked to a quiet alley, figures flashed at both ends of the alley, and they were blocked. Fang Sui looked at them and laughed. These two people were not the expected assassins from the Black Warrior Palace or Yun Xianji himself, but two young men who had been with UK King before, both of whom were at the top of the first level. The man who blocked the end of the alley was a rough-looking man. He approached from behind and came several feet behind Fang Sui. He said in a deep voice, "King said that you disdain the people of our generation in the Temple of the Gods, and you took her things, right?" Fang Sui had no intention of getting entangled with these two people who knew nothing and wanted to please UK King. There was no need to explain to them. He walked straight forward without stopping. The next moment, something changed suddenly. The rough man behind Fang Sui turned into a shadow, approached quickly, and shouted, "Since we are here, do you still want to leave?" After saying that, he had already approached Fang Sui from behind and raised his hand to grab his shoulder. The man attacked like lightning, but Fang Sui seemed to have expected it. He did not dodge, but suddenly changed his forward movement to backward. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, without any trace of connection in the process, and it was extremely natural and smooth. His footsteps still maintained the posture of walking forward, but his body was moving backward in the opposite direction, forming a completely opposite contrast visually, which looked very mysterious. While moving backward, Fang Sui slightly arched his back. His back was like a mountain. Boom. There was a loud noise, and the earth shook. Fang Sui took advantage of the situation, and cut into the arms of the person coming from behind, and collided with the other party without any fancy moves. The person behind him was also extraordinary. Under the impact of Fang Sui's powerful and integrated whole body strength, he actually injured it alive, and his tendons and bones were not broken, but his body could no longer stand steadily, and he retreated hastily. When he finally stood again, blood was already flowing from the corner of his mouth, and his face was even more horrified. Fang Sui had the momentum to retreat, so he could retreat whenever he wanted. After the two sides collided, he tapped the ground with his foot. It seemed that a force surged from the ground to carry and push him. Fang Sui shrunk the ground into an inch and moved forward again with a few steps. In a blink of an eye, he approached the other person at the entrance of the alley. That person was also a young strong man with a straight figure and a decent face. He saw Fang Sui's outstanding methods of dealing with his companions in the alley, and his face was solemn and ready. When Fang Sui approached, he punched him in the face and slowly pushed him out, turning into a heavy pressure of ki to force Fang Sui. Who knew that at this moment, Fang Sui's hands and feet did not move, but a golden light flashed in his chest. Swish. The punch that the young man threw was originally as powerful as the sea, and the pressure was dense. but the flash of the golden line was like a cut, silently cutting a hole in the power barrier that the young man had released, and in the blink of an eye, the young man's fist power was like a deflated ball, and the power was sharply reduced and dissolved into nothingness. The young man was stunned, but he saw Fang Sui's foot step forward, and the tip of his foot cleverly raised up, a force that seemed to be coming out, mysterious and unpredictable. The young man was shocked and dodged to the side. Fang Sui chuckled and walked past him with his hands behind his back, easily resolving the young man's blockade. When the two sides crossed each other, Fang Sui even blinked at the young man, and then he walked away calmly, blending into the crowd on the street, and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Thank you for your support. Happy reading. Chapter 186 Life Forms in the Universe. However, at the same moment he walked into the crowd, something unexpected happened again. Fang Sui suddenly had an inexplicable thought, and he actually wanted to return to the secluded alley he had just left. This thought came without any signs and was vague, but in a trance, Fang Sui felt that, if he did not return to the alley, it would be like missing something extremely important to him. Fang Sui stopped uncontrollably and turned back. At this moment, the dark moon transformed by the Book of the Dead in his body suddenly vibrated, and Fang Sui's mind became clear, and the idea of returning to the alley disappeared in an instant. Standing on the crowded, noisy and prosperous long street, Fang Sui was secretly frightened, and broke out in a cold sweat. His consciousness just now was obviously affected by an invisible force. This mysterious influence was exactly the same as the way he used the hunting mirror to set a hunting trap last time, to attract the night demon warrior, to fall into the trap. Fang Sui immediately reacted that it was very likely that Yun Xianji or UK King was secretly using the hunting mirror to plot against him. It seems that UK King is more suspicious because the two have just met and she can make targeted arrangements, but Fang Sui is more inclined to Yun Xianji. The reason is that UK King should not be so obvious after contacting him and immediately come to plot against him. Of course, it is not ruled out that UK King is playing a trigger pretending to be real. Another possibility is that a new holder of the hunting mirror fragment has appeared, hiding in the dark and setting a killing trap. Fang Sui is facing a dilemma at this time. One is that he turns around and leaves immediately, which can certainly avoid this killing trap, but it will expose his ability to resist the influence of the hunting mirror. The ability to stay awake under the attack of the hunting mirror, if used well, may be used to turn defeat into victory in a future killing trap, and kill the opponent in turn. Therefore, Fang Sui does not want to expose this trump card now. If he wants to hide this secret trump card, he must pretend that his mind is affected, follow the affected consciousness, and really go back to the secluded alley just now, to face the unknown killing situation. The changes in this moment are complicated, but in fact, they only took the blink of an eye. Fang Sui made up his mind, and made an extremely bold choice. He was going to pretend to be unconscious, and go back to the alley. Fang Sui's footsteps were steady, without a trace of urgency or hesitation, and he walked towards the alley. Soon after, the alley appeared in front of him. His face was calm, but in fact, his alertness was raised to the highest level, ready to deal with the killing traps that might be encountered at any time. However, the moment he stepped into the alley, the scene he saw surprised him. The alley was dead silent. More importantly, the two young men from the Temple of the Gods who attacked him before were killed silently in the short time between his departure and his return. Their bodies fell to the ground, lifeless. What's going on? At this time, another change occurred. The invisible force of the hunting mirror that originally affected Fang Sui's consciousness and allowed him to enter the alley suddenly disappeared without a trace. Fang Sui's heart trembled slightly, thinking to himself, was it because he was able to resist the hunting trap, but was discovered by the person who set the trap in the dark, or was it because the situation in the alley was beyond the expectations of the person who set the trap? So he felt that the situation was out of control and decided to cancel the hunting trap temporarily. In this short period of time, things took several turns and changed repeatedly, and the situation was like a puzzle. In any case, Fang Sui quickly glanced at the two corpses in the alley, thinking that the two dead people were from the Temple of the Gods, and the Temple of the Gods would definitely not let the murderer go easily. Besides, killing is strictly prohibited in the city of the gods of the universe, and the defense forces in the city will also chase the murderer. If someone kills these two people, I want to frame me, and I will bear a lot of blame. But what good will it do to the person behind me to frame myself like this? At this time, the situation does not allow Fang Sui to think too much. If he is caught at the scene of the murder, he will not be able to explain it clearly. On the contrary, as long as he is not at the scene, everything else can be dealt with. Therefore, almost as soon as the scene in the alley came into view and the power of the hunting mirror disappeared, Fang Sui left decisively and disappeared without a trace. After a few breaths, he reappeared on another busy long street and walked towards the direction of the Rock Universe Palace. Fang Sui was still thinking about the previous confusing situation until he walked to a place where the Rock Universe was in sight. He felt that he had no clues, but there were clues everywhere. Not only were Yu Keqing and Yun Xianji both suspects, but it was also possible that someone who possessed the fragments of the hunting mirror really appeared in the dark. It was precisely because several suspects appeared at the same time that the matter seemed chaotic and complicated. The suspicion was shared by several people at the same time, and there was no way to determine who it was. At this time, Fang Sui had already walked to the square in front of the Rock Universe Palace, and suddenly heard a voice in front of him in a sarcastic tone. "Hey, isn't this Fang Sui who was invited by Wu Ling to sit next to her?" After a pause, the voice said softly, "Fang Sui, if you bump into my hands, I will definitely make you look bad." Fang Sui had already noticed someone coming towards him, but he was thinking about something in his mind and didn't pay much attention. The person who spoke at this moment was Bifu, who was scolded in public by Wu Ling not long ago. He blocked Fang Sui's direction and stared at Fang Sui with the people walking beside him with teasing eyes. Fang Sui stopped and looked at Bifu and said in surprise, "I'm only curious about one thing. Bifu, you were ejected by Wu Ling. Why don't you go to settle the score with her, but blame me?" Bifu seemed to be stunned, then shouted, "Do I need you to teach me what to do? I don't like you, so what if I want to teach you a lesson?" Fang Sui nodded and said, "I see. So you see that I'm easier to bully than Wu Ling, and you are going to use me as a scapegoat. It's a good idea, then let's meet when we have the chance." After speaking, he calmly glanced at Bifu and others who were laughing at his words with an arrogant look and walked back to the Rock Universe Hall. Not long after that, the law enforcement city guards of the Universal City found the Rock Universe Hall, saying that someone saw Fang Sui leaving the alley where two Pantheon cultivators died tragically, and the time of death was very consistent with the deceased, so they were going to take Fang Sui to investigate. But just as Fang Sui had expected, there was no direct evidence, and Fang Sui was not caught on the spot. The Alliance of the Heavens was even more powerful, so they would not hand Fang Sui over, so the matter ended up in vain. However, there were rumors afterwards that some cultivators from the Temple of the Gods had already said that they wanted Fang Sui to pay the price for the tragic deaths of two cultivators from the Temple of the Gods. This was an unprovoked disaster, and although Fang Sui was unscathed, it was enough to make him depressed. The key point was that someone was plotting against him, but he didn't know who it was, which made him quite annoyed. The next day, early morning, in the Inheritance Hall where Fang Sui and other first stage Group 1 members of the Alliance of All Heavens were practicing, after everyone gathered, Xia Remo walked in as usual and said lightly, "Notice, next month, the first assessment, since you entered the Rock Universe for practice will be held." Everyone's expression became serious when they heard this, and Xia Remo continued, "You should all know that our annual assessment is called the Death Game. It is conducted jointly with other major forces in the Universal City of Gods, and is very difficult. And this first assessment that is about to be conducted, although it is not the annual test of the Death Game, and is only conducted by our Alliance of All Heavens alone, it is equally strict. You are a group and the requirements are especially strict. I hope it will attract enough attention." Xia Remo then began to teach everyone about practice. He first used the complete system of practice as an opening remark. In our 5 directions domain, practice is uniformly classified and divided into 7 stages. Each stage is a leap in the level of life. It is very difficult to make a breakthrough. After the 7th stage, you can surpass the level of human and be called a demigod. After the demigod, you are a true god. In the next half hour, Zyremo introduced the differences between each stage in detail. After Zyremo finished speaking, it was time for free questions. Fang Sui thought for a moment and asked, in the 5 directions domain, or in the currently known universe, what are the main intelligent life forms? Zyremo's eyes lit up and said, everyone knows that the general situation in the 5 directions domain is divided into 2 camps, shadow creatures and our major intelligent races. Shadow creatures are another independent life form that is different from our flesh and blood life. He added, the body structure of shadow creatures can be freely transformed between reality and illusion, and their racial talents are powerful and mysterious. They usually have 2 forms. One is a body of nothingness that blends into the positive and negative voids. It has the ability to shuttle through space, which is equivalent to invisibility, making it hard to guard against. There is no trace of their coming and going, which is exactly what makes them scary. Their other form is that they can also transform into flesh and blood life like us. Fang Sui heard this and thought to himself that people in the 5 directions domain, no matter how high or low their cultivation level is, are always taboo when mentioning shadow creatures. From this, it can be seen that shadow creatures must be extremely scary. Zyremo continued, in addition to our flesh and blood life, the mainstream life form is one of shadow creatures. In addition, there are silicon-based energy life forms in the universe. They are extremely strange life forms. Their forms are not fixed, but ever-changing. For example, they can transfer their own original energy to things like machinery, metal, or even trees and rocks. Obviously, few people understand this life form, so everyone listened attentively. Zyremo smiled and continued, so, the mechanical metals, or plants, rocks, and hills transferred by silicon-based energy creatures can evolve into intelligent species, with the ability to survive and move. Silicon-based energy bodies are the 3rd major life form in the universe. It is said that there is a huge superpower in the central domain that can refine silicon-based life forms with ancient starships, making the ancient ships have life and can continue to evolve. They are called biological ancient ships, which are very wonderful. Fang Sui's heart was moved. This silicon-based energy life, to some extent, is slightly similar to the monsters in ancient Chinese legends. Monsters can also be understood as having the ability to transform after possessing energy, and can turn plants and hills into spirits, rocks into monsters, and transform between humans and monsters. What does a huge, living flying ancient ship look like? The more you understand this vast universe, the more you feel its prosperity and brilliance, with countless forms of civilizations coexisting. Zyremo's eyes sparkled as he looked around at everyone present, and then said, these are the 3 main forms of life in the universe. One is organic life forms of flesh and blood, the second is shadow creatures that change from real to virtual, and the third is silicon-based life forms that inherit energy. There are also elemental life, purgatory fire demons, undead species between life and death, and alternative life between energy life and flesh and blood life. There are all kinds of strange things, but they are no longer mainstream life forms, and can only be seen occasionally. Time flies. The date of the first assessment of Fang Sui, and others after entering the Rock Universe Palace is gradually approaching. Thank you all for your support. Happy reading. Chapter 187 A Different Assessment. It rained in the early morning. In the low sky, a few birds that loved rain were flying in a smart manner, making the dim morning light world fresh and lively. The drizzle continued to fall, winding and accumulating on the ground, forming puddles, reflecting the afterimage of the sky. The air was filled with a faint smell of soil, full of a sense of freshness without impurities. Fang Sui had a quirk, that is, he liked to smell the smell of the earth after being wetted by rain, and he also liked rain. The central square of the Rock Universe Hall was located behind the front hall, and in front of other buildings. It was particularly wide and flat. In this drizzly morning, all the first and second levels of the Rock Universe, a total of tens of thousands of people, stood in the square in unison. The key is that some of these tens of thousands of people are not human races, and there are even some who are several feet tall. They are arranged from front to back, from low to high. The scene is indeed a rare spectacle. All the practitioners of the Rock Universe Hall are divided into 3 parts, the Apostle level who has just started practicing, and the first and second levels. Except for the Apostle level practitioners who did not participate in this gathering, everyone else is in the central square at this time. They lined up in the early morning under the rain, because the first assessment, after joining the Alliance of All Heavens, will begin today. Fang Sui is in the first group, and has a human body, so he is very close to the front of the whole team. He was listening to the Deputy Hall Master of the Rock Universe Hall, who was rarely seen in front of everyone, and only appeared on important occasions. He announced the start of the assessment in a slow tone. Soon, Fang Sui and his tens of thousands of people were divided into several teams, and taken to the assessment site, to prepare for the assessment. The assessment site is not within the scope of the Rock Universe, or even in the Universal God City. Fang Sui and his group came here by short distance teleportation under the leadership of Zyremo and 3 other strong men. They were teleported to a vast plain area, which is located on the heaven-connecting plateau of Guoan Star, just like the Universal God City. The long wind blew on the plateau, and everyone's clothes fluttered in the wind. The venue for this assessment was somewhat unexpected. It was actually held in a series of giant palaces standing on this plain. Fang Sui and others were now standing outside these palaces, waiting for the assessment to begin. These palaces were lined up and scattered on the ground. There were dozens of them in total. They looked a bit old. They were built of huge stones and metals. They were square or round in shape and in different forms, but they all gave people an extremely solid and rough look. These buildings were like majestic peaks. Each one was far larger than a modern skyscraper. The area and height were extremely amazing. Fang Sui calculated that the shortest palace here was equivalent to a modern 100-story building. The drizzle was still falling gently. Zyremo stood in front of everyone, showing a seriousness that was rare on weekdays. Because of the rain, the array pattern on his identity nameplate automatically flowed, and a thin array pattern barrier was derived in a very humane way, covering him like an open umbrella. Zyremo said solemnly, "These palaces are the venues for this assessment. You will be arranged to enter the buildings later. Each building can accommodate about 3,000 people. That is to say, the first level cultivators of the Rock Universe will be put into 10 parts, in shuffled order and groups, and will be assessed at the same time. The group that Fang Sui was in had a total of 300 people. Among the multiple groups of first level cultivators of the Rock Universe, it was the group with the smallest number of people." Zyremo continued, "The method of the assessment is very simple. After entering these palaces, find a way to survive and avoid being eliminated. The longer you survive in them, the better your score will be. If someone can survive until the end of this assessment, which is 3 days, then congratulations, your score will be among the best of all the people who took the assessment this time. This assessment method is simple enough." After hearing this, someone asked, "Is it just surviving in it? Are there any other restrictions?" Zyremo glanced at the questioner and said lightly, "There are also many death row prisoners in these buildings. Their task is to reduce their guilt by hunting you. This is one of the dangers of this assessment. Second, after entering the building, you can also attack each other." The crowd was in an uproar. The fact that there were death row prisoners lurking in the building was already surprising to many people. It was actually allowed to attack each other. This opened the door to killing. Although it was not explicitly stated that killing was allowed, since mutual attacks were allowed, it was not impossible to kill the opponent in an emergency. The atmosphere immediately became tense. At this time, among the other 3 leaders besides Zyremo, or thin middle-aged man continued, "The most important point now is that these buildings are still filled with miasma and a small number of life scrolls are hidden. Therefore, after you enter, if you want to avoid being attacked by the miasma, you must find the life scroll. Only the holder of the scroll can safely protect yourself and resist the miasma. If the 2 points that there are death row prisoners lurking in them, and that they are allowed to attack each other are very surprising, then the spread of miasma and the need to find the hidden life scrolls in the buildings make the overall environment of this assessment extremely difficult. Everyone's face is more nervous, and the difficulty of this assessment is obviously very unexpected. The thin middle-aged leader laughed dryly a few times and said, "Let me emphasize that there will be 3,000 people in each building, excluding the death row prisoners, but there are less than 1,000 hidden scrolls that can be used repeatedly, so if there is no scroll, you have to grab it from others, understand?" This time everyone fell silent after hearing this, and some people's breathing became a little heavier. This kind of assessment method is indeed exciting enough. It assesses a person's comprehensive quality, which is far more comprehensive and colorful than the killing battles on the ring. Zyremo scanned the crowd with his scorching eyes, and then said, "This assessment is a preview of the annual death game. The two are slightly similar in form. I hope everyone will do their best. The better the assessment results, the more abundant the cultivation resources. On the other hand, the 2/3 who are eliminated first will face the danger of being demoted and the resources will be sharply reduced." After a pause, he announced, "More detailed assessment rules will be displayed through everyone's identity nameplate after the assessment begins. If you don't understand something, you can check it yourself. Okay, now start drawing lots to decide which assessment building each person will enter." The 300 people in the first level group were divided into 10 groups after the drawing. Fang Sui and the other 29 people were in the same group. Fang Sui didn't care which group he was in. He stood in the team board, waiting for the assessment to begin. Fang Sui turned his head and glanced at Wu Ling. She was assigned to another group. Her pale face was calm, and she stood at the front of her group. Fang Sui looked at the other people in his group again and saw a person he had almost forgotten appear among them. It was when they were waiting in line for the blood test of the Alliance of All Heavens on the Purple Ring Star. A young servant wanted to snatch the position of a pair of cowardly siblings. Later, the servant was killed by his master, a ruthless young man. Later, the ruthless young man who killed the servant and the cowardly siblings also passed the selection and were able to enter the Rock universe. The ruthless young man had good qualifications and was assigned to the first level group for cultivation, just like Fang Sui. What Fang Sui saw at this time was this ruthless young man. He was standing not far in front, only 2 people away from Fang Sui. The young man's name was Suolish. Obviously sensing Fang Sui's gaze, Suolish suddenly turned back, his eyes as cold and cruel as when they first met. He did not have any scruples, because Fang Sui's bloodline was more outstanding than his. His eyes were shining, and he stared at Fang Sui without giving in. He showed a rather unfriendly and grim smile, and pursed his lips, like the expression of a wolf seeing its prey, and then turned his head away. At this time, Fang Sui turned his head to look in another direction. Bifu, who was wearing a purple robe, came from another team not far away and whispered a few words to someone in Fang Sui's group. The man looked back at Fang Sui, then looked at Zyremo and others standing in front, then nodded and switched groups with Bifu. The reason why Bifu switched to Fang Sui's group was self-evident. After the successful change of groups, he turned around and showed Fang Sui a grim smile and made a throat-cutting gesture, full of cruelty and contempt. Fang Sui frowned secretly. This person is a bit annoying. Bifu changed his position. Zyremo and others certainly would not fail to see it, but the path of cultivation is the most difficult, and there is always competition. Whether it is benign or bad, it is unavoidable anywhere. The purpose of this assessment is to let everyone kill and compete for the front and snatch. Therefore, some people deliberately changed groups with bad intentions, but Zyremo and others not only did not stop them, but smiled. The thin middle-aged leader said loudly, "If anyone is not satisfied with their group and wants to change with others, it's not too late now, hurry up." After hearing this, many people really changed groups with each other. In Fang Sui's group, there were several people who were usually good friends with Bifu. They looked at Fang Sui with a teasing look on their faces and hurriedly changed over. After everything was ready, Fang Sui's group of 30 people and the first level cultivators of the Rock Universe Hall, a total of 3,000 people, entered a large building together. After entering, it was an empty hall. The walls and the ground were all solid stone with a grey-brown color, which looked a bit depressing and gloomy. The surrounding light was as dim and gloomy as the weather outside. The ceiling was 30 feet high, and the only sound in the entire space was the footsteps of 3,000 people entering one after another, echoing up and down. On the ground in the center of the space, there were countless short-range teleportation arrays in the shape of halos, with faint light flowing. Bang! After everyone walked in, the entrance of this building made a loud bang and closed completely, as if a huge stone had fallen. During the assessment, Fang Sui and 3,000 other people would fight for the scroll of life, resist the poisonous miasma, guard against the attacks of death row prisoners, and strive to survive in this closed environment isolated from the world. The next moment, a voice sounded in the building, and everyone heard it clearly. Everyone must step into a teleportation array on the ground in front of you. You will be randomly teleported to one of the floors of the building. The moment you walk out of the teleportation array, the assessment will officially begin. Then everyone followed the requirements and walked into a teleportation array in the shape of a halo and teleported and disappeared one by one. Before entering the teleportation array, Bifu and the others turned to look at Fang Sui. Bifu said calmly, "I hope you are lucky enough not to be teleported on the same level as me." Fang Sui ignored Bifu's provocation and walked into a teleportation array alone, disappearing in a flash. Fang Sui's silent move was undoubtedly a sign of weakness in the eyes of others, causing Bifu and the others around him to laugh in unison, and then he proudly stepped into the array and disappeared one after another. The assessment officially begins. Thank you all for your support. Happy reading. Chapter 188, Secretly Feeling Evil. The light of the array pattern flickered and faded slowly. Fang Sui's figure, who was teleported here, emerged from the fading array pattern light. He stood calmly, wearing a black robe like water, with long hair and bright eyes, and looked around with vigilance. The ground under his feet was still solid stone, but the scene he saw was different from the empty hall when he entered the first floor of the building. After he was teleported out, he was in a stone room about 70 to 80 meters long and 30 meters wide. The four walls were made of stone like the ground, and it looked a little dilapidated. There were traces of magic left after fierce battles on the walls. It was obvious that this building had been used as an assessment site countless times over the long years, so traces of fighting could be seen everywhere. Fang Sui's thoughts moved slightly, and the identity nameplate on his finger, which usually turned into a ring, suddenly flashed with light, projecting a picture in front of him. The picture showed a macro topographic map of the assessment site on this floor, where Fang Sui was. The small grids that were distinguished in the picture were stone chambers that were next to each other, like a maze. The terrain was flat, but extremely complex. After looking at the terrain picture, Fang Sui said to himself, "I'm now teleported to the 36th floor of this assessment building." Fang Sui continued to observe the terrain map. There was also a red dot in a stone chamber on the map, which represented his specific location in this building. Because Fang Sui was from the first group of the first level, they were different from other cultivators who were not in the same group. The topographic map of a group of examinees could only show their own location, while the topographic maps of other groups of examinees would show the location of a group of people. This was a deliberate distinction. By killing or eliminating a group of people, the exact location of a life scroll could be obtained. In this way, a group of people became the target of public criticism, and the difficulty of survival in this building increased significantly. It turns out that the poisonous miasma here is released once every hour, and the toxicity gradually deepens, not just once. People lose their ability to move. This means that, even if you are infected with the poisonous miasma, you still have the opportunity to snatch the life scroll, to remove the poisonous miasma. If you can't find the scroll, you are destined to be eliminated in the end. If you find the scroll, you will be scrambled for by the crowd. This assessment method is really cruel. While Fang Sui was thinking and whispering, not far from his room, two cultivators who were not in the same group had discovered Fang Sui's position through the topographic map and were approaching cautiously. The two people who were approaching were lucky. They practiced in the same group before participating in the assessment. This assessment was very close, and they were teleported together. Therefore, after coming out of the teleportation array, the two formed a team and prepared to work together to eliminate other examinees. The two joined forces and doubled their strength. After discovering a red dot on the topographic map, which was a group of people, they immediately became interested. Eliminating a group of people can obtain the specific hidden location of a life scroll. This temptation is too great. Without discussing, the two decided to approach Fang Sui's location at the same time. When the two approached the stone room, where Fang Sui was, they saw that the red dot representing Fang Sui on their respective maps had not moved, and it was obvious that they were not aware of their arrival. The two looked at each other, winked at each other, and prepared to join forces to attack Fang Sui's room. However, just before the two were about to act, a surprising change suddenly occurred. In an instant, the stone ground under the feet of the two quietly turned into a dark and deep land like the void. The two secretly cried out that it was not good, and when they wanted to take action, it was too late. At the same time, they felt a huge pressure coming from their feet, which was extremely heavy and difficult to move. Then they felt their necks being hit, groaned, and their eyes went black. They both fell down and lost the ability to resist. The next moment, the darkness on the surrounding ground disappeared, and Fang Sui appeared calmly, and the phantom of the underworld under his feet instantly disappeared. The two were knocked down by Fang Sui, lost consciousness and the ability to resist, which was equivalent to losing the qualification to continue to participate in this assessment, and were eliminated at the beginning. Immediately, a text message was reflected in front of the eyes through the identity nameplates of each participant. Level 1, Group 31. 2 people were knocked unconscious. They lost their qualification for the assessment. After the assessment, they will face the penalty of being demoted to a lower group. Fang Sui smiled. Compared with the competition on the ring, this kind of assessment method will test the cultivators more comprehensively and more in line with the real combat environment. During the assessment process, not only outstanding combat power is required, but also brain power, adaptability, survival ability, and even the use of the surrounding environment are required. After Fang Sui knocked down 2 people, the nameplates on the 2 people glowed. Their fallen bodies disappeared in an instant and had been teleported out of the assessment building. Correspondingly, on Fang Sui's nameplate map, there was an extra line indicating the direction. This was a small reward he got after defeating the 2 people. It indicated that there was a life scroll, which would exist in the direction indicated by the route. The more people were eliminated by Fang Sui, the clearer and more detailed the line indicating the location of the life scroll would be, until the specific location of the life scroll was finally marked. After Fang Sui walked out of the stone chamber, there was a corridor-like passage that stretched left and right with no end in sight. On both sides of the passage, there were stone rooms of various sizes, open or closed, complex and continuous, like a beehive. Bast, who was on Fang Sui's shoulder, had golden eyes, and was obviously interested in this assessment. As Fang Sui looked around, he sent a message unwilling to be lonely. Why don't we use the hunting mirror? Lurk somewhere and attract others, to take the initiative, to fall into the killing trap. Fang Sui's eyes flickered, scanning the passages on both sides that seemed to be quiet. He responded in his mind, this kind of assessment must be monitored by the All Heavens Alliance throughout the process, and the hunting mirror cannot be used. In addition, although this assessment only looks at the results, and any means can be used in the process, the main purpose is still to test everyone's own qualities. If the hunting mirror is used, it will lose the meaning of training oneself, and what fun is there? After talking to Bast in the fluctuation of thoughts, Fang Sui suddenly chose a direction and moved like a ghost. He seemed very cautious, and his movements were very particular. Every time he landed, there was a mystery in his movements. He made strange changes in a very small range, seemingly moving left but actually right, and seemingly moving forward but actually backward. If someone was hiding in the dark and wanted to attack Fang Sui at this time, they would inevitably make mistakes in judgment because they could not grasp his erratic landing point, resulting in failure of the attack, or even the possibility of being attacked by Fang Sui in return. If people could see Fang Sui's movement, which was like an antelope hanging on a horn or a leaf falling with the wind, they would definitely be greatly admired. In fact, the performance of several seed-level characters, including Fang Sui, after entering the assessment field was indeed being watched. In a hall, the Deputy Hall Master of the Rock Universe Hall and others watched the performance of Fang Sui and others during the assessment through the array pattern crystal walls. Fang Sui's mysterious steps quickly attracted more attention from those who watched through the array pattern screen. Many people nodded and said, "This young man named Fang Sui deserves special attention." Inside the assessment field building, Fang Sui moved forward silently like a ghost. In the next half an hour, he found several examinees one after another. Some of them were still fighting. He rushed in with thunder and lightning, looking down on them and eliminating them one after another. Of course, there was no room for mercy at this time. Either he eliminated others, or he was eliminated. After eliminating many people, the route map showing the location of the life scroll on his identity nameplate had gradually become clear. Fang Sui was advancing rapidly along the route map. According to the markings on the route map, there was a life scroll, which should be nearby. Suddenly, when Fang Sui passed a stone chamber, a warning suddenly emerged in his heart. He glanced into the open stone chamber, which was only more than 10 feet in size, ordinary, clear at a glance, and very empty. He did not see anything unusual. Fang Sui's behavior was also strange. He did not stop his high-speed movement to enter the stone chamber to check. Instead, he suddenly punched out while moving and pushed a force into the stone chamber like a tidal wave. He did not stop moving, and in a blink of an eye he passed the entrance of the stone chamber. But as soon as he passed the entrance of the stone chamber, Fang Sui rose from the ground lightly, his body like a goose feather, and with a mysterious and agile trajectory, he silently stuck to the side of the wall, motionless. At the same moment, he also turned his hand to form a hand seal, summoning the undead mummy to continue moving on his behalf and go away in the passage. Fang Sui's behavior seemed a little strange, but in fact there was a reason. The moment he passed the stone chamber, he suddenly punched out. If there was someone in the room, he would definitely be startled by his punch, and it would be difficult for him to continue hiding. He might appear from his hiding place, or even chase him out to check. So Fang Sui hid behind the wall as soon as he passed by. If there were people hiding in the room who were startled by his punch, to lure the enemy out of the hole and chased out to check, they would fall into Fang Sui's calculations and turn from hunter to prey. Fang Sui's series of actions at this moment showed his extraordinary ability to change. What was particularly rare was that he thought of this series of contingency measures in an instant and put them into practice. His movements were like flowing clouds and water, fast but not chaotic. He also used the mummy to move forward instead of himself, and there were no flaws in the details. Fang Sui's series of changes made many powerful people from the All Heavens Alliance who were watching him through the array screen turn their attention to the screen where he was and watch with interest. However, Fang Sui hid outside the stone room and waited quietly for a while, but the room was still silent. No one came out to check, and the silence was a bit weird. The opponent in the room did not fall for it and chased out, which showed that the opponent was also extraordinary and not a fool. Fang Sui was not surprised but happy, and his fighting spirit was even stronger, and he wanted to continue the competition with his opponent. The next moment, he suddenly moved and poked his head out at lightning speed and quickly glanced at the scene in the room. Then he quickly retracted and stood against the wall again. In his heart, he was extremely surprised by the scene in the stone room that he saw in this short moment and secretly felt that it was weird. Please recommend, subscribe, and vote for the monthly ticket. Thank you very much for your support. Happy reading. Chapter 189 Obtaining the Scroll. Fang Sui remembered clearly that when he passed by this stone chamber before, he had taken a look at it. It was empty and there was absolutely nothing inside. But when he looked at it again, the situation had changed. A man appeared in the room at some point. He squatted in the middle of the room, looking at a green light in his hand with a smile on his face. This scene was strange and bizarre, and there was a hint of horror in the suspiciousness. Fang Sui thought for a moment, and finally poked his head out again, and looked into the room. At the moment, when he poked his head out again, a ray of light, as bright as a knife, appeared out of thin air, as if he had known that Fang Sui would pop out again, and waited there in advance. This ray of light suddenly appeared, and as soon as it came out, it was less than half a foot away from Fang Sui's face, and it was extremely dangerous to cut him. The most powerful part of this attack was not its suddenness, but the light of the attack, which was brilliant and dazzling, making it impossible to see its coming, and naturally it was difficult to accurately resist it. Such a precisely calculated killing force made Fang Sui suddenly in danger, and it was too late to retreat. But he was not panicked. He flicked his finger, as if he had been prepared. A stream of dark energy burst out from his finger, which turned in the air, and turned into a dark mountain in a flash, blocking him. However, in the next moment, an unexpected change occurred again. The light that was heading towards Fang Sui seemed to have spirituality, and could actually split. In an instant, it turned from 1 to 2, and another ray of light attacked Fang Sui's lower abdomen. Fang Sui was immediately caught in a situation where he was attacked from two sides. The upper attack could be blocked by the Dark Mountain, and the attack on the lower abdomen would inevitably be blocked in time if he wanted to change his moves. Such a continuous and strange attack method was really beyond Fang Sui's expectations. But he was always full of tricks. Although he could not dodge, he had time to summon the dark armor to protect his body. In an instant, the golden line on the chest of the armor moved, intertwined in the air, and finally blocked and crushed the attack on the lower abdomen at the last moment. Fang Sui let out a sigh of relief. The situation just a moment ago was really dangerous. Just when he was about to relax, suddenly, there was a murderous intention coming to him again. Not far behind him, a hazy figure appeared silently, waved his hand, and emitted a cold light, and attacked him again. Fang Sui immediately felt it. His face suddenly changed, and he suddenly understood that the attack he encountered head-on before, although dangerous, was just to attract his attention. In fact, the opponent who was hidden in the dark only showed his true identity at this time, and attacked from behind. Could it be that this person has been hiding outdoors all the time, but set up a killing plan indoors to attract attention, and the real killer only attacked from behind at the last moment? Or thought flashed through Fang Sui's mind. The opponent sent out killers in a short period of time, and his tricks were constantly changing. He was ruthless and experienced, which was far beyond Fang Sui's previous expectations. His thoughts raced in his head, but his movements were not slow at all. When the murderous intent was about to come from behind, Fang Sui also showed a mysterious way of coping. He did not turn around, but moved forward suddenly. At the same time, a pair of large claws stretched out from the back of the armor, successfully resisting the opponent's killing move, and Fang Sui thus avoided the disaster of being killed. But the danger was not over. Fang Sui did not even have time to breathe. The figure behind him kept chasing him closely and used killing moves. Fang Sui was forced to be unable to turn around. He just kept his back to the opponent, with an extremely strange posture. Relying on the two large claws of the scorpion stretched out from the armor behind him, he had a series of collisions with the opponent. In this closed stone room, the two sides attacked and defended silently, and exchanged several moves in an instant. This situation, which was very unfavorable to Fang Sui, was not changed until another figure with amazing hostility rushed in from the outside. The figure that rushed in from outside was the undead mummy that Fang Sui had summoned earlier to confuse his opponent. At this moment, he summoned it, and it came back from outside. Instantly, a faint low cry came from behind Fang Sui. The opponent who set up the killing trap was obviously not prepared for the sudden appearance of the mummy. Caught off guard, the momentum of attacking Fang Sui naturally slowed down. Fang Sui seized the opportunity at this point, and turned around like a whirlwind. As far as he could see, the one who set up the killing trap was a man in cloth clothes with a thin face and a sturdy face. He looked a little weird, his whole body was hazy, and inside his body, there seemed to be a dazzling and strange halo. When Fang Sui saw the appearance of this man, his heart moved. He had heard Zyremo introduce that among the black wizards, there was a kind of wizard who practiced illusion, who was best at trickery and setting traps, just like his previous experience. Fang Sui thought that this person was an illusion wizard. No wonder he was so good at hiding and elusive. Well, this person must be the condemned prisoner in this assessment. The condemned prisoner wizard held a weapon in his hand that was like a spirit snake, sometimes long and sometimes short, and was fighting with the mummy. Fang Sui then joined the battle and attacked the condemned prisoner together with the mummy. In this room, the figures of the two sides in the fierce battle rose and fell in the air so fast that people could not see clearly. Although the condemned prisoner was extraordinary, he was no match for the combined attack of the mummy and Fang Sui after all. In the fierce battle, the condemned prisoner wizard dodged a death curse cast by the mummy, and his movement was a little slow, so Fang Sui seized the opportunity to injure him. Not long after that, he was successfully killed. Fang Sui showed no joy after killing the enemy. He thought that in this vast universe, there were countless races and powerful and strange professionals. If he was careless, he might die. If I had been more cautious before, I would never have been in a passive situation. After summarizing the gains and losses of this battle, he turned his head and looked at the person who had been squatting in the center of the stone chamber with a strange face and motionless. At the same moment, outside the examination field, in the hall where many powerful people from the All Heavens Alliance gathered, they saw the whole process of Fang Sui dealing with the death row prisoners through the images of the array crystal wall. Among these powerful people from the All Heavens Alliance, the leader was the Deputy Hall Master of the Rock Universe Hall, a tall and fat old man. He had seen Fang Sui's previous battle scenes, smiled, and said simply, the previous situation was quite dangerous. Fang Sui was able to remain calm and respond calmly. His ability is not bad. Zyremo, who was responsible for imparting knowledge to a group, was also in the hall. Upon hearing this, he stepped forward and told the Deputy Hall Master about Fang Sui's information in detail. At this time, someone in the hall suddenly said, "Look. This one is not bad either." Everyone in the hall looked at it together and saw a thin and petite figure in a white linen dress, walking lightly on one of the array patterns. The peculiar thing was that she walked in a straight line, and anything that blocked her way, including the wall, was violently and directly smashed by this seemingly weak figure. When everyone was looking, a wall was kicked open by her. Suddenly, this weak figure stretched out a white hand, like a solid iron hammer, and smashed it into the chest of a person who wanted to attack her. The crisp sound of bone cracking was clearly transmitted through the picture, and the opponent died tragically. The girl in the picture walked lightly and calmly, and soon walked into a room, and finally calmly broke the ceiling of the room, and found a scroll in it. Heh. This is the first person to find the scroll of life in this assessment. This girl is the one with the holy product qualification. Her name is Wu Ling. The Deputy Hall Master said lightly, frowning, and then said, "This Wu Ling has a calm mentality and is the best qualification in the contemporary era. How come I have never heard of her before she joined our Yushan Alliance?" People have been asked to find out her information, but nothing has been found. It seems that she is a genius who appeared out of thin air. Then he smiled with relief and said, "Anyway, our alliance has produced a few good seedlings this time. This assessment is a bit easy for them. How about this? You will announce it later, set them as seeds, and announce their positions to everyone." In the assessment building, Fang Sui came to the person squatting on the ground, motionless. After seeing the front of this person, he saw clearly that this man was the elder brother of the pair of cowardly siblings he had seen on Zihuan Star. His expression on his face was weird at this time. It seemed that he was originally in ecstasy, but suddenly encountered a shocking change. Therefore, before the ecstasy subsided, there was a kind of fear, which caused a rare strange look on his face. He held a small scroll in his hand, which emitted a green glow, and was full of vitality. Fang Sui saw this, and suddenly realized that the man must have been attacked and restrained by the death row wizard just now, when he found the scroll of life. That was why he was happy at first and then horrified, with a strange look on his face. The death row wizard obviously used him as bait after restraining him, and set a trap to kill the examiner who came to find the scroll of life. Fang Sui reached out and took the scroll of life in the man's hand. After thinking about it, he urged the power of the divine earth in his body and sent a stream of dark energy into the man's body, which swam around in his body in an instant. The next moment, the man's whole body shook and he regained his normal mobility. Although he was restrained by others before and couldn't even blink his eyes, his consciousness was always clear, and he naturally understood what happened in the room. If Fang Sui hadn't killed the death row prisoner, he would have ended up dead. Therefore, although Fang Sui's action was unintentional, he saved his life. The man also remembered that he had a brief encounter with Fang Sui on Purple Ring Star. Fang Sui was found to have the aptitude of the top level that day, and later entered the first level group that everyone envied. He also remembered it clearly, and seeing Fang Sui again at this time, saved his life again. After the man stood up, his face was even happier. He thanked Fang Sui repeatedly with a humble attitude, but his eyes glanced at the scroll of life that Fang Sui took. After hesitating for a long while, he stammered, "I found this scroll first." Fang Sui was looking down at the scroll of life and responded, "Yeah." After a pause, he looked up at the man and said, "The scroll is in your hands. If someone else comes to fight for it, the biggest possibility is that you will be killed. I advise you to take the initiative, to trigger your identity badge, and announce that you will give up this assessment. I remember that you were originally the last group of the first level. If you give up the assessment, you will be punished by being demoted, which is of no use to you. There is no loss if you give up. Go back and practice with peace of mind, and strive for good results in the future." Fang Sui's words were just talking about the matter at hand, and his tone was calm, without any contempt. From an objective point of view, it is foreseeable that this man will eventually die if he does not withdraw from the assessment. The man was startled when he heard this. A strange color flashed across his eyes. He glanced at Fang Sui and said timidly, yes, you are right, but I want to try. I just want to try." Fang Sui said something nice, but seeing that the man didn't listen, he turned and walked out, saying, "Then do as you please, I'll take the scroll." After saying that, he left the stone chamber and disappeared. The man was left alone in the room, and suddenly a trace of astonishing gloom appeared on his face. His expression changed repeatedly. Sometimes he looked cowardly and timid, and sometimes he looked hysterical and ferocious. He murmured, "It's okay to steal my scroll, but shouldn't you be responsible for protecting me? You want me to quit?" He stood there for a moment, as if he had made up his mind again, and quickly walked in the direction Fang Sui left, chasing him. Thank you all for your support. Happy reading. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190. I was born in a poor family. My brother and I practiced hard and broke through to the first level after going through hardships. Later, I was guided by someone and thought about trying the All Heavens Alliance. I didn't expect to successfully join it. Every opportunity is very important to me. In the silent and murderous assessment building, the man chased Fang Sui, chattering and repeatedly explaining the importance of this assessment to him. He had only one purpose, that is, he not only didn't want to give up, but also wanted to stay to the end, get rewards, and move forward. Fang Sui didn't care, and ignored the man's chatter. He got a life scroll at this time, and his actions became calm, with a sense of leisure. Another benefit of getting a scroll is that there will be a clearer topographic map on the information displayed on the identity nameplate. The range not only covers the various locations on the floor where you are, but also includes the location of the teleportation array pattern connecting other floors, which is also clearly revealed. This is obviously encouraging the strong to go to other floors to fight and eliminate the weak. Fang Sui walked forward while checking the topographic map. The man followed by observing Fang Sui's words and expressions. Seeing that Fang Sui remained unmoved, a strange color flashed across his face, and he asked tentatively, "Mr. Fang, we have known each other for such a long time, but you still don't know my name. My name is Yao Xian's Heo, and my sister is Yao Yi. My sister is clean and honest, and she does things carefully. If you want a personal maid, Mr. Fang, my sister can be yours." Fang Sui finally got annoyed, stopped, looked at Yao Xian's Heo and said, "You still don't understand one thing, that is, in the way of cultivation, if it is just poor aptitude, you can change it by redoubled efforts, but the problem lies in your character." He stared at Yao Xian's Heo and said, "Just like now, if you want to work hard to improve, then this assessment is a rare opportunity. You should face the difficulties and take the opportunity to train yourself. This is the way to constantly improve yourself and change your destiny. Instead of begging for help from others here, even if I help you, you will get nothing in the end. You are still you, and you have never trained at all. Even if you pass this assessment with my help and get the reward of being promoted to a better group of cultivation, it is not something you get by your own ability. Can you grasp it? Fang Sui left without stopping. Yao Xian's Hao was stunned for a moment. He was about to continue following, but Fang Sui's voice sounded coldly, "If you follow me again, I will kill you." Yao Xian's Hao changed color in shock and stopped. Fang Sui went far away in the blink of an eye and disappeared. Yao Xian's Hao stood there, his face flickering, and gradually a hint of sinisterness appeared. He said resentfully, "You don't help me, what kind of bullshit is that? If you are not born with better talent than me, how can you have achieved what you have now? Can you be more advanced than me? If I had your talent, I would have stepped on you long ago. How could you snatch my scroll and teach me a lesson in return? It's really unreasonable." Fang Sui, who left, was already quite far away. In his heart, Yao Xian's Hao was like a breeze blowing over water, leaving no trace, and was forgotten in an instant. After that, Fang Sui encountered several people, including examinees and death row prisoners. Some of them were attacked by him, and some were ambushed by him. But without exception, all of them were killed or eliminated by him. At this time, Fang Sui was walking in a wide corridor. Suddenly, the stone ground under his feet began to evaporate and emit milky white mist, which was curling and diffused. Walking in it was like walking on a sea of clouds. Not long after, the entire hall where Fang Sui was located turned into a foggy place. This mist looked harmless, but it was actually poisonous miasma, which silently invaded the body and slowly took effect. Fang Sui grumbled and offered the scroll of life in his hand. The scroll sprinkled a touch of spiritual light and hung above his head. The light flowed down like water, blocking the poisonous miasma outside. At the moment, when Fang Sui offered the scroll in his hand, a dazzling large green dot appeared on the identity nameplates of all the cultivators at the same assessment level as him, marking the position after Fang Sui used the scroll of life. Fang Sui also noticed the changes on the nameplate. He said to himself, "It turns out that, after using the scroll, my position will be more clearly visible to other people on the same level. Well, this is to prevent someone from getting the scroll and hiding quietly to pass this assessment quietly. But this is useless for the people in the same group. Our positions have long been marked on the nameplates of people on the same assessment level." When he was looking down at the topographic map, the array patterns on the identity nameplate intertwined, and a new message came, showing, "Notice. Wuling, Fang Sui, Bifu, a total of 10 people in the first level group, are marked as seed characters. If someone can eliminate them, they will be considered to have passed the assessment directly with the best results. The hall level, where the seed characters are located, will be announced every 2 hours. Their nameplate array patterns can be connected by everyone, and others can challenge them. Who came up with this bad idea?" Fang Sui's face changed slightly. The 10 names displayed on the message are exactly a group of people with the best qualifications and the strongest combat power. As soon as the news came out, Fang Sui, Wuling and other people whose names were marked suddenly became Tang Monk. Which monster didn't want to have a bite? The next moment, Fang Sui's nameplate glowed faintly, and the array pattern flowed. It was because after the news was announced, someone immediately connected to his nameplate and challenged him. A voice came from the array pattern on the nameplate. "Fang Sui, I didn't expect you to have some skills and be marked as a seed. I was originally worried that you would be eliminated or die before I took action. I saw that your location is on the 36th floor, and I will go to find you now." Bifu's confident and arrogant voice came from the nameplate. The array pattern transmission of Bifu and Fang Sui's nameplates was heard by other cultivators in the same assessment field building through the array pattern connection. Everyone was shocked when they heard the words. As soon as the names of several seed level characters were announced, 2 characters of the same seed level faced each other. "Bifu, come on. Remember to bring a few more helpers." Fang Sui responded to the nameplate calmly. He said this calmly and easily, but everyone who heard it could sense Fang Sui's hidden anger. He was obviously really angry under Bifu's repeated provocations and was willing to fight. Fang Sui closed the nameplate after he finished speaking and suddenly moved. An unprecedented strong force burst out of his body. A black dark energy suddenly rushed out, rolling like a dragon and like a surging wave, covering the ground, rushing forward and spreading. He stepped on the rolling black energy and rushed away like a frightened horse. At this moment, several chuckles were heard in the hall of the strong men of the All Heavens Alliance who were watching Fang Sui and others' assessment process. Someone said, "Heh, Fang Sui's method has changed drastically. Is he going to kill people? He knows that after the information about him being a seed is announced, everyone will covet him. If others surround him, he will be passive, so he takes the initiative to attack, and before others surround him and scatter everywhere, he is ready to eliminate everyone on the same floor first." When Fang Sui started to act, Bifu, who was dressed in a purple robe and had a life scroll hanging on his head, stood with his hands behind his back in a certain floor of the same assessment building, muttering to himself, looking for death. Then he turned into a wisp of light smoke and disappeared. Half an hour later, Bifu passed through the teleportation array on each floor and quickly approached the assessment floor where Fang Sui was. During the process, because Bifu was also a seed level figure, after the information was made public, he was also contacted by the other 3 people who were usually good friends and were transferred to Fang Sui's group at the beginning of the assessment through the nameplate array pattern. In the end, several people joined Bifu and eliminated the people they met along the way one by one and obtained several life scrolls from them in succession. From this, it can be seen that, although these people are arrogant, their strength is quite strong, far beyond ordinary. Several people did not take the upcoming battle between Bifu and Fang Sui to heart. They looked relaxed and continued to approach the whole floor where Fang Sui was, while talking and laughing. Fang Sui has rarely responded to our provocations. He is obviously a cowardly and useless person. I don't know why he was selected as a seed level figure, haha. One of them said teasingly. Bifu opened and closed his eyes, shining with brilliance, and said proudly, "There is a reason why he can be selected. To be fair, except for me, if you compete alone, you may not be his opponent." The others snorted in unison, obviously indignant in their hearts, but none of them directly refuted Bifu and remained silent. After another hour or so, Bifu and others walked out of another teleportation array between the layers of the assessment field and arrived at the assessment layer where Fang Sui was. But they saw that the surrounding area was filled with poisonous miasma and silence. Since they were not originally assessors of this layer, they only knew that Fang Sui was on this layer, but they didn't know his specific location. Bifu connected Fang Sui's identity nameplate and shouted, "Fang Sui, I'm here, don't get out of here." The array pattern on the identity nameplate flowed, but it was calm and silent, and there was no response for a long time. The others cursed in unison. Fang Sui must have been scared by the battle and hid himself. Bifu's face was gloomy. He said nothing, his eyes were scattered, and he saw something. He looked in one direction and shouted, "Who's there?" A figure walked out carefully from the poisonous miasma not far away. It was Yao Xian's Heo. He looked at Bifu and said hesitantly, "Are you here to find Fang Sui? I heard about your battle with Fang Sui through the nameplate. I'm on this level." The nameplate shows Fang Sui's specific location. "I want to get a good score in this assessment, and don't want to be eliminated." He spoke incoherently, but Bifu understood what he meant. A trace of contempt flashed across his face, and he raised his hand and threw out a scroll. Yao Xian's Heo was overjoyed to catch it. His original intention was to let Bifu and others take him with him and stay in the assessment for a longer period of time. But he didn't expect Bifu to be so generous and directly threw a scroll to him. Yao Xian's Heo was very happy. He held the scroll tightly in his hand and examined it up and down, fearing that it was fake. Then he touched the scroll, and a green light sprinkled down, expelling the poisonous miasma that had already invaded his body. Yao Xian's Heo was immediately refreshed and looked at Bifu with gratitude. Bifu said expressionlessly, "If I didn't find Fang Sui according to the information you said, you should know the consequences." Yao Xian's Hao's face was frightened, and he said humbly, "My nameplate shows the exact location of Fang Sui, and it will never be wrong." Then he told the specific location. At this time, he got the scroll of life, and his mind moved slightly. He had changed his original intention, and was ready to leave. He tried to step back a few steps, and seeing that Bifu didn't even glance at him, he immediately turned around, as if he had been pardoned, merged into the poisonous miasma, and walked away quickly. "Just let this rubbish go?" a person beside Bifu asked. Bifu sneered, "Give this rubbish the courage to lie to me. It's better to leave. It's useless to bring him around. Let's go. Let's go find Fang Sui." Just as Bifu and others were about to leave, suddenly, a long howl came from a distant place on this level. The whistling sound continued for a long time, becoming louder and louder, like thunder, rushing towards Bifu and others with great speed, approaching like the Yangtze River, with a mighty momentum. Thank you for your support. Happy reading. Chapter 191, War is Ruthless. As the howling sound got closer, it became more powerful. Gradually, the foggy poisonous miasma of the entire layer began to surge and ripple, and the rhythm was endless. The faces of several people around Bifu changed at the same time, and one of them hesitated and said, "This howling sound is so powerful, could it be that Fang Sui made it?" Bifu snorted coldly, not willing to be outdone, and took a step forward. A long howl came out of his mouth, which was also as powerful as thunder. The two howling sounds intertwined, competing with each other. The void of this layer seemed to have turned into an invisible ocean, breeding waves like waves in the void, rumbling and spreading, and the power became more and more intimidating, and even the ground began to shake. All the people who had not been eliminated on this layer felt their ears roaring, their hearts and souls shaking, and inexplicably gave rise to a sense of fear that their souls would be shaken apart. After a few breaths, the high-pitched, powerful, and heroic howling had already forced Bifu and others 100 feet away. Faintly, several people around Bifu saw a green light through the mist, like a meteor, breaking through the air at an incredible speed. Several people only had time to think it's coming so fast before they felt a strong pressure, which hit their faces head on as the green light approached, causing pain. Through the mist, you can see that the green light is a high-hanging scroll of life. Surrounded by the green clouds like water, a figure, with his hands behind his back, walked calmly in the air, with mist waves rolling under his feet, as elegant as a fairy or demon. This figure did not show any gestures as he moved forward, but the whistling sound in his mouth did not stop, but became more and more majestic, like a sea tide hitting the table, with overwhelming momentum. At this time, Bifu also felt a little awe-inspiring. From the time he opened his mouth until now, he has always kept the ki in his body flowing like a long river, rushing endlessly, so that the whistling sound can be driven up step by step to ensure that it is not suppressed by Fang Sui's whistling. However, at this moment, Bifu already felt exhausted. The breath in his body was sent out with a whistling sound, which had reached its peak, and was about to fall back and weaken. On the other hand, Fang Sui's long whistle was still rising and getting longer, as if there was no end. This was beyond Bifu's expectation. The two sides have not yet officially fought, but the two whistles are like two invisible dragons, rising step by step, like chasing the sun through the clouds, constantly interweaving and colliding, roaring, and fighting. It is obvious that Fang Sui's whistling dragon is becoming more and more robust and powerful, while as time goes by, Bifu's sound wave dragon has reached its peak and can no longer continue to grow taller and stronger, and even has a tendency to weaken. Suddenly, Bifu's voice stopped abruptly, as if the whistling dragon he sent out was swallowed into the stomach of Fang Sui's sound dragon and eaten cleanly. Bifu's face turned pale, and he suddenly said, "Fang Sui, you finally appeared." He spoke at this time, which was really a hidden meaning. It should be noted that Fang Sui came from a distance with a long howl, which was so powerful that it could shock the world. A fighting spirit had been accumulating and brewing since the sound of the howl. At this moment, Fang Sui's momentum had accumulated to the peak, matching a certain mysterious rhythm between heaven and earth, and it was the most unstoppable time. If he fought with Fang Sui at this moment, he would have to face his extraordinary and domineering offensive. Bifu also had extraordinary vision. It was because he saw this point that he spoke. Once Fang Sui opened his mouth to respond, his momentum would inevitably pause, which was equivalent to being broken by Bifu's accumulated momentum. However, Bifu's intention was immediately seen through by Fang Sui. He suddenly walked out of the side split mist flow, carrying a thunderous power that had accumulated to the peak. Just when several people around Bifu were panicked, he punched Bifu in the air without any pause, attacking him. Then he walked forward slowly, and with every step he took, a force was released. In the end, Fang Sui took 7 steps in a row, and then he continuously released 7 forces. Each of these 7 forces is like a river, mighty and powerful. The 7 forces combine and push each other, one layer stronger than the other, and the rivers are connected, evolving into an invincible sea. 7 steps later, Fang Sui came to 3 feet away from Bifu, and the 7 flows merged into one, attacking Bifu with a bang. At the same moment, Fang Sui's endless earth-shaking roar suddenly disappeared at this moment. The world fell into a dead silence, and the people around only felt their ears buzzing, and could not hear any other sound. Bifu was arrogant and conceited, and he did not dodge when facing Fang Sui's attack. When Fang Sui was at his most powerful, and he was obviously at a disadvantage, he still held on, and chose to face Fang Sui's attack head on. This gap between the positive and the negative immediately made Bifu regret it. After a thunderous roar, Bifu vomited blood with a puff. He retreated hastily and almost fell to the ground. The faces of several people around him were horrified. Even with Bifu's strength, he was injured by Fang Sui's head-on attack. This was too unexpected. Fang Sui's face was calm, without any waves, but his movements were smooth and coherent. After gaining the upper hand, he did not give Bifu any chance to breathe, and the next attack followed. Boom. 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 Fang Sui moved like lightning, and threw 3 punches in a row. Bifu was frustrated by the first attack, and was injured and vomited blood. He was even worse when he was chased by Fang Sui. He vomited blood 3 times, after being hit 3 times in a row. In a blink of an eye, his face was as pale as gold paper, and his eyes showed horror for the first time. At this moment, Fang Sui turned over with one hand, and gently held a piece of divine land in his palm. There were mountains on the ground and a moon behind the mountains. At the same time, in the hall where the strong men of the All Heavens Alliance gathered, many strong men watched the battle between Fang Sui and Bifu through the array images. Someone hesitated and said, if Fang Sui takes action again, Bifu might be in danger of falling. Whether we can stop the B family in the eastern region or not is considered quite prosperous. The tall deputy hall master had a calm face and waved his hand calmly, saying, Bifu showed a fatal weakness in his character during the competition. He knew that Fang Sui came with great power and momentum, but he still wanted to confront Fang Sui head on, and did not retreat. This shows that his desire to win has overwhelmed his reason. This kind of character is not good. Since he is unworthy, he will die. It's no big deal. In the examination field, several people who came with Bifu looked pale and shouted in unison, stop. But it was too late. The Dark Land, Dark Mountain and Dark Moon in Fang Sui's hand shook at the same time, and a round of divine moon with a faint cold light rose into the sky, as if it could swallow the light. The faint light turned, and in an instant, the surroundings were first dark, and then bright again. No one knew what happened in that dark moment. When the light became bright again, Fang Sui stopped and stood. Bifu on the opposite side did not seem to have suffered any obvious injuries. He closed his eyes and stared at Fang Sui without blinking, saying in a hoarse voice, you are so bold, and what a cruel method. Fang Sui said indifferently, I gave you a chance, and you forced me to take action many times. Since the war has started, it's either life or death. What else can we say? Bifu's eyes suddenly brightened, bursting with deep hatred, and said word by word, okay. It depends on how long you can live. Fang Sui sneered, how long I can live, you can't see it anyway. There was a light click. Bifu's forehead suddenly shattered, and a dark ray of moonlight poured out from the crack. It turned out that just now, Fang Sui sacrificed the dark moon to rise into the sky, swallowing up the surrounding light in the darkness. Bifu looked unharmed, but in fact, his soul had been injured by the moonlight at that moment. At this time, the moonlight wiped out all the vitality in his soul from the inside out. Bifu fell to the ground and died. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and the faces of the people who came with Bifu were pale. The next moment, light flashed in the void. Fang Sui would not take action, but he would show no mercy if he took action. A lion's roar sounded, and Baston Fang Sui's shoulder stretched lazily, and suddenly turned into Sekm, the guardian of the dead in Egyptian mythology who spread disasters, and appeared together with the mummy, the scorpion, and the strange golden line on the armor. But in a moment, the other few people were also surrounded and killed. Fang Sui's brutal killing, and the means of rooting out the roots were seen by the high-level people in the Alliance of All Heavens. The reactions of these people were also strange. Seeing Fang Sui's decisive and ruthless means, they did not think it was strange, but were happy. Someone nodded and praised, well, cultivation can improve, but everyone's temperament is fixed, and difficult to change. Fang Sui's ruthless and decisive fighting is a success. Fang Sui killed Bifu. Everyone in the same examination field learned the information displayed on the nameplate array pattern, and everyone was in an uproar. Bifu, a seed level figure with a great reputation among the first level cultivators of the rock universe, fell like this, which was really unexpected. For a time, Fang Sui's fame was really frightening to everyone. Those who were originally interested in eliminating seed figures like Fang Sui and were ready to rush to his temple level to wait for an opportunity changed their minds and backed out. For a period of time afterwards, other places were fiercely fighting and the killing, but only the temple level, where Fang Sui was quite deserted. But this situation soon changed. After Fang Sui killed Bifu, he was free for less than a cup of tea. The pattern on his nameplate lit up again. There was a new message coming. It was a group of strong men from the All Heavens Alliance who were monitoring and changing the rules of the test field at any time. Seeing that Fang Sui was currently in a leisurely state that no one dared to violate, his information nameplate immediately received a new prompt, informing him that there would be more powerful death row prisoners, who would be deployed specifically for Fang Sui's test level, to attack and kill him. Fang Sui cursed in his heart, thinking that the purpose of this test was clear. It was obviously to explore the individual's limit. If you don't do your best, the difficulty of the test will continue to increase. Not long after, the area where he was in really became dangerous. Fang Sui encountered dangers repeatedly, and encountered many ambushes, and killing traps in a short period of time. It was obvious that there were real death row prisoners who were put in again. These death row prisoners were all captives who were in a hostile relationship with the All Heavens Alliance. They were experienced in killing, and were not easy to deal with. With Fang Sui's ability, facing the death row prisoners who were deliberately sent to him, he also experienced many dangerous situations and the battle situation was extremely dangerous. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. When the final assessment was over, the number of assessees who could stay until the last day was only about 1/50th of the initial assessment. It can be seen that the assessment process was cruel and the elimination rate was high. When Fang Sui came out of the assessment building, he was also covered in blood, and a murderous aura lingered around him for a long time. The assessment is over, and of course the assessment results must be announced, and some appropriate rewards will also be given. Thank you for your support. Happy reading. Chapter 192 Dead Soul Sacrifice, seeking this week's recommendation. The result was of course no surprise. Wuling rushed all the way. Except for a few people who hid quietly, the rest of the people in the same test field with her were beaten out by her. Therefore, she eliminated the most people, ranking first among all the first level test participants. Fang Sui had a brilliant record. He killed Bifu, who was also a seeded player. This was unique in the test, so he became famous and everyone talked about it. But he didn't eliminate too many people during the test. Therefore, although his results were good, he was not among the top 5. In the same test field as him, the vicious young man Suolish eliminated as many people as him. This made Fang Sui a little surprised and thoughtful about Suolish's performance. It is worth mentioning that after Fang Sui killed Bifu, the hall floor, where he was located almost became a forbidden area. In the same test building, not only did no one go to the hall floor, where he was located, but many people who were originally on this floor also regarded Fang Sui as a tiger and wolf, and quietly hid themselves, or even teleported to other hall floors. It was precisely because of the sharp decrease in the number of people on this floor that Yao Xian's Hao benefited from it. After receiving the life scroll that Bifu casually threw over, he was originally hiding everywhere in fear. He dared to use the life scroll to remove the poisonous miasma in his body only after a period of time. Because the number of people on this floor dropped sharply and it was particularly deserted, he actually hid until the third day before he was discovered and eliminated. As a result, Yao Xian's Hao actually got the reward of the promotion group as he wished. In addition to being happy, he was even more convinced that his behavior was correct. As long as he seized every opportunity to make a profit, there would always be a chance to move forward. The day after the assessment was over, Fang Sui, Wu Ling and other people who ranked at the top of the assessment were called together. Since the results were good, of course, appropriate rewards were indispensable. The purpose of calling everyone together was for this. There were awards after the Kroll assessment competition, which was not announced in advance, so everyone was surprised to hear it. In fact, since it was a small assessment, the rewards were ordinary, and there were no treasures or even any foreign objects to give away. Everyone was just called together to announce the next stage, the increase in cultivation resources. After hearing about the increase in resources, Fang Sui's heart was moved. This increase in resources includes the ability to enter the second floor of the Classics Hall and read ancient books. If there are two things that Fang Sui is most obsessed with now, one of them is of course, to continuously improve his cultivation. One day, he will travel the universe and pursue the secret of the end of the universe. The other is the mystery of cultivation that is closely related to him, that is, the problem of the mysterious Egyptian pantheon. When he heard about the increase in cultivation resources, the first thing he thought of was to go to the Classics Hall again to see if there are any ancient books about Egyptian gods and demons on the second floor. When Fang Sui's thoughts were turning, there were strong men from the Alliance of the Heavens who asked Fang Sui, Wu Ling and others one by one if they had any special cultivation needs, and the Alliance of the Heavens would be responsible for providing them as much as possible. This is the highlight of the reward. When it was Fang Sui's turn, he thought about it and realized that he really needed it, but the things he needed were quite complicated and related to the altar of the dead. Fang Sui simply asked for energy crystals and prepared to buy them at the All Things store himself later. This time, the rewards were given to those with excellent test scores. Unexpectedly, the Deputy Hall Master of the Rock Universe came out in person. In fact, it was a bit against the rules for Fang Sui to ask for energy crystals directly, but after hearing Fang Sui's request, the Deputy Hall Master smiled and waved his hand, which was considered as agreeing. After the test, it was rare to have 3 days of rest. Fang Sui originally had a lot of energy crystals. This time, he got a reward and his energy crystals increased again, and he became richer. The next day, he went out to the Wanwu store and bought a lot of rare and exotic things. He was only a rich man for one day, and his energy crystals were already at the bottom, but he did buy a lot of rare and exotic things. The last time he went out, he was almost calculated by someone using the hunting mirror to set a trap, and 2 people in the Pantheon were strangely killed. After that, some arrogant people in the Pantheon directly attributed the responsibility to Fang Sui. It was precisely because of the above reasons that Fang Sui was much more careful when he went out this time. Unexpectedly, nothing happened this time. Fang Sui went back and forth smoothly, and everything was normal. After he returned to his residence and rested for a day, the various materials purchased from the All Things store had already been delivered. Fang Sui summoned the undead mummy in the practice room of his residence. He used the Netherworld summoning technique, which originated from the Book of the Dead, to measure the level of the summoned creatures, based on his own power level. For example, just like when he was at the apostle level, the undead disaster mosquitoes he summoned could only be at the apostle level. When he was promoted to the first level of the divine fire realm, the summoned creatures would increase accordingly, and also be promoted to the first level. All summoned creatures rely on Fang Sui's power as the fundamental source to summon them equally, which is fair. If you want to increase the number of summons, you need to lower the level and still list them as disaster mosquitoes. Fang Sui can only summon one first level disaster mosquito now, but if you lower the stage requirements, you can summon more than one disaster mosquitoes that are less than the first level. Among the Netherworld species that Fang Sui can currently summon, the undead mummy is an exception. It was a unique undead that Fang Sui deliberately activated the Book of Summoning and marked it. It evolved and grew by itself. Unlike other summons, it kept changing and was not fixed as Fang Sui advanced. This mummy was always the same. Although it would be nourished by the power of death and its strength would increase due to Fang Sui's advancement, it was slightly different from other summons and advanced more slowly. This mummy was currently equivalent to the bottom line combat power level of the First Order. For example, Yao Xian's Hao and his ilk, although they were also First Order, would probably be more negative if they were put against the mummy. However, the strange thing was that this mummy was always shown as a member of the undead army in the Book of Summoning, which was the same as its title when it was at the apostle level. This seemed to indicate that it was still not qualified to be promoted to the official First Order. Fang Sui summoned the mummy at this time. It was still rotten, and its body was full of evil and dark death fluctuations. It stood there with a strange posture, and its body was slightly leaning forward, like an evil beast ready to choose someone to devour at any time. The mummy's muscles were exposed, and it looked hideous and dilapidated. In its hand, it held a dark silver staff as thin as a demon sword, which cursed the destruction of civilization. Basta saw Fang Sui summon the mummy, after buying a lot of materials. His cat's eyes, as deep as black gemstones, turned and asked, "Is the Lord going to activate the altar of the dead, sacrifice items, and exchange for the power of death, to promote the growth of the mummy's power?" Fang Sui replied, "According to the description in the Book of the Dead, the mummy is stuck at this level and advances slowly. It should need a powerful power of the soul of death to perfect its own mummy's soul of the dead pharaoh. Therefore, when I purchased items this time, I bought a rare item equivalent to the second level power level, the soul crystal." After speaking, a pure black, dark, and sparkling energy crystal appeared in his hand. The crystal was very strange, with a gloomy black fog rolling in it. In a trance, it seemed that there was a hazy figure sitting cross-legged in the fog, and waves of fierce power surged out from the crystal. Suddenly, as Fang Sui was watching, the hazy figure in the black crystal suddenly began to howl. In an instant, an evil wave turned into a scream, which came out from the black crystal, and it was extremely creepy. Buster exclaimed, and said with great interest, "It turns out that what is sealed in it is a remnant soul of the dead." Fang Sui shook the black crystal in his hand and said easily, "It is indeed sealed with the dead soul of a dead person. According to the introduction of this thing in the Wanwu shop, the dead soul in it was once a powerful black wizard who sacrificed countless lives and chose to practice in the direction of the evil god. Eventually, his soul was invaded by evil forces and he could not bear it, so he self-destructed and died. His remnant soul was collected and sealed. This is one of the crystals containing his original soul power." Buster licked his paw habitually and said, "This thing should be delicious. Does the Lord want to use this dead soul crystal as the main sacrifice to the altar of the dead?" Fang Sui nodded, glanced at Buster, thought for a while, and added, "You were able to change the sacrificial steps of the altar of the dead last time. Obviously, you have a full understanding of the existence and composition of the altar. This time you will preside over the sacrifice process." Buster narrowed his cat eyes slightly and did not refuse, but he had a condition, saying, "I want something delicious." Fang Sui said angrily, "No." Buster immediately said, "That's not okay." Fang Sui blinked his eyes, thinking that if the cat didn't agree, he really couldn't do anything about it, so he slowed down his voice and said, "What do you want to eat?" "Crispy pieces." Buster's crispy pieces are energy crystals. "Well, okay." Fang Sui gave in. Buster happily transformed into a girl's wisdom body, and the sacrifice process began. The black wizard soul crystal in Fang Sui's hand was taken by Buster. She stretched out the dark cat's claws and transformed into a white little hand, as if grabbing out of thin air, and constantly gave birth to a number of flickering spell symbols like a magic trick, and finally combined into a black background, a sacrificial spell with golden fonts, and hit it into the soul power crystal. Slowly, a wisp of the black wizard's residual soul in the crystal miraculously grew, and the illusory and unclear soul image gradually became clear, and the evil fluctuations became stronger and stronger. After that, it grew to the size of a fist, and it seemed to contain a crystal of endless evil power. Buster threw it into the altar of the dead in the Book of Summoning. In an instant, a long black mist rose from the altar, and there was a chanting sound of gods and demons, which turned into a blessing force, invisibly pushing the power of the altar to grow. At this time, the undead mummy appeared on the altar, trembling all over, as if there was a kind of awe from the depths of the soul, and it was bowing to the altar. Every time it bowed, a wisp of the boundless black mist on the altar fell down, and merged into the mummy's body. In the end, there was a powerful black wizard phantom, full of reluctance, but bound by the power of the altar, and was also absorbed by the undead mummy. Crack. At this moment, the mummy's body was shattered, and its body began to undergo inexplicable mysterious changes. While the mummy was absorbing the power on the altar, Fang Sui was also sitting cross-legged in the practice room. After this assessment, the power in his body, which had long reached the peak of the first stage middle stage, has been fluctuating like the tides of the sea for the past few days, and has reached a critical point again. Just as Fang Sui closed his eyes and began to practice, a series of rumbling sounds suddenly rang out in his body. Thank you for your support. Happy reading. Chapter 193 Strange Phenomenon. Go to this week's recommendation. Fang Sui's body gradually became brighter, showing a faint golden light, and his whole body was bright and prosperous. There was also a wonderful power fluctuation, which circulated back and forth in his body, reflecting the energy of heaven and earth, and kept running. On the other side, after the mummy bowed to the altar, the changes inside and outside the body became more and more strange. The surging black breath lingered around it, encircling it in the center like a stream. The most unexpected thing was that this black air gradually condensed outside its body, becoming more and more powerful and thick, wrapping the mummy inside, like a huge cocoon of vitality. At this time, Bast, who was presiding over the undead sacrifice ceremony, suddenly emitted an unprecedented light in her eyes, cold and ruthless, but noble like a god, swallowing and spitting out a dark brilliance. She stretched out her hand and pointed, and the many materials that Fang Sui bought from the store were moved by an invisible force, soared into the air, and thrown into the undead altar to become sacrificial items. At the same time, a mysterious chanting sound came out of Buster's mouth, with a high or low tone, fast or slow changes, which seemed very complicated. This chanting sound also carried a kind of power, as if it could pass through the altar of the dead, penetrate the constraints of time and space, reach the other side of the universe, and communicate with some foreign objects. Suddenly, an incredible thing happened. On the altar of the dead, a dark and lightless black hole silently cracked, like a door. Behind the door, a dark shadow appeared vaguely, standing like a ghost, but emitting a powerful fluctuation comparable to that of gods and demons, with a shocking momentum. The black shadow had dim eyes, and started to chant the same as Buster. The two seemed to be communicating in a language that no one could understand. Finally, the shadow behind the cracked black hole on the altar raised his arm in a hazy state, and a drop of liquid with a golden halo, like the blood of the black shadow, dripped from his fingertips. This drop of blood fell with an ancient and majestic aura, as if it had passed through the barrier of time and space in an instant, and fell into the black air that wrapped the mummy. At this moment, the black air surrounding the mummy expanded and contracted violently, as if a living foreign body was breathing. Soon, the black air began to solidify, and in the blink of an eye it became as cold and hard as cast iron, and turned into a coffin surrounded by death, emitting a cold light all over, and it was cold and frightening. And the drop of golden liquid that looked like the blood of gods and demons flowed and rolled on the surface of the death coffin, condensed by the black air, as if there was an invisible force pulling the golden liquid, and where it flowed, it would leave a gorgeous dark golden curse pattern on the surface of the coffin. In a few breaths, this mysterious scene ended. The mummy disappeared, and only a coffin made of death, glittering with complex patterns, and flowing with golden light, was left on the altar. This coffin is different from the common coffins. It has a strange shape and a bumpy surface, as if there is a sculptured human body lying on the surface of the coffin. The golden lines on the coffin flow, and it is gorgeous and luxurious, but it is also filled with the fluctuations of death. Overall, this coffin is similar in shape to the golden coffin of the mummy in ancient Egypt. The spell power on the coffin is intertwined, like a formation diagram carved with the blood of gods and demons, condensing the death power between heaven and earth, and nourishing the mummy in the coffin. At this point, the mummy bowed to the altar and the sacrificial process under the auspices of Bast was temporarily stopped. The mummy did not appear from the coffin immediately. It was nurtured by a kind of death power in the coffin. When it came out of the coffin again, the sacrificial ceremony was completely over. After the mummy closed the coffin with the power of death, the altar of the dead fell silent. The black hole above the altar and the powerful phantoms of gods and demons in it disappeared at some point, without a trace. After that, the book of summoning slowly closed, and the altar and the golden coffin of the mummy were all covered and swallowed by the layers of black air in the book. The book of summoning then flew up, and entered Fang Sui's body from his forehead. The agitated strange power in the whole room slowly weakened, until it returned to calm. Fang Sui's own practice was not over yet. He was still sitting cross-legged, unconscious, but there was also a strange thing. His sitting body did not need to use any power to slowly rise and float in the air. This process was like an independent small universe in his body, which got rid of the gravity of the ancient source star, indicating that Fang Sui had taken another step forward in reflecting the key of heaven and earth. After a day and a night, the light radiating from Fang Sui's body began to weaken. After the vast breath like the ocean receded, he slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes emitted a divine light as bright as the moon shining on the earth. Has the Lord made a breakthrough? After Buster finished summoning the altar of the dead, he became very sleepy. Fang Sui practiced for a day and night, and he always slept on Fang Sui's shoulder. At this time, Fang Sui finished practicing, and Buster felt it, opened one eye a little, and asked lazily. Fang Sui said, "I have touched the barrier of the late stage of the first stage. It is not difficult to break through, but it will take several days of accumulation to officially enter the late stage of the first stage." Buster muttered vaguely, "The breakthrough is so slow." The body curled up into a ball, the breathing became long, and fell asleep again. Fang Sui's deep eyes closed, thought for a while, and did not continue to practice. He got up, and left his residence, and walked towards the Classics Hall of the Rock Universe. 3 rounds of scorching suns in the sky were woven together, hanging high in the sky, shedding golden light, shining warmly on the body, and occasionally a few white clouds floated by, soft and changing into various bizarre shapes with the wind. The Hall of Classics has a classical shape, eaves, and corners, and is entirely carved from huge wood. The atmosphere is cozy, and there are obviously many more people in it than usual. After Fang Sui entered the Hall of Classics, he found a strange phenomenon. That is, although there are many people in the hall, they all look absent-minded, and their attention is not focused on looking at and searching for classics. Indistinctly, everyone frequently looks at the stairs leading to the upper level of the Hall of Classics, as if there is some inexplicable attraction on the stairs. Fang Sui was a little puzzled, and also took a look at the ancient, but unusually wide wooden stairs connecting to the upper level of the Hall of Classics. There was nothing. After this assessment, Fang Sui just got the qualification to enter and exit the second floor of the Hall of Classics, and he came here to look for classics on the second floor. When he walked up the stairs to the second floor, he heard someone on the first floor whispering, "This is Fang Sui who killed Bifu. He can enter and exit the second floor now." When Fang Sui arrived at the second floor, he discovered the same phenomenon again. Some people here were also peeking at the stairs leading to the third floor from time to time. Seeing such a strange scene, or thought suddenly flashed through Fang Sui's mind. Could it be that some extraordinary person with amazing cultivation has come to the upper level of the Classics Hall, which makes so many people so anxious and keep looking at the stairs leading to the upper level? Could it be that the master of the rock universe, who has never revealed his true appearance in front of people, appeared in the upper level of the Classics Hall? Fang Sui's thoughts kept turning in his mind, and he walked to the rows of ancient bookshelves without stopping, and began to look for ancient books related to Egyptian gods. Do you know who just went up? I don't know, but just seeing that the deputy hall master condescended to accompany me personally, I know that the identity of the person coming is extraordinary. I heard that he came here just to visit this ancient book hall. If it weren't for the fact that the ancient book hall of Arok universe is particularly famous and has collected countless ancient books, I guess he wouldn't have come. Fang Sui passed by several locations, and there was no clue about the ancient books of the gods he wanted to find. Instead, he was aroused by the discussions he heard one after another. From the conversations of the crowd, it can be known that the person who ascended to the upper level of the ancient book hall was not someone from the Rock universe. Then who on earth could have such great magic power? Let so many people discuss and look forward to it. When Fang Sui was thinking, he suddenly realized something and frowned secretly. The next moment, he heard a voice. Ha! Fang Sui, you are also qualified to come to the second floor of the ancient book hall. The voice was a little arrogant and unreasonable, and it carried a faint contemptuous tone. Fang Sui knew it was Yun Xiangxin as soon as he heard it. He had no good feelings towards Yun Xiangxin, a woman who acted like a young lady, so he pretended not to hear her, and did not even look back in the direction of the voice. Fang Sui's disregard obviously angered Yun Xiangxin, and her voice became sharper. Humph, I heard that you killed 2 people from the Temple of the Gods last time, and you killed Bifu from the Bi family in the East region during this assessment. You are so arrogant. I wonder how long you can be so proud? Fang Sui sighed, and finally turned his head to take a look. Yun Xiangxin was wearing a plain white dress that was as flawless as her skin color. The texture was special and the precious stones were flowing. She stood not far away, with a hint of pride in her eyes. Fang Sui said calmly, I didn't kill those 2 people in the Temple of the Gods. Your brother should have been hiding somewhere at the scene that day. It's possible that your brother killed them. Yun Xiangxin snorted and said disdainfully, you're talking nonsense. Who can believe it? You may not know yet, but the people in the Temple of the Gods have already spread the word that they will hunt you down in the death game, an annual assessment jointly held by all major forces. You'd better do whatever you want while you have some time. You won't have the chance in the future. After a pause, he said sarcastically, you're working hard. The 2 times I saw you were both in this hall of classics. Well, you came here not to chase after the person who was invited to our Rock universe, waiting for an opportunity to make friends with him, right? It's a pity that with your status and position, you will never have the chance to really get close to such a person, and it's a waste of time to wait. While Yun Xiangxin was speaking, he also glanced at the stairs leading to the upper level of the Hall of Classics, and there was a hint of jealousy in his words. This made Fang Sui's heart move slightly. From Yun Xiangxin's words, he could tell that the mysterious person upstairs at this moment seemed to be a woman. Since he hadn't found any books about Egyptian gods for the time being, and the book hall today was not really a suitable place for quiet reading, Fang Sui thought it would be better to go back and practice, so he walked out. He only glanced at Yun Xiangxin the whole time. Such an almost ignoring attitude made Yun Xiangxin even more annoyed. She snorted coldly, gritted her teeth, and looked at Fang Sui's receding back, thinking that this person was really hateful, and sooner or later I would let you know how powerful I am. When Fang Sui walked down, several people were walking down the stairs from the high-level book hall. Thank you for your support. Happy reading. Chapter 194 Encounter. Sincerely request subscription support. The people in the second floor classics hall all came quietly at the same time, and all looked upwards. There were 6 or 7 people in total, and the ones walking in the front were an old man and a young man. The older one was the deputy hall master of the Rock Universe Hall, who Fang Sui had seen several times. He was tall, and had a cold demeanor, like a demon god. He was wearing a dark red cloak and armor inside, which further highlighted his extraordinary aura. Walking side by side with him was a young woman in a blue dress with a graceful figure. This woman had a beautiful face, and what was even more rare was that she had a different, ethereal, and quiet temperament from everyone else. Just seeing her coming down from the third floor, the entire second floor classics hall immediately fell silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked at her unconsciously, and then they were frightened by her appearance and quickly looked away, which showed how outstanding this woman was. Yun Xiangxin was a rare beauty with a beautiful appearance and temperament, but after the appearance of this woman, she was immediately eclipsed, transformed from the bright moon into the stars, and her light coefficient was suppressed, becoming the green leaves that set off this woman. Seeing this woman who was out of this world, people would only think of the goddess living in the fairyland outside the sky. What was even more surprising was that she was so young. Not only could she walk on equal footing with the Deputy Hall Master of the Rock Universe Hall, but also, the Deputy Hall Master, who was unfathomable in the eyes of everyone, seemed to be suppressed by the breath of this woman. This was particularly surprising, indicating that although this woman was young, she had reached, or even exceeded the level of the old master of the level of the Deputy Hall Master of the Rock Universe in terms of cultivation. The message reflected in this, anyone could think of it, that this woman's qualifications and even intelligence must be far beyond ordinary people. Otherwise, no matter how good her background and inheritance were, it would be impossible for her to achieve such achievements in cultivation at such a young age. As the group walked down, they whispered to each other in a relaxed atmosphere. The topic was mostly about the Deputy Hall Master asking the woman what she thought of their Rock Universe Hall. The woman had a calm face and deep eyes, like a clear and flawless lake, and she responded to the Deputy Hall Master's questions calmly and appropriately. As they walked down, the woman's beautiful eyes turned slightly, and suddenly saw the back of Fang Sui, who was curled up with Baster on his shoulder, leaving. She seemed very surprised, and her eyes, which seemed to never be disturbed by anything, suddenly rippled. At this time, Fang Sui's back had disappeared, and he went down to the first floor, and then left the classics hall. The woman withdrew her gaze, her clear and beautiful eyes sparkled, and she smiled with a crescent-shaped smile. She turned to the Deputy Hall Master beside her, and said in a soft and pleasant voice, "Hall Master Zhongzheng said before, that he wanted me to live here for a few days. I thought about it, and realized that I didn't have any fixed things to do when I came out to practice law in the world. It's not bad to live in Guan Star for a while." The man with the surname Zhongzheng was the tall and strong Deputy Hall Master. He was stunned when he heard this. He had mentioned before that he wanted this woman to live here for a while. Although the other party did not explicitly refuse, she had implicitly expressed her attitude in one sentence, that is, she would not stay here. Palace Master Zhongzheng had not mentioned it again, but he never expected that she would suddenly change her mind. Palace Master Zhongzheng was an old hand with a very sharp mind. He glanced at the direction where Fang Sui disappeared, and thought for a while. He readily agreed, being able to invite my dear niece to stay for a while is something that countless people will envy when they know about it. We all welcome you to the Zushan Alliance. Even the elders of the alliance will be overjoyed when they know about it. I will have someone raise the Floating Clouds Palace as your place to stay here. The woman smiled when she heard this, giving people just the right sense of humility, and said lightly, "If Palace Master Zhongzheng goes to great lengths, you are just driving me away." Palace Master Zhongzheng hurriedly said, "Then just let my dear niece stay. Let's keep things simple." As they were talking, they walked from the second floor of the Classics Palace to the first floor, and then left the Classics Palace. As the woman walked, she suddenly smiled, and said with emotion, "The things in this world are always extremely mysterious, and beyond people's expectations." The master of Zhongzheng Hall didn't know what she meant, and was a little puzzled. After they left, the men and women in the Classics Hall were whispering, mostly praising the woman's unworldly temperament, which was not like someone in the world. Fang Sui went back and forth from the Classics Hall. The blazing sun in the sky was about to set, casting a golden and red glow. Although it was almost dusk, it was particularly gorgeous. In the breeze, Fang Sui inexplicably hummed a little tune that only he could understand. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his back went farther and farther. After returning to his residence, Fang Sui calmed down, sat cross-legged to practice, and continued to nourish the power in his body. The sun set, and the moon rose in the sky. The sky was filled with stars, the Milky Way was flowing and rushing, and the light in the vast sky was shining forever. The next day, after the 3-day break after the assessment, Fang Sui and other first level group members gathered in the practice hall again in the early morning, waiting for Zyremo or other powerful people to impart knowledge. As soon as Fang Sui walked into the hall, he heard the people gathered in the hall, all of whom were tirelessly discussing the incident of a beautiful woman who came to the Rock Universe yesterday. Fang Sui curled his lips and thought to himself that the news spread really fast, as if I was the only one who didn't know. Among the crowd, only Wu Ling sat there unmoved as usual, while the rest of the people were talking loudly, mostly speculating about the identity and origin of the woman. After Fang Sui killed Bifu, he became famous in the Rock Universe, and was called the strongest together with Wu Ling. The situation was quite different from before. When he walked in, someone greeted him warmly and said, "Fang Sui, did you see the woman who came to our place yesterday accompanied by the Deputy Hall Master? TSK, she is really the most beautiful woman in the world. If you say it, there are many beautiful women in our Rock Universe Hall, but compared to that woman, This person stopped talking, obviously because he was afraid of offending the woman in the hall at this time, but everyone knew what he meant. Fang Sui walked in front of everyone. The sinister looking Satoshi was originally listening to the discussion in the crowd. When he saw Fang Sui approaching, he turned around and left. Fang Sui thought, I don't know why this Suolish always makes me secretly feel hostile to me. It's really strange. Logically, I should have no grudge against him. I'd like to check his background, if I have a chance. At this time, someone asked again, Fang Sui, did you see that woman? Do you know her identity and origin? Fang Sui said dumbly, I was practicing yesterday and only went to the classics hall once. I didn't see the woman you mentioned. How could I know her origin? When everyone was talking noisily, they suddenly heard footsteps outside the hall. In a blink of an eye, Zyremo walked in. They all quieted down and found their own seats to sit down. At this time, everyone found that Zyremo was standing by the door, unlike usual. He did not enter the hall, but made a gesture to invite him in. Zhang Zheng, the Deputy Hall Master of the Rock Universe Hall, then strode in, looking at everyone in the hall with a domineering look. When he swept over Fang Sui, he smiled with a deep meaning. He walked to the center of the hall without stopping, looked around at everyone and said, I'm here to announce something. Our Rock Universe Hall is extremely honored to invite the most outstanding genius of the contemporary era to stay in our Rock Universe Hall for a few days. After the Hall Master's earnest request, she promised that during her temporary stay here, if she has free time, she will exchange cultivation methods with those who are keen on swordsmanship. I came here in person to remind everyone that this opportunity is really rare. He said, let me introduce her to everyone. As Deputy Hall Master Zhang Zheng finished speaking, a woman walked in from outside the hall. It was the woman who was accompanied by Deputy Hall Master Zhang Zheng in the Classics Hall yesterday. She was still dressed the same as yesterday, and walked in lightly. Her unfathomable eyes flashed with unparalleled wisdom, which made people dare not look at her closely. At this moment, hundreds of people in the first group fell silent at the same time, intimidated by the woman's appearance. Only Fang Sui sat in his seat dumbfounded, and suddenly said, Gao. This woman was Gao, who had briefly crossed paths with Fang Sui many years ago, when he was still on Earth. After meeting Gao that year, Fang Sui had guessed that she was probably not from Earth, because her cultivation was completely not on the same level as the practitioners of the same period on Earth. Fang Sui also guessed that Gao's greatest possibility was to come from the vast starry sky. Over the years, in the occasional haze, Fang Sui's mind also vaguely flashed the thought of whether the two would meet again, but he knew that the possibility was too small. The vast universe is so vast that the possibility of meeting again is so small that it is almost non-existent. However, because of this, when they really meet again at this time, it is doubly precious. At this moment, the waves in Fang Sui's heart were like a storm. When Gao first saw Fang Sui's back yesterday, her mood was similar to Fang Sui's at the moment, but her cultivation method was outstanding, and she was very good at controlling her emotions. Therefore, only the deputy hall master Zhang Zheng could see a hint of it at that time, but the others did not notice it. Jiao's cultivation method was to cultivate her mind first. Because her state of mind was also to cause a ripple for this reunion, Jiao had the idea of staying temporarily and preparing for further contact with Fang Sui. This did not mean that she had a good impression or even admiration for Fang Sui. In fact, on the contrary, she took the initiative to choose to stay and was ready to use further contact with each other to fix the relationship between her and Fang Sui to the category below friendship and abandon the relationship between men and women. Then dilute the impression of Fang Sui in her heart, soothe the throbbing in her heart when she met Fang Sui again, and maintain her transcendent state of mind like the moon reflected in the clear lake. This is a mysterious state of mind that is most suitable for pursuing the way of heaven and man. Only Jiao knows the strangeness of it. The encounter between the two sides was seen by the deputy hall master Zhang Zheng on the other side. He had a look of surprise in his eyes and began to ponder secretly. At this time, the expressions of the other people in the hall were really interesting. Everyone was stunned. Fang Sui actually knew the woman they had been speculating about before. Fortunately, when he was asked before, he denied it and said he didn't know who she was. Jiao always acted as she pleased, and this time was no exception. She didn't care about the gazes of hundreds of people in the hall. She walked towards Fang Sui naturally. As her beautiful eyes moved, a group of cultivators who were originally sitting next to Fang Sui seemed to understand the meaning conveyed by her clear and talking eyes, and inexplicably stood up and gave up their seats. Jiao sat down without hesitation and said to Fang Sui with soft lips, "Long time no see, I'll sit next to you for a while. You don't mind, do you?" Fang Sui quickly recovered from his initial throbbing and laughed casually. "I'd love to, but I'm a little worried that after you leave, other people in this hall will persecute me to death out of envy and jealousy." Jiao smiled softly, her beautiful eyebrows slightly curved, and she actually thought about Fang Sui's words seriously, and said, "Then let's go out for a walk. I have something to ask you. Thank you all for your support." Happy reading. Chapter 195. How could it be you subscribe? Before Fang Sui could speak, the deputy hall master Zhang Zheng beside him was already smiling, saying repeatedly, "It's rare for Jiao to go out for a walk. Fang Sui, you will accompany her on behalf of our Zutian Alliance. Let's go out and have a look." Fang Sui also had many questions to communicate with Jiao, so of course he would not refuse. Under the gaze of everyone in the hall, the two of them stood up and walked out calmly. When passing by Wuling, Jiao suddenly had a flash of surprise in her eyes. She glanced at Wuling lightly, and there seemed to be some surprise in her deep eyes. Wuling kept her head down, as if she didn't notice Jiao's gaze, but her face, which was originally slightly pale, seemed to be even paler. The changes of the two people that were different from the normal state were very subtle, so no one else noticed it. Only Fang Sui was very close to the two people. He seemed to have sensed something, so he quickly glanced at them and then left the hall with Jiao. In the brilliant morning light, 3 scorching suns lined up in a row, hanging high in the sky. They rose from different positions in the sky. At noon, 3 suns were hanging in the sky, very close to each other. At that time, a 3-day ring of blazing sun would be formed, covering the ancient source star. The atmosphere was extremely magnificent and spectacular. Fang Sui and Jiao walked side by side in the buildings of the Panchi universe. Neither of them was in a hurry to talk. There was a quiet and relaxed atmosphere. The two of them walked to a small lake that was as green as a gem and pure and flawless. The surrounding trees were lush and the flowers were fragrant. There were fish in the lake and birds in the sky. The scene was picturesque. The breeze blew, and the flowers blooming by the lake swayed. The petals that were ripe fell off and fell on the lake like rain. For a moment, the colorful fallen leaves dotted the sparkling green lake, and the fragrance filled the nose. Jiao seemed to feel that the silence between the two of them was too long. If it was allowed to grow any longer, it would seem that there would be some ambiguous meaning. She broke the silence with a pleasant voice and said slowly, "These many plants grow and flourish, and then wither and flourish. The wind blows the leaves off and floats on the lake. Even though they are brilliant and colorful for a while, they will inevitably go with the water and leave no trace, except for the memory of the onlookers on the shore. No one knows that they have been there. Do you think that among all things, only the way of heaven is inexhaustible and eternal? Gao's words are full of deep meaning. It not only means that all things are illusory, but only the way of heaven is eternal. It also uses these words to imply the love between men and women. Just like the flowers on the shore, even if they are brilliant for a while, they will inevitably wither. This is to warn Fang Sui not to fall into the pursuit of love between men and women. It means that the two of them are better off being friends. Fang Sui is free and easy by nature. Gao's words had defined the nature of their relationship. He did not feel any self-pity after hearing this, but spoke calmly and objectively. There is nothing wrong with chasing the end of the road, but before seeing the end, no one knows which way is truly right, so letting everything take its course is the correct choice that truly follows the way of heaven and is in line with one's heart. Otherwise, how do you know that you have not made any mistakes? Gao's beautiful eyes moved, flashing with a moving look, and she smiled with her lips pursed, and suddenly all the flowers around her paled in comparison. She said softly, "You are talking about a macro level attitude towards life, but no matter what everyone does, they should always set rules for themselves on the road ahead. Otherwise, if they act arbitrarily in everything, what is the difference between them and the evil demons who have lost their original intentions and harm others without benefiting themselves?" Gao's practice method pursues transcendence in the state of mind and spiritual level, so she is always thinking about the various principles related to heaven and man. At this moment, when talking about issues related to human nature, her beautiful face seems to be glowing, and she is full of interest. Under the reflection of the scorching sun, her facial lines that rise and fall like the spiritual rain in the empty mountain are more prominent, full of an indescribable spirituality. For a moment, Fang Sui was a little dazed and forgot to answer Gao's words. Gao made a dissatisfied expression, turned around, and said with a slight frown, "I'm discussing the problem with you. What are you daydreaming about?" Fang Sui laughed dumbly and was about to speak, but heard a voice from afar. "This Fang Sui has always been mean, girl. Don't be fooled by him." The voice was coquettish and arrogant, and Fang Sui knew it was Yun Xiangxin as soon as he heard it. Gao and Fang Sui were standing by the lake and talking. Yun Xiangxin came from the opposite direction of Fang Sui, and she was accompanied by her personal maid, Yun Xianji and Lai Yan. The four of them were in the direction where Gao was facing away, so the two did not meet. When Yun Xiangxin and her group walked in quickly, Gao happened to turn around and stood side by side with Fang Sui. Yun Xiangxin only saw Gao's face at this time. She had spoken casually before, aiming to mess with Fang Sui. Although she saw the woman with her back to her at that time, her figure was graceful and refined. She never thought it would be Gao. In Yun Xiangxin's mind, Fang Sui and Gao could never have any relationship. So when she saw that the woman who turned around was Gao, Yun Xiangxin was really surprised. She blurted out a light "how" and asked, "Why is it you?" Yun Xiangxin's maid was also quite surprised. She opened her mouth and stared at Gao blankly. On the other side, Lai Yan, the contemporary leader of the Black Warrior Palace, was always gloomy. When he saw Gao's beautiful face, his narrow eyes also bloomed with unprecedented sharpness and surprise. Lai Yan's aura suddenly changed. Not only was his eyes shining, but he also showed his mighty and majestic state. It was obvious that, after seeing Gao, he couldn't help but have a good heart and subconsciously wanted to show his best side. Yun Xianji was the calmest among the group. When he suddenly saw Gao, he showed a hint of surprise on his face, but he soon regained his composure, made a casual and polite gesture, and then said with a smile, "Xianji has met Miss Gao. We had a heart-to-heart talk last time. Every time I think about it, I feel a lot." His words deliberately blurred the relationship between himself and Gao, and to others, they could not help but feel that the relationship between the two was quite intimate. After he finished speaking, his eyes flashed slightly, and he turned to glance at Fang Sui. Yun Xianji deliberately said words to blur the relationship between him and Gao, and then immediately looked at Fang Sui, wanting to infer the closeness of the relationship between Fang Sui and Gao, based on the change in Fang Sui's expression after hearing his words. For example, if Fang Sui heard that he and Gao had a heart-to-heart talk and thus showed jealousy, Yan Xianji could judge from this that the relationship between Fang Sui and Gao was not as simple as a first acquaintance, but involved the level of men and women. On the contrary, it proved that Fang Sui and Gao were just superficial friends. All these things could be the basis for Yan Xianji to make analysis and judgment. But when he finished speaking and turned his eyes away, he happened to be greeted by Fang Sui's bright and shining eyes. Fang Sui's eyes seemed as calm as the deep sea, without any waves, as if he had already expected Yan Xianji's intention, so he waited there to meet Yan Xianji's gaze, showing a kind of confidence in perceiving the changes in his opponent's heart. Yan Xianji felt awe-inspiring when he saw this, knowing that he and Fang Sui had already fallen behind in another level of confrontation other than fighting. This surprised Yan Xianji very much, and he immediately had the idea of rejudging Fang Sui's intelligence. Just as Yan Xianji finished speaking, and the relationship between him and Fang Sui was subtle, Gao's eyes turned slightly, taking in the changes of the few people, and said, "I first met Brother Yan last time, and talked for a while. I didn't expect that Brother Yan still remembers it." Gao is deeply honored. Gao's words undoubtedly showed that she and Yan Xianji did not have a deep friendship. At this moment when Yan Xianji deliberately blurred the relationship between the two sides to test Fang Sui's reaction, it was somewhat meant to protect Fang Sui's face. When Gao said this, the people around her were all clear-minded and naturally understood it. Yan Xianji and Yan Xiangxin's faces changed slightly at the same time. From Gao's words, they could hear that her relationship with Fang Sui was much deeper than they guessed, at least not as simple as the first meeting. In fact, Gao herself was a little surprised that she would speak to protect Fang Sui, but she thought about it and felt that she didn't hate this feeling, so she smiled and said to Fang Sui, "Let's go." Fang Sui nodded and walked forward with Gao. Because the two were originally looking at the lake, they were slightly off the road. If they wanted to get back to the road, they had to pass by Yan Xianji and the other four. When Gao passed by, she nodded slightly to the others as a polite farewell. Lai Yan's lips opened and closed, and it was obvious that he wanted to take the opportunity to chat and make friends with Gao. However, even with his arrogance and conceit, when facing Gao, he was intimidated by her appearance and temperament, and did not dare to offend the beauty. For a moment, he was quite dumbfounded and speechless. This was the first time in Lai Yan's life. In a flash, Gao had passed by, and when Fang Sui passed by, Lai Yan's face changed immediately, flashing a grim smile, shaking his shoulders slightly, and bumping into Fang Sui. It should be noted that Lai Yan himself is a second-level cultivator. A large gap between him and Fang Sui, and the gap between each level is like the difference between heaven and earth, and it is not a life level at all. Therefore, even though Fang Sui had outstanding combat power and looked down upon his peers, he still couldn't help but fall behind after a loud thud when facing Lai Yan's sudden shoulder collision. He took a slight step backward and his face turned pale. Lai Yan didn't give up. He moved sideways and rushed forward to hit Fang Sui again. If his first shoulder collision was relatively subtle, this time he was nakedly relying on his cultivation level, which was one level higher than Fang Sui's, with the intention of severely injuring Fang Sui. Fang Sui's eyes suddenly shone with brilliance. Dark gold brilliance appeared, thunder rumbled around him, and the mighty and surging power of the Yangtze River sounded in his body. Just when the second collision between Fang Sui and Lai Yan was about to happen, Gao, who was walking a little ahead, suddenly frowned, looked back at Lai Yan and said, "You are one level higher than him, and you are so aggressive. Isn't it too much?" When she spoke, she didn't show any gesture, but there was a force like a spring breeze blowing, blocking Lai Yan in front. This force was unusually gentle, without any power or fierceness, but when it came into contact with the force that Lai Yan was deliberately using to hit Fang Sui, Lai Yan's face changed drastically, and he realized that the force he had exerted was dissipated into nothingness without a sound, like a drop of water falling into the sea, without causing any waves. Thank you for your support. Happy reading. Chapter 196 Secrets. Subscribe. The power that Jiao generated from her thoughts was mixed with an irresistible force of Taoism, which made Lai Yan unable to even feel the emotion of resistance. The so-called supreme spiritual will of conquering the enemy without fighting was no more than this. This was a phenomenon that could only occur when the power of Taoism reached an incredible state. At this moment, the shock in Lai Yan's heart was as surging as a stormy sea. Jiao's power was so profound that it was beyond the expectations of Lai Yan and Yun Xianji. Jiao easily eliminated Lai Yan's attack on Fang Sui and turned around to move forward. Fang Sui glanced at Lai Yan coldly and walked side by side with Jiao. The two had already walked away, but Lai Yan was still somewhat lost and turned back to ask Yun Xianji, "Who is this woman named Jiao? How could she have such a high level of cultivation when she is about the same age as us? That power from before." Yun Xianji retracted his gaze from watching the receding figures of Fang Sui and the other two, and said in a deep voice, "You should know that in the vast universe, there is a sect of cultivation that is above all other forces, called Chengxiandi." "What did you say?" "This woman named Jiao is a person who came from Chengxiandi." Lai Yan's expression changed in shock. "Yes. Although she has never told anyone about it, this is already an open secret. If it weren't for Chengxiandi, where else in the world could such a woman with the spirit of heaven and earth and the brilliance of the stars be cultivated?" Yun Xianji said lightly. Lai Yan glanced at the direction where Jiao left and said, "No wonder. If that's the case, it's nothing that I was forced back by her move. But how could Fang Sui have established a relationship with the rare worldly person in the immortal land? In this way, we have a lot of concerns. When we want to deal with him, we can no longer directly call on the people of my Black Warrior Palace to take action and leave a handle. It's hateful. I already had a plan to hunt down Fang Sui. I will just wait for the right opportunity to carry it out. Then I will definitely take his life." Yun Xianji said gloomily. Even if Jiao didn't exist, Fang Sui is now very popular in the Alliance of the Heavens. It's not so easy to assassinate him, but if it's not possible secretly, how about a fair challenge? Or if we can't take action directly, others may not have our patience. Lai Yan's narrow eyes turned and said, "Who are you referring to?" Before Yun Xianji could speak, Yun Xiangxin on the side interrupted and said, "In a while, the joint death game assessment of various forces will begin. By then, the pursuit and revenge of the cultivators from the Temple of the Gods alone will be enough to take Fang Sui's life." During their previous encounter, Fang Sui did not even look at Yun Xiangxin the entire time. This was undoubtedly a great insult to Yun Xiangxin, who was conceited and proud, so her words at this time were full of hatred. Yun Xianji continued calmly, "I heard that Fang Sui didn't know the seriousness of the matter. He killed Bifu with his own hands not long ago. How could the B family let it go if he was so stupid?" Lai Yan said thoughtfully, The B family did have an extraordinary figure in our generation, named B Kangting. You mean we should use B Kangting's hand?" Yun Xianji said, "Not only that, B Kangting is in death. I'm afraid we can't rely on him in the short term. But there are other ways. You must know that after Jiao was born, there were countless admirers. Who of them who thought they were qualified to pursue her was not a child of destiny. Fang Sui couldn't even compare to him. We just need to spread the word that Jiao and Fang Sui had been alone together, and someone would surely take action to take his life." Fang Sui and Jiao left Yun Xianji and his group, and they were still walking slowly among the vast buildings in the Panshi universe, which had mountains, rocks, and lakes. The topic of the two people at this time turned to their respective situations after they parted. Jiao asked first, and Fang Sui told him in detail about his situation after they parted that year. Jiao walked lightly beside Fang Sui and listened quietly. When Fang Sui talked about what he experienced after touching the mother of life from the moon, Jiao showed a thoughtful look and asked a few questions carefully, saying, "You first met Wu Ling on the mother of life?" "Yes," Fang Sui replied. Counting it, this is only the second time Fang Sui and Jiao have met. But in the feeling of the two, they don't feel unfamiliar with each other. It is this inexplicable trust that Jiao seems very frank when asking questions, including some questions related to Fang Sui's practice, and he doesn't shy away. Fang Sui did not hide anything and described in detail the process of meeting Wu Ling several times. After hearing this, Jiao pondered for a while before saying, "Then you should be careful. It's too early to draw conclusions about some things now, but Wu Ling is definitely not simple. If my guess is correct, her background must be very important. You said before that you still doubted that she had divinity?" When Jiao showed a serious look of thinking, her beautiful eyes flashed with wisdom. As she walked forward, facing the scattered sunlight from the shadows of the trees, she was covered with a layer of light golden glow, as if she could turn into a dazzling brilliance at any time. Fang Sui was unconsciously attracted by her figure standing in the light, and remained silent. Jiao received no response after questioning. She turned around and found Fang Sui looking at her with bright eyes. She was slightly annoyed and said, "Why do you always daydream when we are talking about serious things?" Fang Sui let out a sigh and said, "Now I know that talking to you, Jiao, and wanting to concentrate is actually a test of willpower." Then he turned back to the topic she had asked before and said, "Buster said that she sensed divine fluctuations in Wu Ling." When Buster heard Fang Sui mention her, his cat's eyes opened a crack. He glanced at Fang Sui sleepily, then looked at Jiao, and muttered unclearly, "Wu Ling is very dangerous. I won't be wrong. She has a secret in her body." Then he turned over and continued to sleep. Jiao looked at Buster, who was lazing on Fang Sui's shoulder with great interest, and said, "Your cat also has divinity. Are you the projection of a god? That means Buster's perception of Wu Ling cannot be wrong." Fang Sui hummed. Apart from Yun Xianji, who had seen through Buster's divinity with the fragments of the hunting mirror, Jiao was the first person who could tell with her own eyes that Buster had divinity and was the projection of a god. He opened his mouth and asked, "Jiao, what do you guess about Wu Ling?" Jiao said, "Do you know how the shadow creatures came from in the beginning?" Fang Sui pondered and said, "As far as everyone knows, it is said that they suddenly appeared from the chaotic time and space connected to the southern region. You ask this, it is obvious that there is another hidden story." Jiao's face showed a deep look of reminiscence, and his eyes were far away, and he said, "This involves a secret. Legend has it that before the birth of life, this vast universe was always in a state of chaos, without boundaries, without time and space, and without stars, only eternal silence." He added, "After countless years, the chaos differentiated, and the sun, moon, and stars were born. The rules of heaven and earth were born, and the first batch of immortals and demons were born. They were powerful to an unimaginable degree. Among them, there was an extremely powerful deity, called the Mother of All, which means the mother of all gods. She was very evil, and enjoyed devouring her own children, that is, the gods. One day, the gods rose up in rebellion, and the mother of the gods was defeated and fell." What Jiao said did not seem to have a direct relationship with Wu Ling, or even the origin of the shadow creatures, which the two had discussed before. However, Fang Sui knew that there must be something else going on, so he listened quietly without saying anything. The two of them were walking and talking at this time, and began to walk towards the back of the palaces of the Rock Universe. It was almost noon, and the roads between the buildings in the Rock Universe were deserted. Occasionally, a few people crossed paths with them, and they all looked at them with amazement. Of course, their eyes stayed on Jiao. Jiao seemed to be unaware, and continued the previous topic, saying leisurely, "After the defeat of the Mother of the Gods, she did not die. Her soul fragments appeared and disappeared in the long river of time and space, guiding her believers, serving her for billions of years, waiting for the return of the Mothers of the Gods one day. Thus, a huge force with an immortal heritage was born, called the Mothers of the Gods." Fang Sui hummed. For some reason, just hearing the name of the Mothers of the Gods, he felt a little frightened for no reason. Gao continued, the supreme leader of the mother's forces is naturally the illusory mother of gods, who has one yang god, and one yin god under her, representing yin and yang, life and death, and holding the power over all things. Under the yin and yang gods, there are 6 sons of gods and 5 goddesses. They are all powerful beings who have experienced reincarnation, and can still use secret techniques to recall souls lost in time and space, thereby reawakening the memories of past lives. Then he turned the topic to the shadow creatures and said, it is true that the shadow creatures come from the chaotic and confusing time and space, but it was because the mother's forces tried to summon the souls of the mother's dormant in the depths of time and space millions of years ago, but an error occurred, which led to the birth of the shadow creatures. The ritual at that time did not succeed, but it accidentally opened the time and space channel and communicated with the shadow creatures. From then on, the mother's forces have cooperated with the shadow creatures. They use the chaotic and confusing time and space as their foundation, but their tentacles cover the entire universe, feeding on all living beings and enslaving all living beings. Gao said in a low voice, there is an extremely strange power fluctuation hidden in Wu Ling's body. I suspect that she may be one of the 5 female servants under the seat of the mothers. She is in the process of awakening her soul and reincarnating to cultivate. But there are still some things here that I haven't thought clearly, so I can't determine her identity. Fang Sui narrowed his eyes and said, since you have doubts, why not kill Wu Ling while she is still weak? Gao said, if only it were that simple. The people of the mothers have soul secrets to protect their immortal souls. Even before they grow up, they are almost indestructible. Otherwise, in the inheritance of millions of years, there are always amazing talents born, and the mothers would have been destroyed long ago. Even if we kill Wu Ling here, she will just change her place to cultivate, which will only be more secretive and make us lose her clues. Gao frowned and thought hard, then smiled and said, forget it, I can't think clearly for the time being, let's talk about it later. I'll take you to see my residence here. Do you have any questions for me? Fang Sui thought to himself, I have many questions to ask, so after thinking for a while, he asked first, my way of cultivation is related to the system of gods worshipped by an ancient country on earth. Do you know anything about this system of gods? Thank you for your support. Happy reading. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 Sympathetic Earth Power, Subscription Request. Gao said, tell me in detail about the system of gods you practice, so that I can make a judgment. As the two continued to move forward, Fang Sui told everything he knew about the Egyptian pantheon. In fact, what he knew was really limited, just the names and characteristics of some Egyptian gods. Fang Sui talked about whatever he thought of, and what he said was a bit trivial, but Gao always listened very patiently and asked a few questions from time to time. When Fang Sui finished speaking, the two had already gone deep into the back of the Panshi Universe complex. The environment here is quiet and there is a comfortable atmosphere. The palaces are not big, but the layout is ingenious and reasonable. There are not too many artificial creations. Every blade of grass and every tree you see conforms to a naturally formed physical property, which makes people feel wonderful. This is the place where the high-level people of the Panshi universe live in seclusion, and it is strictly forbidden to enter and leave at will. Gao's residence here is a two-story wooden and stone structure, with green bricks and blue tiles, a simple appearance, without any decoration. Surrounded by lush grass and tall trees, the interior is also filled with simple wooden objects, each of which is simple and ancient in style, with a sense of returning to nature. It is very comfortable to stay here. After the two entered the building, there was a small hall with a wooden floor. The hall was filled with the faint fragrance of flowers and plants. The two sat down on a small tea table. Gao thought about the information about Egyptian gods that Fang Sui said, and said, the god system you mentioned is the first time I have heard of it. I don't have any impression. It can be confirmed that it is not a common god system. Just looking at Gao's unfathomable cultivation, we know that she was born extraordinary and must have a wide range of knowledge. Even she didn't know that the source of this Egyptian pantheon is not the Five Directions domain, known as the hometown of the gods. When Fang Sui was feeling a little disappointed, Gao closed her star-like eyes and continued, "The technique you practice can absorb the power of the scorching sun and connect to the earth. These are the most core powers. In the vast universe, only the power of rules, time, and space, and stars are omnipresent. Your power is based on stars and involves the rules of fire. It can be determined that the growth potential is almost endless, pointing directly to the highest and strongest. Just practice with peace of mind. I will help you check your god system when I have the chance." After a pause, she looked at Buster, who was sleeping soundly on Fang Sui's shoulder, and said meaningfully, "In fact, when you practice to a high level, everything will naturally have an answer to your questions." Fang Sui also knew this. He pondered for a moment and asked, "How did you get to Earth back then?" Gao said, "There are records about Earth in the sect where I practice. It says that it is an extremely ancient origin of life, so I thought about going to take a look." Fang Sui said, "Does everyone in the Five Directions know about the existence of Earth?" Gao said calmly, "Only a few forces know about it. Don't worry. For every life source star, before it has the ability to contact the starry sky independently, all forces must abide by the rules and are only responsible for guiding and helping such source stars to speed up the evolution. They will never intervene forcefully, let alone land on the source star to plunder and harm the intelligent races living on it." Then the two changed the topic, and it was Gao's turn to talk about her experiences in the past few years since the two separated. When Gao left the Earth, she embarked on a long journey in the starry sky. During this period, she traveled around the major star regions and saw all kinds of things that were really wonderful and fantastic. She returned to the Five Directions domain a few years ago. Through Gao's narration, this mysterious and fantastic place in the universe opened a new brilliant scene in front of Fang Sui, which made him listen leisurely and fascinated. The two were not the kind of people who could talk and make friends with others when they first met. The reason why they got along well and talked a lot at this time was mainly because of the accidental nature of this meeting. In the boundless universe, the stars are too numerous to count, not to mention the number of creatures of billions of races, which is enough to reach a level that even gods cannot count. Therefore, they first met on Earth, but met again on the ancient source star several years later. This was like an invisible and intangible thread that tied the two together, making them have an extraordinary trust in each other. So when they talked, they felt no strangeness at all, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Of course, the two were just talking, and it was far from being a good impression or even admiration for each other. Seeing that the sky was getting darker, the moon was on the top of the tree, and the cold moonlight sprinkled down, shining through the window lattice, making the small hole more hazy under the moonlight. Gao's stunning face was partially covered in the dim light, which doubled the ups and downs of her facial lines. At this time, the weather changed suddenly. Suddenly, thunder shook lightly, and a drizzle began to fall. Lightning flashed, making the room bright and dark, and the light and shadow swayed. The two of them fell silent without realizing it, but suddenly they wanted to talk at the same time. Gao smiled and said, "You go first. I should go back now. It's time to practice to nourish the strength in my body. If you have nothing to do, I'll come to see you tomorrow." Fang Sui said and stood up. Gao's eyes lit up slightly. Fang Sui was able to say goodbye when he was with her, just because he didn't want to delay his practice for a day. This kind of self-discipline and self-control is indeed different from that of ordinary men. Gao also stood up and said, "I should also do evening lessons. But you don't have to go back. The layout here is special. It is located on a spiritual eye of the earth. It is one of the places with the thickest vitality in the entire Rock Universe Palace. It is very beneficial to your current stage of practice. Why don't you try it?" When Fang Sui heard that it was related to practice, he didn't pretend and said frankly, "That's great. I have been impacting the late stage of the first level in recent days, and I need to store a lot of vitality." Gao hummed, turned around and led the way. After a while, The two of them came to a quiet room for cultivation at the back of the small hall. There was a lingering spiritual charm in the room, and the array patterns on the ground were flowing. As expected, the vitality was dense and thick, spreading in the room, almost condensing into liquid, flowing like water. Fang Sui saw that there was only a cushion in the center of the room and asked, "I occupy this place, so where are you going to cultivate?" Gao said quietly, "It doesn't matter where I cultivate. You will know after you break through the third level." Fang Sui nodded, said no more, and went directly into the cultivation room. The moonlight was getting stronger, the divine light was as bright as water, and the drizzle kept falling. Fang Sui, who was sitting cross-legged in cultivation, seemed to gradually resonate with this world. In the quiet room where he cultivated, the array patterns on the ground intertwined, and the dazzling light flowed. A power from the depths of the earth and Fang Sui, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the array patterns, were doing the deepest level of heaven and man sympathy. In Fang Sui's perception, he seemed to be experiencing the wonderful and mysterious cultivation process of soul leaving the body. In an instant, consciousness seemed to have escaped into the depths of the earth, and realized a power belonging to the core of the earth. That power seemed to be a kind of majestic energy that continued from the birth of the stars, ancient and heavy. Crack. At the moment of contact with this power, Fang Sui's body was broken. It was his ancient divine land that was suddenly expanding. At the same time, the dark mountain on the divine land was also surging with ancient energy, showing signs of vibration and growth. What's more amazing is that the dark moon rising behind the mountain is also emitting a very different light. The body of the dead book and the moon actually appeared, and the pages slowly opened. The scripture was destroyed, and the spell power was diffused and flickered. This time the change was different from usual. The scripture spell power symbols similar to the hieroglyphs in the book jumped out one by one, and the spell power light finally intertwined together, and the strange light was connected, turning into a river of spell power, and began to flow in Fang Sui's body, washing his body. This power circulated in Fang Sui's body again and again, flowing endlessly. Time seemed to be as long as thousands of reincarnations, and as short as a twinkle of the stars. At a certain moment, Fang Sui felt that the mysterious power flowing out of the Book of the Dead Souls had returned to the book again. The Book of the Dead Souls closed and was hidden in the dark moon. But at this time, Fang Sui felt a clear difference. After being cleansed by the power released by the Book of the Dead Souls, his body seemed to have received a blessing, making his body more suitable for absorbing the power of the earth and sensing the stars in the sky. Boom. 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 As time passed, the power in Fang Sui's body became more and more powerful. There were constant deafening sounds in his body, as if shackles were broken. The night was long, but it would always pass. When the sun rose again, Fang Sui opened his eyes silently, sensed it slightly, and immediately showed joy on his face. This night of practice of communicating with the power of the earth was equivalent to the work of an ordinary 10 or 6 months. The barrier of the late first stage has been broken through as a matter of course. Outside, the rain had been falling for most of the night, but it had stopped long ago, and the morning light was beginning to appear. Fang Sui walked out of the practice room and walked forward. He could vaguely hear voices talking in the small hall in front of him, and a surprised thought arose in his heart. Someone is here so early. As he walked forward, Fang Sui was getting closer and closer to the small hall where he and Gao had talked yesterday, and he heard a deep and pleasant male voice coming from the hall. "Gao, you left quietly. I only found out later that you were invited to the Rock Universe, so I followed you. Don't blame me for being abrupt." Gao hesitated for a moment before sighing softly. "Why did you follow me across the starfield? Don't you have other things to do?" Fang Sui heard the conversation between the two and thought to himself that it turned out that an admirer who wanted to pursue Gao was visiting, and Gao was a little hesitant before responding, which showed that she was a little different to this man, not as indifferent as a stranger. Faintly, Fang Sui felt that the man's voice was familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. The man's affectionate yet powerful voice sounded again. "Gao, you left without saying goodbye. I understand what you mean. Don't get me wrong. Even if you rejected me, we are still friends, right? I came to Guo and staff or something, so I came to see you, and will leave in a while. Fang Sui secretly praised in his heart. This man is really a master of ***. From his words, it can be known that he has obviously launched a love offensive against Jiao a long time ago, but ended in failure. Now he is not discouraged, but retreats to the next best thing, and comes to the door as a friend, which makes people unable to refuse. This is to start the long-term grinding skills, to continue to impress Jiao. Fang Sui thought in his heart, and his feet did not stop. In a moment, he had arrived outside the hall. The two people in the hall were masters, so they naturally knew that someone was approaching. The man said in a proper manner, Jiao, do you have any friends here? Your friends must be extraordinary. I wonder if they are people I know. If not, you can introduce them to me. Fang Sui praised him again in his heart. Although he had not met the man in the hall, he could tell from his words that his demeanor and temperament were flawless. If he had a look that was not inferior to his conversation, and even an extraordinary cultivation ability, he must be a rare and amazing person in the world. Thinking of this, Fang Sui had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and he knew who was in the hall. Happy reading. Chapter 198 Contemporary Leader. Subscription Request. The next moment, Jiao's voice came from the hall, with a faint smile, saying, Fang Sui, come in quickly. Are you going to knock on the door? Jiao said this in a normal way, but it revealed that they were familiar with each other, and there was no sense of formality. Fang Sui smiled and walked in. In the hall, next to the small table, where Fang Sui and Jiao sat yesterday, she and a man in a dark blue robe were sitting there. The man was majestic and upright like a mountain. Although he was sitting there, he had a restrained edge, which made people feel that once he moved, he would have the unparalleled momentum to tear the sky apart, which was extremely terrifying. The man's face was handsome, as if he had a kind of magic. His eyes were deep and calm, like the boundless void, and when people looked at him, they would unconsciously have the illusion that even their souls would fall into it. His brow bones and nose bridge were both high and powerful, with clear edges and corners. The whole face was like a perfect copy from the sculptures of the gods, full of masculine charm. This man has long hair, like golden flames draped over his shoulders, and he looks like a god. He is Gallo, the contemporary leader of the Pantheon, and one of the most famous young masters in the 5 heavenly domains. Fang Sui had guessed about his identity before he came in, so he was not surprised at this time. He calmly met Gallo's gaze, which was also sizing him up. After their eyes met, neither of them spoke, but stared at each other with expressionless faces. Jiao's behavior was also strange. She seemed to have not seen their gaze, and sat there leisurely, without introducing the two parties. The hall became quieter and quieter. Just when the atmosphere became a little tense and the eye-to-eye of the two sides seemed to be about to evolve into a confrontation, a smile appeared on their expressionless and cold faces. The atmosphere eased instantly. Gallo personally stood up to greet him, his long golden hair flying in the wind, and he walked with such force that he exuded an irresistible personal charm. He said in his own deep and powerful voice, I heard Jiao call you Fang Sui before, so Gallo will call you Brother Fang. Today, I came to see Jiao, and I got to know Brother Fang again. It's a pleasant surprise. He added, when I confronted Brother Fang before, I actually used some mental strength. I didn't expect that Brother Fang, who was at a much lower stage than me, could calmly endure my gaze containing mental power. This alone is more than ordinary people, and he is a person worthy of me, Gallo, to get to know and make friends with. When Gallo spoke, there was a heroic demeanor of conceit and self-confidence, and a frankness that was rare in other people. What's more, what he said was meaningful, and people could tell at once that it was not a casual compliment, and they would involuntarily develop a good impression of him. Fang Sui's angular face showed a smile like the sun breaking through the clouds, and he responded, Fang Sui is an unknown person. I'm honored to meet Brother Luo. Your name is Gallo. What's your last name? It's okay to call me Brother Luo, right? Gallo laughed, turned around and welcomed Fang Sui to his seat. He glanced at Jiao, who was sitting calmly during the mutual courtesy between the two, and then responded to Fang Sui. Gallo is my name. My last name is a family inheritance. Each generation has an extra prefix. I can't remember the long one. How can there be a problem with you calling me Brother Luo? He paused and said, as for what Brother Fang said, that he is an unknown person, it is too modest. Gay Luo dares to assert that Brother Fang will be a hero of the world in the future. This is not because I have a good eye, but because Brother Fang can become friends with Gao. This in itself proves Brother Fang's extraordinariness. Fang Sui smiled, turned to Gao and said, why don't you take the responsibility to introduce us, and sit here motionless? Gao pursed her lips and said, even if I introduce you, what's the point, if you don't get along? Now you know each other, right? That's good. The three of them laughed and started chatting with each other. Fang Sui said to Gay Luo, in fact, I met you more than a year ago. At that time, the Purple Ring Star was attacked by the night demons under the command of the shadow creatures. It was Brother Luo and the people of the Yu family who showed up together and killed 2 night demon warriors and finally resolved a major crisis on the Purple Ring Star. Gay Luo suddenly realized, so Brother Fang was on the Purple Ring Star at that time. Fang Sui nodded. Gao interrupted and said, I found some green grass fragrance here, so I made a pot of it. You can try it. According to Fang Sui's understanding, the green grass fragrance is something similar to tea on earth, but the tea of the 5-star region is different. It has the power to nourish the soul, and is a treasure of heaven and earth. Green grass fragrance is a rare treasure. If it weren't for Gao, a complete first level energy crystal would not be able to buy a broken leaf of green grass fragrance in the Wanwu store. This shows how expensive this thing is. Gao Luo picked up the jade-like crystal clear teacup, took a sip, and praised it repeatedly. His words were light but not greasy. Although they were words of praise, they did not make people feel hypocritical. Fang Sui picked up the teacup and saw white mist rolling in it. What it contained was not like liquid, but more like a ball of heaven and earth essence. After pouring it into his mouth, he immediately felt a stream of spiritual energy entering his stomach, which instantly flowed through his body, and his spirit suddenly lifted. It really had the effect of nourishing the soul. After putting down the teacup, he said honestly, it's my first time drinking it, and the taste and feeling are really good. After sitting for a while, Gallo stood up and said, I came to the temple of the gods of Guo and Star for some things. After arriving, I came to see Gao. I didn't have time to go to the temple of the gods, so I left now. He looked at Gao and said, I don't know when I will come again next time. I won't disturb your peace. Gallo's words obviously meant to test Gao whether she was willing to see him again, but the question was quite skillful, and it was completely based on Gao's starting point, which made it difficult for people to refuse. Who knew that Gallo's question was clever, and Gao's answer was also very wonderful. She said calmly, Gao is an ordinary woman, living in this vast universe, where can there be any real peace? The meaning of this sentence is ambiguous, and as for how to understand it, it posed a big problem for Gallo. When Gao Luo heard this, his eyes suddenly shone brightly, and in an instant they showed a star-like brilliance. He pondered for a moment, but did not ask any more questions. He just said, well, Gao Luo is leaving. You two don't have to see him off. After that, he walked away casually, and in the blink of an eye, he was out of Gao's small building. His majestic figure stopped under the lush green trees in front of the small building. Suddenly, he raised his hand and lightly tapped. The divine light at the tip of his finger swallowed and exhaled, and a door evolved in the void. Gao Luo stepped into it, and disappeared out of thin air. The magical power he showed to leave was not to break the void, but another way to communicate the two ends of space with extremely powerful spiritual power. Open the void channel, shorten the normal space distance, and walk into the door of space. In and out, it is as effective as 100 miles in an instant. Although this kind of magic is slightly inferior to the Tangshan divine power that shuttles through the positive and negative spaces, it is already a rare level in the world, which makes people amazed. Fang Sui thought about his meeting with Gao Luo today. Generally speaking, Gao Luo gave people a good impression, at least he didn't make people feel disgusted. Whether this person is worth making close friends with is still unclear. What are you thinking about? I haven't congratulated you on breaking through the late stage of the first stage. Gao glanced at Fang Sui and said. Fang Sui said self-deprecatingly, I'm only in the late first stage. What is there to congratulate? Gao's long and thick eyelashes curled up in a lively arc, her black eyes closed, and she whispered, it's a good thing to go slowly at the beginning of practice. Once the foundation is solid, the second and third stages will be much faster. Don't worry. Fang Sui said, Gao, I have something for you to think about. Gao agreed softly. It was obvious that she felt very relaxed to be with Fang Sui. She sat there, putting her straight and slender legs together in her long skirt. A pair of white boots were faintly visible under her skirt, swaying rhythmically back and forth. She said to Fang Sui leisurely, tell me about it. Fang Sui couldn't help but glance at Gao's long legs covered by the long skirt, which still made people feel breathtaking. He felt that Gao's pretty face seemed to have been touched up, but he didn't say anything. Fang Sui withdrew his gaze naturally, not daring to look around anymore, and said, when I went out some time ago, I was ambushed with a hunting mirror. He then told the story of what happened in the alley that day, and mentioned the possibility that the suspects included Yun Xianji, Yu Keiking, or another holder of the hunting mirror hiding in the dark. After hearing this, Gao remained silent, lowered his head and thought for a long time before saying, of the three suspects you mentioned, Yu Keiking is the least suspicious. She had just met you, and then separated from you. She walked with other people from the Temple of the Gods, and then you were ambushed when you left the everything shop. If it was Yu Keiking who did it, she would have to separate from her companions as soon as she left the everything shop to ambush you in time. Not only was the time too hasty, but it would also be too conspicuous. Fang Sui listened silently, and Gao continued, the remaining Yun Xianji and another person who might be hiding in the dark are both very likely. In my opinion, the one who set up the ambush on you should be Yun Xianji, but it is also possible that there is another person hiding in the dark. For some reason, this person in the dark killed the two people from the Temple of the Gods. He intended to destroy Yun Xianji's hunting plan for you, and also had the dual intention of framing the murderer on you. Fang Sui said with a sparkling look in his eyes, thinking carefully, this person in the dark should not be someone I'm completely unfamiliar with. And on this ancient origin star, the number of people I know is limited, so he can only be from the rock universe. Ha. Among the people I know in the rock universe, who has the ability to kill two cultivators from the Temple of the Gods in an instant? It can't be Xiao or Deputy Temple Master Zhang Zheng who are hiding in the dark and making a move. Gao smiled and said, you are deeply trapped in the situation, so you can't think of who it is for a while? But I thought of another person. Although he may not have the ability to kill two cultivators from the Temple of the Gods in an instant, he may be able to do it with other means. Think about it again. Gao said so. If Fang Sui still couldn't think of who it was, he would be a fool. His eyes lit up and said, Wu Ling. Well, you said that, when you first met her, she was weak, but she had a way to leave the mother of life that none of you could leave. This alone shows that she must have some strange and unpredictable mysterious means. If you say that she has a way to kill two people from the Temple of the Gods in a short period of time, I would not be surprised at all. Gao stood up while speaking, waved to Fang Sui, and the two walked out together. They went straight out of the small building where Gao lived, talking as they walked, and soon came to the front half of the Rock Universe building complex. Fang Sui went to the Dharma teaching hall where he studied knowledge every day, and Gao went to the place where Deputy Hall Master Zhang Zheng arranged for her to practice swordsmanship with others. The two agreed on how to meet after their respective affairs were completed, and then separated. There were already quite a few people in the Dharma granting hall. It was originally very lively, but as soon as Fang Sui walked in, it immediately became quiet. After a moment, it became noisy again. People rushed to ask, hey, Fang Sui, tell me where you spent last night. Were you with Fairy G? The hall was extremely noisy in an instant. Fang Sui glanced around and saw Wu Ling sitting in the front seat, and he looked back. Happy reading. Chapter 199. Where to go? Subscribe. After staring at Wu Ling for only a moment, Fang Sui turned his eyes away calmly. At this time, there were other noises in the hall, all kinds of noises. Someone said, we saw you and Fairy G leave together yesterday morning and never came back. In the evening, we couldn't help but be curious, so we went to your residence to look for you. We wanted to ask you what you and Fairy G were doing after disappearing for a whole day. Someone else continued in an exaggerated tone, who knew that we waited outside your residence, and the rain stopped outside, but you didn't come back. Tell me, you disappeared for a whole day and a night. What on earth did you do? Fang Sui heard this and thought, it turns out that this gossip spirit exists in all races, and it is not limited to any place. It is also the same in the Five Directions realm. Well, this question is not easy to answer. No matter what I say, these guys will inevitably make a fuss. He simply said, I didn't come back yesterday because I was with GAO. Heh, look at what I said. I said they must be together. Didn't you see Fairy G come in yesterday without even looking at anyone else and went straight to Fang Sui? I said that Fairy G and Fang Sui have a special relationship. Quick, do as we agreed beforehand and bring the energy crystals if you guessed wrong. As soon as Fang Sui finished speaking, someone started to make a fuss, and these people even bet on his whereabouts last night, which made people laugh and cry. Someone else shouted and asked, hey, how long have you known Fairy G? Tell us. Fang Sui found a place to sit down, thought for a while, and said, 4 or 5 years. Everyone was in an uproar. Have you known each other for so long? What did you do together last night? Fang Sui glanced in the direction of Wu Ling and saw that she was also listening with her ears perked up. His heart moved slightly. She was very interested in GAO's movements. He said, I didn't do anything. We just practiced on our own. TSK. The voices full of doubt rang out in unison. You can practice with peace of mind when you are with Fairy G. Are you a human being? Who can believe this? Fang Sui chuckled, waved his hand, and said with a serious face, you don't understand my realm. Everyone laughed in unison and besieged Fang Sui in turns. Fortunately, not long after, a master of knowledge came in, and the hall was able to calm down. 2 hours later, the process of imparting the theory of practice today ended. Fang Sui was ready to meet GAO as agreed, and he stood up and walked out. As soon as he walked out of the hall, he heard the sound of footsteps behind him, hurriedly chasing after him. Fang Sui didn't need to look back, and he knew that it was the guys who had been making the most noise before. Sure enough, several people quickly came to his side, surrounded him and walked forward with him. Fang Sui said, what are you doing? I heard that Fairy G is teaching the supreme swordsmanship in another hall. Didn't you see that there are less than 200 people here today? Anyone who knows a little about swordsmanship has signed up to go to Fairy G. If I knew nothing about swordsmanship, I would have gone there long ago. The speaker was called Moro Tuo, a young human being. He was a guy in group 1 and had a good relationship with Fang Sui. He spoke with gritted teeth, obviously feeling extremely regretful for not being able to listen to GAO teach swordsmanship. There was another tall young man named Fenruai who was arm in arm with Moro Tuo. He said, come on, Moro, didn't we all sign up to listen to Fairy G's swordplay? Unfortunately, the examiner asked us about the content of swordplay, and we couldn't answer a single word. We were eliminated. What can we do if we are not allowed to go? Moro muttered, that examiner is really hateful. While talking, these people looked at Fang Sui together and said, so we came to you. If the main way doesn't work, we have a back door, right? You are going to Fairy G, right? Seeing Fang Sui agreed, they immediately became excited, looked at each other and said, with your relationship, Fang Sui, it shouldn't be a problem for you to take us to Fairy G to listen for a while. Fang Sui laughed dumbly, but he was also driven by their excitement. He waved his hand and said, let's go. The sun was hanging in the sky, the breeze was blowing on the ground, and the grass and trees were swaying, and the fragrance was wafting. On the road in the Rocky universe, several people were walking. GAO teaches swordsmanship here, and the Deputy Hall Master Zhang Zheng personally promotes it everywhere, so that everyone can cherish this opportunity. The grand occasion can be seen. In the Rock universe, there is an extremely special main hall, like the Immortal Paradise in mythology. This hall is built on a majestic peak. If you want to enter the hall, you must first walk through the 900 steps of the stone trail. passing the famous landscape of the rock universe of 3 pools and 3 pavilions along the way, and finally you can see the hall surrounded by the milky white sea of clouds. This hall is built with huge trees, and it is vast and imposing. On the wooden structure, many metal sculptures and runes are inlaid. In addition to the ancient charm, it also circulates a magnificent destiny that connects the sky and the earth, and the scene is magnificent. After entering the hall, you will feel a breath of Taoism accumulated over the years everywhere. The hall is more than 1,000 feet wide, and was originally very empty, but now it is crowded with people. There are first and second level cultivators in the rock universe, sitting in an orderly manner. As soon as Fang Sui and his companions walked in, they heard Jiao's voice, which was clear and bright, and came in a calm and peaceful tone. It's not just swordsmanship. Every practice is inseparable from the harmony between heaven and man, and inseparable from diligent practice. All the methods of action and inaction are ultimately pursuing a kind of return to the truth level of the origin. If the Tao is cultivated deeply, everything will contain the truth of wonderful principles. Jiao stood in front of the crowd with an elegant figure. She did not wear a sword, nor did she demonstrate swordsmanship. The hall with many people was silent, and the atmosphere was unexpectedly solemn. Everyone was listening attentively. Okay, that's it for today. Not long after, everyone was still reluctant to leave, but Jiao had already announced the end, left the front of the crowd, and walked towards the position where Fang Sui was after entering the hall. The eyes of the whole audience followed her movement, and finally looked at Fang Sui together. Even Fang Sui felt more or less pressured in this situation, thinking to himself, I'm really surrounded by envy, jealousy, and hatred. Jiao is independent, and has a heart of Taoism, that can reflect the sun and the moon. She doesn't care what others think of her, nor does she care whether others misunderstand her. She quickly came to Fang Sui and said naturally, I don't have anything to do in the afternoon. Let's go for a walk outside the rock universe. I want to go out and take a look. The purpose of Morocho and others coming here was to chase and see Jiao, but when they faced Jiao this time, they became a little nervous, and their hesitant look made people howl. Instead, Jiao asked Fang Sui calmly, are these your friends? Fang Sui nodded and joked with the people around him. They insisted on coming to see you. Hearing this, Morocho and the others blushed, and they no longer had the energy to make a fuss. They said nervously, well, we came to meet. No, we are here to learn swordsmanship. Learn swordsmanship. The smile on Jiao's lips gradually spread, and finally turned into a sweet smile like 100 flowers blooming. She said, just meet. Are you done? Yeah, we are done, and we are leaving now. These guys were quite embarrassed, and didn't know what to do. After saying that, they took a few steps back and ran away, pushing and shoving each other. Fang Sui laughed and said, let's go too. Jiao said yes, and the two of them walked out. When he was about to walk out of the palace, he heard people in the palace behind him talking. Who is going out with Fairy G? Why does he go out with Fairy G? He looks ordinary, how can he be worthy of Fairy G? Fang Sui laughed dumbly. Look, a mortal like me will become a rat crossing the street if I go out with you. How much sacrifice is that? Jiao rolled her eyes at him unhappily and said, you are the one who got the advantage and acted cute. Fang Sui's eyes turned slightly and said, what advantage did I get? We are innocent. Jiao tilted her little head. Her long hair like a waterfall fell naturally, and she looked at him with a smile, and said in a slightly annoyed tone, so you think you took advantage of us, because we are not innocent, right? After saying this, he blushed first, as if he realized that talking like this was a bit like a joke between lovers, and it was no longer the way of talking between friends. The two fell silent, and walked forward silently without saying a word. A quarter of an hour later, they left the Rock Universe Hall, and strolled around the Universe City. After a while, both of them lost interest, but with Jiao there, most people who met them would be attracted by Jiao and glance at her from time to time. Therefore, when they walked on the street, it was not them who were looking at the scenery, but the people on the street, who were looking at them as scenery. In the end, Jiao activated her magic power, and created a layer of mist on her face to cover her true appearance, so the two were able to continue strolling. However, shopping like this was a bit less fun, and soon the two lost interest and returned to the rock universe. In the small building where Gao was, the two chatted. Fang Sui took the opportunity to ask about the practitioners who were born on Earth. Besides himself, who else was there in the Five Directions domain? Gao counted on her fingers and said, there are quite a few. The Yu family in the Eastern Immortal domain, the Zuaniuan family, and several gods in the Western domain. Fang Sui only then realized that he had so many fellow villagers here. He was surprised and had some indescribable strange feeling, as if he was living in a myth, and was very close to many legendary people. The two chatted for a while, and then went to practice separately. The days passed like this, and more than half a month passed in a flash. During this period, Gao left for a few days, and came back soon after. The two of them traveled together a lot, and naturally became more familiar with each other. Fang Sui coveted the small building where Gao lived, which had a spiritual eye connected to the earth, which was conducive to practice. He went there almost every day to practice. Later, Gao simply told Fang Sui how to enter and exit the formation pattern in her residence, and let him come and go as he pleased. So this guy came more frequently without hesitation, even more diligently than when he went back to his own place. On this day, the two of them went out together after their practice, but they went directly out of the Universal City and walked in the vast wilderness of the ancient Origin Star. The surrounding vegetation is beautiful. Spiritual springs and waterfalls can be seen everywhere. Flowers are fragrant, birds are singing, and the scenery is picturesque. Gao seemed a little silent, and after a while she suddenly said, I'm going out for a while. Looking at Fang Sui, she thought for a while, and added, if the trip goes well, I should be back soon. What if it doesn't go well? Fang Sui realized that Gao's outing was a little unusual, and asked, where are you going? Happy reading. Chapter 200, Game Under the Night, Subscription Request. Chaos and Confusion of Time and Space. Gao replied. Fang Sui was startled. Why? Gao's face was normal, but her sweet voice was a little lower than usual. Going to chaos and confusion of time and space is the mission of those who enter the world in our sect, in order to challenge the contemporary rulers of the mother forces. I have to go. Fang Sui was even more shocked and asked, why now? Gao said calmly, no matter when, I have to go. Fang Sui's face changed several times, but he didn't say anything else. That night, Gao left, holding an ancient sword with a fluttering tassel in her white jade-like hands. Fang Sui watched quietly in her small building. She walked away in the air and disappeared in the brilliant night sky with countless stars, just like when they first met a few years ago. Gao's departure made Fang Sui's heart surge with fear for no reason. He walked out of the rock universe and walked aimlessly in the city of the universe. Perhaps because he was distracted, Fang Sui's alertness was not good. After walking for a while, Buster on his shoulder suddenly sat up with a start, and his cat's eyes emitted a cold and dim light. Fang Sui then became alert, his eyes suddenly became bright, and he scanned the distant and near, and found that he had unknowingly walked into a secluded ancient street. There were many buildings on both sides, and under the cover of the dark night, there were heavy shadows and a bit eerie. There were few people around, and the voices of people on the street in the distance could be heard faintly, ethereal and vague, as if from another world. The sharpness in Fang Sui's eyes then disappeared again, and he communicated with Buster through telepathy. What have you found? Buster replied through telepathy, if we go any further we will be ambushed. He then teased, Miss Gao's departure is a big blow to the Lord. He is so dispirited. Fang Sui had no time to argue with Buster. A look of contemplation flashed across his face. He paused for a moment, and then continued to move forward, actually walking towards the unknown ambush step by step. Buster was stunned for a moment, then lay down again and asked lazily, Lord, are you going to die for Miss Gao? Fang Sui said angrily, get lost. Although Gao's trip is quite dangerous, she is definitely not in danger of death. Her sect is not stupid. An outstanding inheritor like Gao may not appear in several generations. They have worked hard to train her, so will they let her die? The more Fang Sui didn't like to hear something, the more Buster said it. This guy glanced at the cat's mouth and continued, that's not necessarily true. Miss Gao's inheritance sect is called Chenxiandi. Although it is superior to many forces in the world, it has many weird rules. They like to let their inheritors experience life and death tests. If they succeed, they will get one step closer, and if they fail, they will die. How do you know all this? Fang Sui asked. Well, you stay in Miss Gao's practice room every night, practicing silently. This divine cat got bored and chatted with Miss Gao. So she told me about her sect herself. She was in danger of getting lost and dying when she went to the chaotic space-time. Fang Sui couldn't help but smile when he imagined Gao and Buster, a cat and a man, talking and chatting. But after Buster said that, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Buster seemed to have a crow's mouth and said, "My lord, it's really stupid for you to walk into someone's trap so thoughtlessly. What if the opponent is very strong? You will be looking for death." Fang Sui sneered. "Do you think I have a cat's head like you?" He continued, "From the fact that these people chose to set up an ambush in a secluded place and did not attack me directly, I know that they are not without scruples in this universal city, and they are not cold-blooded killers. Otherwise, they would not have to choose such a passive attack method of waiting for me to walk into the ambush. They can attack anywhere." Buster blinked and said nothing. Fang Sui said again, "The strength of the ambushers can also be roughly inferred. They obviously need me to walk into the ambush before they can be sure of dealing with me. In other words, the opponent's strength is not strong enough to easily deal with me. That proves that they don't have a master who is far superior to me. In this case, if they want to deal with me, they can only rely on numbers." He said again, "Based on their behavior, it is not difficult to analyze their origins. There must be some guys in the Pantheon who think I killed two of them. Do you think I need to be afraid of such a trap?" Buster pursed his lips and rolled his eyes, but did not refute. Obviously, he also felt that Fang Sui's analysis made sense. At this time, the surrounding light was dark, the moon was hidden in the night sky, and Fang Sui's face was blocked by layers of darkness, looking unusually cold. He said slowly, "Since trouble has come to me, let's have some fun with them." After that, the divine earth in his body suddenly shook, and an indescribable induction came back from the earth under his feet, interacting with the divine earth in his body in a way that was beyond the understanding of ordinary people. This was his ability to connect his soul to the earth. After he broke into the late stage of the first level, as if the vast earth had become a part of his consciousness. He could use the earth to see through the changes of every blade of grass and every tree in the world within a few hundred feet of the surrounding area, without missing anything. At this time, Fang Sui used this induction ability to realize that 8 people were quietly surrounding him more than 100 feet away from his position, and Fang Sui could even grasp the intensity of their power fluctuations. This was very magical, without the need to meet face to face, but it was better than seeing with the eyes, which was enough to prove how mysterious and magical Fang Sui's current induction ability was. The 8 people who surrounded Fang Sui from a distance were distributed in 4 directions, 2 people in each direction, and were currently closing the encirclement quietly. Fang Sui's thoughts continued to spread. For a moment, he frowned, and vaguely had another feeling. This time the feeling was very obscure, almost beyond his perception. In addition to the people from the Temple of the Gods, there seemed to be other people lurking in the dark. There are 2 more hidden auras, almost beyond my perception limit, hazy and unclear. They should be masters who have reached the 2nd level. Is it Lai Yan, Yunshai and Ji, UK King, or someone else? Fang Sui thought in his heart. In addition to the people from the Temple of the Gods, there are other people ambushing, which makes the situation suddenly dangerous. The opponents hidden in the dark should have been waiting for a long time, because he has been with Gao most of the time in the past few months, and these people have no chance. So Fang Sui has been unusually peaceful for most of the past half month, but now Gao has just left, and Fang Sui is alone, and these people can't wait to jump out. Fang Sui sneered in his heart. The opponents, whether open or hidden, strong or weak, are surrounding him. The situation is extremely dangerous, but he has no fear. Instead, he feels calm in his heart. In terms of aura, he is closely integrated with the surrounding world, and there is no difference between them. At this time, a voice came from the other end of the long street. "Ha. Fang Sui, right? Today, let you experience our strength. Following the voice, two people appeared from the darkness at the other end of the long street. The two men were about the same age as Fang Sui, both wearing black robes with gold edges, luxurious yet majestic. They walked out with a sneer on their faces, looking at Fang Sui from a distance, as if they were sure of victory. Fang Sui stopped and said calmly, "You people in the temple of the gods are quite well informed." The two were stunned, and they didn't understand why Fang Sui had revealed their origins before they even announced their names. Fang Sui said again, "There are 6 more hiding in other directions, why don't they come out together?" The two were stunned and dumbfounded. Imagine what it would be like if someone saw through their carefully arranged plan at a glance, and you can understand how these two people feel now. Suddenly, Fang Sui moved as fast as a cheetah without any warning. This was once again beyond the expectations of the two young men of the Pantheon. When Fang Sui spoke earlier, he looked relaxed and showed no signs of taking action. However, he suddenly attacked the next moment, moving like thunder, and moving so fast that it was almost beyond the limit of vision. After the two men appeared, they were at a loss, and were completely led by Fang Sui. They were originally ready to attack, but Fang Sui's words easily created a sense of mystery in their hearts. The situation was reversed invisibly, and the two men became the passive party. Fang Sui suddenly moved, and the direction he chose was also strange. He did not attack the two young men who appeared, but turned and ran to the left. Fang Sui's move seemed to be a sign of weakness, as if he wanted to avoid the position where the opponent intercepted him and prepare to escape. In fact, it was not the case. In a blink of an eye, Fang Sui was as powerful as a tiger, and he tapped his toes lightly. It seemed that there was a staircase in the air that he stepped on out of thin air, making a thunderous sound like a drum. In this roar, he jumped to the top of a building. The other two young men from the Temple of the Gods were hiding in astonishment on the building. They were completely unprepared for how Fang Sui could see through their ambush position, suddenly attack, and appear in front of them with incomparable precision. Bang! In an instant, 2 collision sounds were heard. Due to the high speed, only one sound was made, which was heard from a long distance in the dark night. The two young men from the Temple of the Gods were caught off guard, and were punched and kicked by Fang Sui. They felt an infinite force, like a mountain and a sea, and they all fell over, and were forced to fall under the building. Fang Sui himself did not pause at all. A crack sound of breaking sounded again. It was because he forced the two people to fall, and then he exerted force under his feet, cracking the roof of the building, and his figure fell into the building, and disappeared in an instant. Fang Sui made such a series of unexpected actions, which were performed like flowing water. Of course, it was not only to deal with the people from the Temple of the Gods, but also to deal with the two masters who were vaguely sensed in the senses, and hidden in the dark. Fang Sui launched a series of actions without any signs, and sank into a house at this time. No matter whether it was the master hidden in the dark or the several people in the Temple of the Gods, they all lost his accurate position in a short time. Fang Sui was equivalent to successfully escaping from the opponent's hunting net, turning from light to darkness, and regaining a little initiative in the face of adversity. This is his usual character. He is calm in the face of things, full of changes, and will never let the opponent control the situation smoothly according to the plan. At this time, Fang Sui sank into the house, immediately exerted force under his feet, and sank under the ground. Not long after, he appeared in a house not far away. After changing position several times, no matter whether it was the people hidden in the dark or the ambushers of the Temple of the Gods, they completely lost the accurate grasp of Fang Sui's whereabouts. Fang Sui broke out of the ground again, and was silently hiding inside a building. The owner of the house was sleeping on the bed a few feet away from him, and he didn't know that there was an extra person in the house. Fang Sui stood motionless in the shadows of the room, his face cold. Although the people from the Temple of the Gods outnumbered him, he didn't take them seriously at all. However, the two masters in the dark were not so easy to get rid of. Tonight's game has just begun. Happy reading. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.